It's Monday. Let's go.
Who the heck is PepTalks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. PepTalks. 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 Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. PepTalks. PepTalks.
Who the heck is PepTalks?
They want our women. They want our children.
PepTalks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
PepTalks.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
PepTalks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
PepTalks.
We found weapons of mass
PepTalks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from PepTalks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a new edition of High on Politics and a new week. It's Monday, guys. It's it's time to start anew. It does not feel like it. My weekend plans kind of fell through. You know what? I'll cover this real quick. So I was supposed to go to Ren Fair, right? Well, turns out that can't really do that when you have air quality warnings that shut the whole thing down. That kind of sucked. They shut it down Saturday and Sunday, so I will be going next weekend, though. We kind of already did this thing. All right, so also, all right, we got the stand. We got the stand, right? Check this out. We got a new little thing for Stan because he was damaging his mouth on his other bone. Now I know Rawhide's not that great for dogs, but he has an iron stomach. My vet has given us the okay, so we will be giving Stan we will be presenting Stan with his new bone. Whoa! Look at it! Look at it, buddy! Look at it's so you want it? You want it? It's a large bone. Whoa! You don't even know what to do with it. You're just like, you want it? You want it? You want it? Oh, yeah, you know. You gotta. No. Uh-oh. Really? What if we did this? Yeah. Good? Really? I was about to say, take his time. Let him get acclimated. Damn, we were expecting him to go nuts. Well, this is what they, this is why they say it, you know. Temper your expectations, I guess. We need triumphant music to go, yeah, right. Bestow a royal title upon him and his progeny. I mean, seriously, we thought that, like, just the size of the thing alone, he would be like, oh, I mean, he kind of was. Like, his eyes did get, like, really big, but now he's just looking at me like, I don't even know what to do with this. What? You good? I mean, he cried so hard when we took his original Rawhide away. Oh, you know what? We'll let him take his time with it, okay? Well, he's still processing it. He is. It does seem like that. Jay, how's it going? Or Jace on the goat. Oh, Jace on the goat. How's it going? Thank you for being here, and thank you for the 10 coins. Appreciate that, man. He definitely is still processing. What's up, buddy? Oh. He's like, get this off my bed. You know him. He's probably still mad. I think that's what's happening. Yeah, because, okay, he totally hurt himself. Like, that other bone, it got too sharp. We noticed that there was a little bit of blood, like, on the ground near him, and we were just like, okay, that's the end of that. No more, you know, that's the smart move to make. Well, yeah, he got mad about it, so it's okay. But I hope everyone had a great weekend. Welcome to the show. We just started here, guys, so as I was saying, welcome to the show. Appreciate you guys being here, and genuinely hope you guys had a good weekend, because holy crap, the smoke was just insane. If you guys were, you know, Midwest all the way like to the eastern seaboard, it was insane. My voice is still recovering from it. It's not been great. I didn't even really go outside that much. Took a walk yesterday and today. I'm feeling it today. I'm feeling it now. All of a sudden it kind of hit. Hope that's improved. No, it actually got worse on Sunday. Excuse me. It got severely worse on Sunday. I don't know what was going on with the system, but essentially what happened is it all this wind pushed everything down by us, and then there was another current that essentially pushed it out more towards the east. Because I know that this was hitting over by the. Did you end up getting your inhaler? No, I didn't. No, I didn't do that. I didn't end up getting a haircut either. I kind of forgot to do that. So still rocking this. I kind of read that as, did you get your haircut? But no, I did not get the inhaler. Still rocking the air purifier. I hope that works, but it's throat stuff. It's not really breathing. So I don't think that's necessarily the problem. But hey, yeah. Your Sunday sounds like it was amazing, Anna. All right, yeah, what'd you do? My Saturday was spent reeling from a headache, but Sunday I fixed a car, hung out with friends, pizza, green, and a nice convertible summer drive. Ooh, you had a good Sunday. I'm going to just go out on a limb and say you had a really good Sunday. You know what? Good for you. I'm glad that, you know what? That's a great way to enjoy some laugh right there. I like that. That inspires me. Because you know what? I'm all about, trying to embrace the good vibes. Oh, man. I don't know what the hell happened last night, but I had, the weirdest nightmare where, I'll just say it. I dreamed that a friend died, a really good friend died, and it was one of those dreams that, it felt real. But then it was also one of those dreams where, when I woke up, I wasn't, fully sure, because I had that moment of, picking up my phone, just, do I call, do I oh my God, because, my brain was so fogged up about, the whole situation, and I haven't had that happen in a long time, so this is bringing it back to the smoke. I'm not sure if this has anything to do with that, premonitions dreams too. I really fucking hope not. I really hope not, because again, that felt real. It felt real. I had to talk to I talked to his family, and I processed it. It all started when I got a phone call, and I've had that phone call before, and it was just not again. And then it was I had this weird thing where in the dream I processed probably months worth of grief. It was crazy. Yeah, my voice is gonna sound like a little bit like Ben Mycelis. Yeah, I got random cracks happening. So yeah, we'll be trying some new impressions, and probably focusing mostly on we'll call it the pep. What was it? The pep touch or the pepper touch or whatever, or Peppa's touch. How do we make this one work? Come on, workshop it, guys. I get that all the time. Avoided several near-death experiences because of those dreams. Shit, I can hear the throat I'm sorry, guys. I was kind of toying with taking the day off because this was happening a little bit, but I have my tea, so let's see if it's actually cool enough to drink. That's the one bad part about these thermos type cups, is they make the tea a little too hot. Your throat is fucked today too. Do my best. I'm trying. I will. I'll do my best. I mean, that's all. Hey, it's all you can do, right? It's just your best. It's all as you guys do file in here, though, you know the deal. Please hit the like button, subscribe, double tap the screen. If you guys haven't already followed over on Twitch, please consider doing so. We had a lot of fun on Friday. Actually, quick wrap up. Thank you for hanging with me and watching some Dragon Ball Abridged. I love watching DBZ Abridged, so that was so cool to introduce some of you guys to that. I know that Etch was a little, he was a little upset about it because he was just oh. You have a root beer float. Yes, you do. Fuck, I love root beer and ice cream. That's Uni's thing, man. She has like simple pleasures in life, and that's one of them. She's been making those like almost every day for the past few days, where she's like, I deserve this. We went for a walk yesterday, and she's just like, ooh, I know what I'm gonna have. I'm gonna have a treat. You know what? Again, it's the small things in life where you treat yourself. Mohammed Waziri. How's it going, man? Thank you for checking the stream out. How you doing? Pep, nice to meet you. Hope all is well. Treat yourself. I mean, for real. What is life if you cannot just apply treat yourself? Come on. I was talking to my buddy about this because he's got a girlfriend that gets all mad about that. He was just like, yeah, I got myself a little treat. We got in a fight about it. I was just like, oh, really? And like they just moved in together. So I was kind of like, hey, I get it. Like, as a married man, I get it. You do definitely learn, but like eventually you go, I'm gonna treat myself. I'm gonna call the wife and be like, hey, do you want a treat? But every once in a while, I get it. My favorite ones are the ones where my wife will just say, yeah, nah, I'm good. And then I'm like, all right, it's all me, baby. Let's go. Sitting there in the Taco Bell parking lot. This is for me. Not my fault. Simbi wanted it. Yep. She just said so. Hey, yeah. I mean, the progress is going good, guys. Her stoma actually shrank again. I'm not sure if you guys know or care what this is about, but yeah, it's kind of cool. Man, I'm proud of you. It's awesome. It's awesome watching you do this. And also, yeah, we had a really good day yesterday together. We played all right, guys. I know where this is gonna go. I know that some of y'all are probably gonna make fun of me, and I'm okay with it. Me and my wife went for a Pokemon Go walk for the first time in a long time, and we actually like got into it and we started like raiding gyms and doing the whole thing. Like, we haven't played like this in years, and dude, it was so much fun. So yeah, our Pokemon Go accounts are very active again. So yes, if you guys are interested in joining us, I will just say, if you are part of the Discord, I will totally give you guys my my friend code. Talon, thank you for renewing your subscription for 16 months, dude. Thank you for that. Man, hope you're well. Seriously, hope you're well. And thank you. Yeah, it's cute. I wish Pokemon Go wasn't doing bad things on the back end. I know. I thought about it as I'm sitting there catching these stupid Pikachus, because it is literally, it's like the 10-year anniversary for the game. So there's just Pikachus galore. Yeah, and it's fun. I don't know. Doing bad things. Yeah, they're doing bad things. They're picking up data and like mapping out stuff. Like, I saw that there was like military applications, like as far as like mapping out stuff. It's yeah, crazy. But you're doing bad thing? Wait, are you saying you're doing bad things? Talon, how you been, man? It's always good to see you. Hope you've been well. Hope you're keeping the shenanigans to a minimum. No. Listen, as somebody who is rather chill, you know what? As long as your shenanigans don't hurt nobody, have fun. That's my big thing. But if they hurt somebody, what you doing? Can we have a talk? Dr. Pep. Dr. Pep is in the building. I just want to ask you, what in the hell are you thinking? Why in the hell would you go and do something that purposefully hurts somebody else? Seems rather selfish. I don't understand it. I mean, I think that you can technically live with yourself, but I don't know. I think that maybe, just maybe, you might feel sorry. And that's the guilt. That's the guilt creeping in. And once that guilt creeps in, there's no getting rid of it there, son. So I'm just going to say, try to be a better person. Try to put a little thought into your actions and your deeds. And try to do well. Because guess what? You can't walk them back all the time. Sometimes, once the deed's done, then there is no correcting it. So just try to do your best. And that's also another thing. If you do somehow make a mistake, it's a lot easier to correct when it wasn't intentional. And also, I like how I'm actually giving some advice here. Also, you can make mistakes. Be kind to yourself. All right, so what's this character? Therapist Pep? There we go. Therapist Pep. This is a pepsercise. Ew. As it left my mouth. I'm not sure what was worse, that or black licorice. Yeah, Pokemon Go maps places. That's why rare Pokemons are like where they don't have pictures. Oh my god, that's insane. Oh wow, that's fucked up. Wow. PepTalks LMHC. Where was I? Oh yeah, I was actually giving you guys a pep talk. Hey, you know what? I might as well. Hey, Une, how you doing? Welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. If you guys are just joining us over on Twitch, I appreciate that. If you guys do not already follow on Twitch and X, please consider doing so. Just in case, you never know where we will have to take this funny show sometimes. Like Friday. No, seriously. I do special shows on Twitch, so consider doing that. Anyway, I think we're done with the pep talk character. I'm trying to think of anything else that I can like get you guys all pepped up for. Oh yeah, you know what? Don't get yourself all down on politics. Don't let these people in the news and let these politicians dictate your mood. That's just giving them one more source of control. I don't let anybody control how I feel. I can still be angry. I can still be disappointed. Hell, I can still want to mobilize. But you know what this doesn't do to me? It doesn't eat me up inside. I won't let anybody eat me up inside. Actually, now I want it. Yeah, Daddy, let me tell you something. You can take your politics, you can take your news, you can take your doom scrolling, and you can shove it up your ass, because I'm gonna tell you something, baby. You will never dictate to me how I'm gonna feel about myself, about my day, and about how I feel and can process the politics. You can do everything you want to in politics. You can even mobilize. You can go sign some petitions, but you know what you can't get me to do, Daddy? You can't get me to ever change my mind unless you have something of substance. And that's the DSA way, let me say, with some hay. I took it too far. The cadence. Oh, well, at least the cadence worked. The substance, not so much. What you discussing here? Oh, man. I mean, I'm about to discuss some politics. We're going to talk about how Trump, like, embarrassed himself. Was that an MLK impression? Holy shit, I just kind of realized that, like, a lot of wrestling promos are essentially MLK impressions. Wow. I'm gonna think on that one a little bit more. How's it going, Pinkerbell? Good to see you. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. Hope you're doing well yourself. Yeah, we just kind of figured out that wrestling promos kind of have the same cadence as Martin Luther King. Hey, what's up, Bloodstone? Good to see you. Or I could just go full Macho Man with it. Yeah. Politics, baker's man, yeah. Always baking a cake as fast as they can. Feeding it to you, yeah. Don't know where I'm... Wait. Yeah, baking the cake, shoving it down your throat, No, you will not shove any cake down Macho Man's throat. No way, Jose, yeah. Nobody will ever hit the Macho Man with the political cake, yeah. Political bullshit is what I call it, yeah. Always talking. Never doing anything of substance. Making us fight. Bringing everybody together only to separate them. Yeah. Let me tell you something now, yeah. The secret to life, yeah. Understanding one's enemy, yeah. That means in politics, you need to understand the other side. But only when you do, then you're not going to want to fight them, yeah. Then you realize that we're way more in common than we think, yeah. Don't think that we're going to end up fighting anymore once we start talking about class wars, Bringing the elbow drop to the upper class. Yeah. 99% better watch out. Yeah. 1% figure it out. Yeah. Not gonna be able to hide it much longer. That's why you should be afraid. If the cream rises to the top, it's gonna boil over. You know what that means? Lots of sticky messes, yeah, all over the place, yeah. Barista, clean up on aisle 4, yeah. That's why we need the janitor, yeah. Now, I need somebody to be the janitor character. I'm making the cleanup. Why did you spill the coffee there, sir? It's just this very polite dude. Yeah, didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Don't fuck with the janitor, he'll take you down. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. No business being in the ring, but if he takes you into the ring, better count on just being counted out, yeah. So this guy asked me, am I a leftist or? No, I am a leftist, but I love how I got to go through an entire Macho Man bit. You know what? I'll just say this. The smoke did help at least with that one. Let's see. Did you know that it actually helps pep talks when we have a little bit of smoke in the air? Yeah. I don't understand why, Donald Trump's out there talking about cleaning up the forests. Why would he want to sweep up the forests? It's almost like this guy doesn't understand how the nature cycle works, I'm trying to do like a half Macho Man. I always do that once I go right from Macho Man into Jesse Ventura. But yes. I'm sorry if that guy already left over on Twitch where he was just like, okay, this got weird as shit. This guy's doing wrestling promos. I have no idea what's happening here. Well, welcome to Pep Talks. That's how that goes. The left is a spectrum. Yes, it is. So is the right. I'm not going to make any spectrum jokes because that's just blatantly disrespectful. Look at me pulling my punches. I'm like Spider-Man over here. Yeah. I'm like a hero or something. Great power, great responsibility. Are you like Sockdem? No, I'm more like a DSA, Democratic Socialist, which I know it's weird that those are like, they're totally like, they are different. I don't know by how much. I've just been told that I'm more Democratic Socialist. No, I'm one of the dummies on like the political scale. I'm interested in politics, but I'm also too lazy to really get into like the deep theory of stuff. Yeah. It's just how it goes. Speaking of superheroes, checked out the Doomsday trailer. Fuck yeah. I've watched it like 6 times. Robert Downey Jr.'s Latvian accent's freaking awesome. I mean, he sounds awesome as Doom. And when he just, with one finger, stops Thor's hammer, it's just like, okay. I get it now. Oh, man. Oh, they're so fucked. So I'm excited for it. I am. The only thing is, it doesn't have the 9+ years of buildup. You know, like they're trying to just erase everything that happened. You know, up to I think Shang-Chi and then Fantastic Four. Like Fantastic Four is pretty much where they picked it up, and they were just like, okay. So theoretically, everything that came before this, it happened. But we're not really going to talk that much about it. Except for Loki, which... This was always the problem with making these things into shows, man. Like, Loki specifically was one I had a big problem with because they covered a lot of stuff that would have been better served to a movie audience. You know, like, we wouldn't have been confused during Wolverine and Deadpool why there's, like, this whole zone where there's a big dog, like, big smoke, purple smoke dog-headed alien thing that just wipes people off the face, like, out of existence, but they were already wiped out of existence because they're in this void. Whatever. It wasn't Tree Loki, though. No, but I think that was technically a flashback because they're not gonna just erase what happened in Loki, especially and keep him in the TVA. That doesn't make much sense. I don't know. I was pretty happy with it, but either way, yeah, we'll see where it goes. I'm gonna see it regardless. Okay. This is what happens when you have to reschedule a Ren Fair. Now all of a sudden everybody's just like, oh shit, so we're definitely going. And it's like, yes. Someone said at Alex's chat that they're gonna get Steve Rogers back from an alternate universe. Ish. So what happened is he didn't technically go to an alternate universe. They're just going back in time at that point. On their own timeline and picking them up, which, because I think what's happening is they're going to pinpoint where Steve went back, and it's been this amount of time that him and Peggy have had in, you know, the past, technically. So it's not technically well, I guess it is. I guess it is technically a time heist. I mean, they're stealing Captain America. Oh, come on, guys. Like, for anybody that was like, I'm sick of this multiverse thing, it's like, okay, yes. Was it done into the ground? It was done into the ground specifically by other fucking properties. Marvel wasn't the one that really ruined it, though, in my opinion. Because if there's like an entity that gets the pass on multiverse stuff, it's fucking comic book movies. Like, come the fuck on. You know, or sci-fi movies for that matter, but no, it's this other bullshit. When they started doing alternate universes for horror movies, that's a fucking problem. That's when it's kind of jumped the gun, you know? I'm just gonna say. But either way. Alrighty. Have you guys liked the stream yet? Also, did you guys start watching the stream from your subscription list? Sorry, I keep forgetting to do this. One of these days I'll be like super professional about it. I'll have it like broken down like a commercial. Crazy. All right, guys, so here's the deal. You might even see a little preview into what we're playing. Oh, that was not what I'm glad that I didn't show you then. Oh, it wouldn't have mattered. All right. Boom. You see this? Your front page? See that? That's you. You go here. Next to that, there's the subscription. Up here, you see these? Click from there where you see my logo and the little red circle around it. Really helps out the stream a lot. So, just a reminder. What up, Ghost? How's it going, man? We're just talking some DC, MCU, DCU, whatever, man. We're talking about just stuff. See that? It's called a phone. Smart ass. You can see that I'm in a mood today. I'm already just like, is it? Yeah, okay. I'm just kidding, Natch. No, what I need to do is next. All right, give me a tea break, and then maybe we'll spill some tea. What tea do we have to spill? I don't know. Nothing really. That's a thing. Maybe like I'm just not getting bigger because I'm not like a controversial streamer. Maybe that's the thing. Speaking of being a controversial streamer. Look at that. I'm well, knock on wood. Hey, no, I know, Dennis. I know it's you. How's it going, man? I've actually gotten you, like, I think that I've memorized your little Russian lettering here, so I get you. I know who you are now. How's it going, Dennis? Good to see you. How you been? Swaying over from Alex's stream. Am on a good roll. Fuck yeah, dude. How's Alex doing? Hope he had a good stream. I figured he was going to cover the Marvel or the Doomsday trailer because right off the I can't even get this right. Right out the gate, I woke up. First thing I saw was a notification for new Doomsday trailer dropping, and I was just like, oh, fuck yeah, let's go. I would not recommend watching something as exciting as a movie trailer like that, though, when you're still a little groggy and recovering from taking a sleep aid, because, yeah, I was definitely not, like, in the right headspace to see it, where I was just like, whoa! So, yeah, I watched it a few times, and then finally around the 4th or 5th time, it clicked with me, where I was just like, yeah! Oh, I'm pumped. Alex has been playing San Andreas. Nice. I know too much about that game, so I've been backseating. Hell yeah. I used to play that with my buddy in his, he had an attic room that was, like, over the garage. It was awesome until you realized just how hot it got in there, and you're just like, bro, what the fuck? It didn't matter how much you cranked up that AC. It was always a fucking sauna in there. And at some point, he just, like, got used to it, so you would go over there and you'd be miserable. Speaking of being miserable, for anybody that was over on the eastern seaboard, actually, Bloodstone, how was the air quality over by you? Because, man, I gotta say, like, wipe forwards or wipe backwards? Oh, wow. I mean, first off, before you even go asking that question, don't you have to establish if you're a stander or a sitter? Come on now. Trust me, we have already gone through this, where one doesn't know the other exists, and I've already lost subscriptions over this one, because, you know, people were grossed out by it. I call that one the trash taking itself out, because realistically, like, I'm not even trying to be mean, but if somebody gets all up their own ass about, like, poop talks and just stuff like this, and, oh, you gross, oh, you're immature, bye. There's no reason to fucking cater to people like that. Virginia was bad. You were in the purple? Okay, yeah, we excuse me, I can't even fucking, oh my god, just hit me again. Oh my god. Oh. Sorry, guys. That's what's been happening to me, is like I'll have these random moments where my nose just like gets blocked, and I'm just like, what the fuck? Wait, have you seen the videos of Full Time? What? I don't know what you're talking about. Also, isn't having Argentina lose just glorious? Listen, I'm probably not gain fans here by saying I don't really care. I was kind of just happy to watch everybody have fun with it, And then that was hilarious to watch Trump get booed. That was so worth it. I was just like, okay. Oh, wait. That's right. I couldn't watch it. And I wasn't gonna, fly ye old Jolly Roger, so I waited till today to watch all the clips of Trump getting booed and just the highlights from the game. Honestly, the game, this is why, I'll just be honest, this is why I don't like it. It went to extra time. Apparently, the actual game sucked, and it didn't even get interested until sudden death, where it's just like, okay. Which it wasn't even sudden death, because when I saw that they won by 2, I'm like, wait, how's this work? Yeah, that was the big one. Spain got custody of Hatsune Miku, so my wife was happy about that. Players assaulted the Spanish players at the end. Really? I didn't know that. I mean, listen, as I said, I'm kind of happy. Like, I always get happy when somebody who won previously loses, unless it's my team. That's a whole different story. If it's the Blackhawks, then bets are off. But realistically, like, I was just happy to kind of see Spain win, and it's worth a watch on stream. Plenty of haymakers. Oh, I can't watch any World Cup highlights. I ain't trying to get my stream taken down. You understand how quick FIFA is with that shit? Apparently, like, you have to watch like clips, or not even clips. Like, you gotta watch like photos. You could just click through photos. It is worth a watch. I'll watch it on my own time. Because yes, I'm not going to risk that. FIFA be a bitch. Fair. You think there'd be more kicks? That was the thing. And like, also, I watched a TikTok video that kind of bugged me because I realized how true it is as a hockey player. So it was strikers versus inanimate objects. So they would feed a striker the ball and they would miss. Then they would feed a ladder the ball, and just because of the ladder just being a ladder, it angles it into the net. Yeah. That was kind of a lot of like hockey stuff where I was just like, if you didn't even try to take the shot and just kind of fed the puck into the net, that would have been a much better like way to go about it. Or just like, it was always so much like work for nothing. Like, and that's where it gave me that extra time to track the puck. And no, the hardest ones to stop were the ones where they would push on the bottom hash mark, and I'd just be like, oh shit. And then like they kept it on their stick, and I'm like, I don't know where they're going with this. So is that like a wing? What's a kick? A super kick party, perchance? Uni coming in with a wrestling deep cut. Look at you. Giving the young bucks some love. She's out there just like, yeah, I'm part B elite. B elite. Super kick party. I don't think there's anybody in the chat that knows what I'm talking about right now, right? Special points if you can list what the hell I'm going on about. Minus what I just, said. I was on a bike ride, and every couple of blocks we get into another bar, and that would be our status update on the final. Oh, really? Oh shit, now I want to know. Well, I'd be one of the cool kids. I see how it is. We should do that as a cosplay. It would be funny. I'm down. Let's go. Actually, that'd be really fun. I mean, obviously, you're the one who has to make the costumes up at that point. So I don't know. Like, do you want that Undertaker or that Undertaker? Bong. All right, now I'm just like, I'm stun locking. I'm just all over the place. I did watch another wrestling match on YouTube. Henry winning the TNA title. Nice, that's a good one. It's a really good one. was off of Jeff Hardy, I thought, right? Was that Jeff Hardy? Shit. Guy is strong. Yeah. No, he's awesome. Like, the thing is, I was telling Uni about this today. The entire Joe Henry shtick it's all him. He created it all by himself, and he did it in order to get himself booked at other promos. So, like, he would tell his friends all around the indies, like, if you ever just want me to fill in for a match, just call me out and send me the video, and then I'll show up for the next match. Or, like, they would plan it where it's just like the next call out would be Joe Henry, and then he would boom. Yeah, then he made, like, the music video. He went super viral because, like, I think, like, there was a guy that he was already, like, a pretty big, like, wrestling fan. Like, there are fans that are essentially, like, their own thing. And his grandmother is really into wrestling, and she's actually, like, into it. And she got really into Joe Henry. And at one point in her nursing home, she played the Joe Henry music video, and it went, like, mega viral. It's pretty cool. But yeah, no. Joe Henry is one of the best, like, gimmicks in WWE right now. I love his, he's got a thing going with Logan Paul of all people. It works really, really well. So yeah, no, give it a shot. I mean, I'm gonna just be honest. I haven't watched WWE programming in quite some time. The last thing I watched was CM Punk's return. Or not his return and his winning the championship. I'm not spoiling anything. It's literally like he's the champ. You could go on any of their media and it would tell you, which was cool. You know, it always sucks when CM Punk does something really cool in Chicago and I couldn't afford to go. And, you know, it's awesome. It's always awesome. Just so awesome. God, I miss being a kid and, like, dude, tickets used to be affordable. It's just insane. It's funny how Booker T hates him. I love how, Booker T's, he's hilarious. Also, Booker T has a banger of a song by Bad Bunny. Like, Booker T by Bad Bunny is about Booker T. He's also in the video. Booker T. Anyway. Also, for the record, Bad Bunny's a actual good wrestler. Like him, he kind of paved the way for Logan Paul to even be there. I don't know. I kind of wish that he would have gone, you know, with it as a long-term gimmick and instead of Logan Paul, whatever. Oh God, for Bad Bunny, I would totally book him with Penta El Cero Miedo and essentially just do like the Lucha Bros. Like they've always had like a 3-way like Lucha Bros team, which would be awesome. Anyway, I'm literally just unlocking on wrestling. What, he wrestles? Yeah, he's good. He's actually good. Look up Bad Bunny. I think it was WrestleMania 2023. It was either 2023 or 2022, but he actually did a really good job. I don't think Bad Bunny needs the job as much as Logan Paul. Let's be fair. Like, let's be very fair here. Logan Paul doesn't need that job. That's what kind of sucks, is the fact that he doesn't need that job. I hate the fact that I have to actually give, like, I have to give him credit, man. He's actually he's okay. He's pretty good, actually. It sucks. Like, seeing his in-ring work and then seeing him actually do well. I'll never forget the moment it happened. We were watching WrestleMania. He had this in-ring moment where it was him and Ricochet, where they went from each side of the ring, jumped off the top rope into each other, and it was like it was like Goku and Vegeta just fucking meeting in the middle, and just fucking, it was actually pretty cool. And it bothers me. It really bothers me. I remember when it happened where I was like, oh, no, he's good at this? Shit! He never survived a face. No, I don't think he'd be able to play face. He tried. He did try. No, he's like literally, you could only do heel shit with him. But whatever. Okay, enough about wrestling, guys. We're getting dangerously close to me talking just about wrestling for the last 20 minutes. 'Cause, you know, everybody loves professional wrestling. It's totally the most popular thing on the planet. Although it is pretty popular. It's way more popular than people would give it credit for. I'll say that much. But anyway. But this is the other thing. I don't want to go talking about politics just yet. Like, because even like the Hassan stuff, I saw that Hassan's mulling a restraining order on Destiny. What the fuck happened this weekend? What did I miss? Like, I did the thing, guys. I turned my phone essentially on to see the occasional, YouTube video that was not politics. I watched a lot of Gundam lore again. Been really into that lately. Pep used to quiz me on entrance songs. I got pretty good. She is good. No, she is very. Yeah, I did actually. I forgot about that. Yeah, we used to like have pretty long car rides. So, yeah. But I'm finally in the cool kids club. Well, the fact that you get the references is a big one. I find it a little bit hard to talk about professional wrestling without sounding like a dick. At least I think Logan Paul might be needing the job. Don't worry about it. I don't care. Listen, I grew up as I have been a pro wrestling fan since I was 8 years old. Okay? Like, I will never forget the summer that I got into pro wrestling when I was at my cousin's house in Minnesota. We watched WrestleMania 3. We watched SummerSlam 92. And it changed my life. Like, ever since that summer, I was obsessed. And, yeah. I kind of had to, like, hide that shit. I had to hide it from my own friends. My own friends hated pro wrestling. Like, they would always talk about, like, wanting to watch Dragon Ball Z or fucking anime or any of that stuff, cartoons, just in general. Like, but anytime I'd mention, like, hey, can we watch, Monday Night Raw or something like that, it was immediately just like, why do you want to watch that? What? And, like, I'm not sure if you guys know this, but when you have a sleepover at one of your friends' houses that doesn't have a, an interest in that stuff, they kind of control the whole, we're going to play video games or we're going to watch, this movie or whatever. I was like, okay. Yeah, no, I grew up with it being not popular. And then all of a sudden, this guy named Stone Cold pops up, and then The Rock pops up, and all of a sudden, I have my friends asking me about it. They're just like, who's this guy, The Rock? I keep seeing this guy. Like, who's this? And, like, yeah, it did change. Like, that's when it really did start breaking through. Which was cool. I was a little salty about it, though. I was that guy where I was just like, oh, now it's cool. Oh, yeah, I was into it pre-Attitude Era. Oh, yeah. No, I liked it right before actually, I got into wrestling right when it was starting to really fall off. Like, if you look at wrestling history, 93, like, through, I think it was, like, 90, like, the summer of 95, oof, it was rough. You had the steroid trials, you had Where's Hulk Hogan going, yeah. Wrestling hipsters are a thing. Exhibit A, Pep. Yeah, I am. You know what? Fuck you. Yes, let me twirl my fucking handlebar mustache here, or my Hulk Hogan mustache, and just say, let me tell you something, brother. I was into pro wrestling when you were still in diapers. Oh, fuck. He's only half kidding, guys. Realistically, I see it. I get it. Fucking, I totally get it. Because I think I've told this story. There was nothing hurt my feelings more than when this girl that used to make fun of me, like, all of a sudden she shows up to, like, to school and she's wearing a fucking, like, a Stone Cold t-shirt. I'm just like, the hell? Grr. How's it going, Grr? A grr like from Invader Zim. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you being here. Etch! Woo, Pep, I'm home. Hell yeah. Glad you're home. Also, welcome home. I'm glad that you're here. Welcome to the stream. Hope you had a fantastic weekend. I've already kind of gone through it. We just unlocked on wrestling for about a half hour at least, so you can blame Natch on that one. Hey, you know what? At least I'm not like into. I almost actually was very rude. I was almost like, at least I'm not into golf. But then realistically, there's a good contingent of people like that would probably be like, oh, why aren't you? Like, we could talk some golf. It's just like, oh, god damn it. Trump. I don't do that Trump shit. Like, I get it. It was funny for a little bit, but I feel like the bit is dead. So, but hey, you do you. Trump was that doddering old man that the helpers needed to get back to his room. Oh, dude. Like, it was just blatantly embarrassing to watch him on that stage. I'm just going to say it. Like, there was parts of it that were funny to me, but then once the funny wore off, I was just like, hey, how come, like, how come people aren't freaking out about this? If that was Joe Biden, that would literally be the moment, like, that they kept playing over and over and over again of just like, look at him. Like, he makes everything about him. Like, how? Like, how is that just not more embarrassing? It's profoundly fucked up and embarrassing. The fact that he's done this twice now, where people are, like, these teams are being given trophies for accomplishing feats that take lifetimes. And honestly, most who play the sport will go their entire lifetime without ever seeing a moment like that. And fucking A. Like... They say nothing about it. And that's what really bugs me is the double standard. How everybody is just like, oh, well, you know what? You liberals just get mad about everything, which is kind of true. Like, liberals do get mad about everything. I don't include myself on that one, but I watch Midas Touch and like a few of these other things, and I'm just like, why? Why are you even angry about this? Do you actually care, or are you just trying to fill content time? It really does feel like they're just trying to pump content out and, like, keep the algorithm going on. Male complexion. Okay. Yeah, I'm fucking white, dude. That's how that works. Again, whatever, man. Live on the drama, or live on the drama. Liberals don't get mad at Bernie voting mass incarceration. They complain about... Dude, everybody complains about anything bad that somebody on their political side does. I don't understand where you guys, like, try to play this game of, like, false equivalency in like, this fake outrage bullshit. Like, number one, you don't care. Like, you genuinely don't give a shit. Yes, leave the stolen land. Hey, you're making an argument that I made, and I actually got in trouble for. That's kind of funny. But first troll of the night deserves a sound drop. Yeah, you know what? You do. You deserve a sound drop. Let's see. Where are we going? First troll of the night. First troll of the night.
What a good boy.
There we go. And then let's let them know how I really feel about them. Yep, there's your opinion. A Korean baby. I'm black and native, of course. I care. Progressives dislike when a black man keeps it real. What is this, like a rehash of like my appearance on my fucking show last week? Sorry, that wasn't fair to myself. Hey, go watch this guy BRG. What's it stand for? Fuck, I forgot. Oh wait, how is he not Notorious BRG? That might have been racist, right? I don't know. No, it wasn't. This is my point. This has always been my point. It's like, no, because that would be honestly awesome, but fine. Now I'm sitting here and I'm just like, hubba, Norton. All right, where are we going?
We are Charlie!
I'm sorry if I just totally hurt your ears with that one. That was crazy. Today on Poop Talks. Yeah, today on Poop Talks. Okay, yeah, I definitely need a new Charlie Kirk one. I just realized that one is totally not the one to use. If you got actually Alirta, if you have a better version of that, or I know that there's a few of y'all out there that are good at clipping stuff. Talavani also. Also, thank you, Talavani, if you are here for the awesome thumbnail today. Appreciate that. Holy base Batman. Yeah, no, that was bad. Is this what I think it is? You are an idiot! I like that one. All right. We'll definitely keep that one. All right. That one stays. Sorry. Now I'm just literally going through my soundboard, just getting rid of a whole bunch of stuff. I'm like, okay, don't need that, want that. Let's add this. Yeah, today on Pep Talks. This guy, he's going through his, he's doing a little bit of cleaning up on his computer. Soundboard's on today. Let's do it. Baby already left. So sad. Aw. It's okay. I don't care. Well, I'm out. Trump's your daddy. Bernie supporters are losers. Okay. Way to tell on yourself. Again, this whole Trump's your daddy thing. How fucking weird is that? Like, could you imagine if, like, we did that where it's like, Biden's your daddy? It's fucking weird, you weird. Like, you weirdos. You're fucking weird. He's the fucking president, you dumb motherfuckers. You're the only ones that make him into this thing that he's not supposed to be. You know, and then you're just like, oh, I'm a patriot. I wear the red, white, and blue with a red cap, and I'll just love me some Trump. I love getting rid of constitutional amendments. I love having constitutional crises every fucking day. I just absolutely love Donald Trump. Pew, 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 pew. Fucking idiots. Mandarin Messiah. Oh, hi, Terry. What's up, Terry? How's it going? All right. Well, it's almost 5 o'clock, so you guys know what that means. The Troll Brigade will be on its way. Pep, how much coffee did you have today? I had 1 cup. Actually, that's probably why I'm a little out of sorts, to be honest. Would you put money on that, sweet tea? Who you talking to? And what about sweet tea? I had sweet tea yesterday. I'm just being so literal. It's like, wait a minute, I like sweet tea. Sweet tea's good. Why you shitting on sweet tea? Sorry, that's projection. I'm hyped on caffeine right now. R.I.P. sleep for now. Oh well, hey, I'm just glad you're here. You know, sucks that you're not able to really hang for the full streams, but I get it. I do get it. Like, time zones are a bitch. But actually, Natch, I meant to ask you, do like earlier streams or later streams? Like, which ones are easier for you? I don't know. I'm not like gonna change up my schedule or nothing like that, but I'll definitely keep that in mind. That's right, Ghost. No more nice guy. Wait, you? I'm so evil. Well, Terry, you want my honest opinion about you? I think you're confused, and I think that you, I don't know. You're left curious. That's what it is. I do kind of feel like you're like bi-curious, just with leftism. Good evening. Mushrumbo, good evening. Welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. Also, Mushrumbo. That's actually a pretty dope name. I like it. Hope you are doing well. WowPep is considered of his mods. Other orgs, Couch TYT, Cough TYT. Should take note. I mean, I try. I mean, I don't want you guys to like really have to do too much. I mean, in a perfect world, I would love you guys just to watch the stream and not really have you guys have to enforce anything, but come on now. This is YouTube. Have I gone a single stream and not had somebody banned? I don't think so. I think that we always eventually have to ban somebody, which that's crazy because I go out of my way to not ban people. Like, I've been way too kind to some where I'm just like, wow, like I definitely should have stepped in a lot sooner and just taken care of that. But what do you think of the U.S. government now claiming and closing off more BLM public land around Area 51, Nevada, such as listen, that doesn't surprise me in the slightest. And you know what? I am starting to think that they're up to something, but it ain't aliens, guys. I don't think it's aliens. Like, this alien bullshit is all just a distraction from everything else that they're fucking doing. Like, dude, you have the deep state, and I'm gonna just use the quotation marks because everybody fucking seems to conflate what it actually is. The deep state is just a bunch of billionaires and secret members of a fucking society that make the decisions for us, and then they use whatever institutions they can to do so. That is a shadow cabal. That is like, dude, come on. Like, this, I think that this is why Alex Jones was a fucking psyop. I think that anybody that ever believed in one of those conspiracy theories, whether it was Pizzagate or anything that Alex Jones ever had to say, and now all of a sudden they're just going like, yeah, no, Trump is totally like, fuck you. Like, fuck the entire thing. That tells me exactly that, like, that it was all fake. That it was all a fucking psyop. Like, the true psyop was to get people to that point and then just be like, okay, now we can say it's aliens and like the Epstein stuff isn't real and like that, like it's all no, it's too obvious now too. It really is, with the way that Alex Jones will just not say anything about the deep state class that is now in power. It's fucking blatant. Like, holy fuck, man. The amount of time that like a bunch of people in our society gave to that just absolute fucking grifter of a fucking just, I want to call him a human being. I'm not sure. Maybe he's actually one of like the aliens. Maybe he like doesn't that make more sense that the guy crowing about this shit would actually be the true reptilian? Just asking questions. Why aren't all the Q folks up in arms about Epstein? Because that now they think that like Epstein was Q and they were just like, oh, they killed Q, and now that like they think that the allegations against Epstein, like I've heard this one, that they think the Epstein allegations were made up to because he was like, he did have like shit on all these people. It's, dude, they can never look at it for what it actually is, and they can also never just stop. That's the part of conspiracy theories that is dangerous, when you can't just stop. Well, yeah, people are dumb and want it to be the fun answer. People don't want it to be realistic that the bad guys are already in charge and are fooling you all. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no. They need it to be like this sexy movie fucking like scenario. That makes absolutely no sense except to them. So you two think that they closed off Tikaboo? I don't know. I don't know anything about it, dude. Now you're just like, no. You're asking me a question. You're trying to make me fucking say something in the affirmative that I don't fucking know about. I know nothing about this story, bro. So calm the fuck down with that shit and stop trying to put words in my mouth. So, to answer your question, no, I don't. Now, if you'd like to do that in a way where you don't try to fucking put words in my mouth, maybe I'll start entertaining it, like entertaining what you're saying a little bit more, but that's the type of shit that really pisses me off. And realistically, who cares? What's it change? What's it change about your fucking life? And what's it change about now? What are you gonna do about it? You do understand that Trump is the one that's in charge of all of it, so us being fucking mad about Trump on everything else is applicable to all this. Did Stan just abandon his new giant bone? Yes, he did. That's a little hurtful, I'm not gonna lie. I do kind of feel like it was just like, I was more excited to get to give him the present. Like, that was kind of like that situation where you put a lot of thought into a gift for somebody, and then like you give them that gift and they're just like, oh, thank you, and then they just put it aside and you're just like, oh well, and then it just knocks the wind out of your sails to the point where you're like, you don't even feel like explaining everything that went into that gift, and you're just like, you know what, fuck this. He's saving it for later because he's in shock. I mean, we'll see. The thing is, he's probably going to get protective of it regardless. Like, that's the reason that he didn't have that in the first place, is because we were watching PAX, and like, I don't know why my dad thought this was a good idea, but I had PAX here, and he's just like, well, here's a bone for Stan, and I was just like, oh, that's not a great idea. It's okay though, you know, my dad meant well. I hope he loves it. And also, Bernie's not perfect, but he's still a good man. Yeah. What's this Bernie's not perfect? But he's like, no, like, what is this perfect thing? Nobody's perfect. Everybody needs to shut up with that shit right now. Like, goddamn. Bernie's not perfect. Sorry, Robin, I'm not even trying to get mad at you or anything like that, but this is kind of where I've been at, where it's just like, I really do feel like everybody, when it comes to like leftist politics, it's just, we have trust issues, man. Whereas the right, they will fucking blanket trust the worst people on the planet. You know, when I do think there is kind of like this, there is like this golden zone where you just kind of recognize that some politicians are gonna suck, but you will get what you want out of it. Mamdani probably has some shit that sucks. You know, like, for real. I talk about, I mean, this is why people are kind of sus of him, is because it's just like, all right, dude, what's the bad thing? Like, it's just the smile. And also, like, even my wife kind of brought it up, where she's like, you know, it's just, he's always so happy. Don't know if she was insinuating anything about it, except that he's just always so happy, but I don't trust anybody that's always smiling. Like, what's the catch? Yeah, exactly. I don't know. Like, see, now that's where I kind of get where we're coming from. Because, like, this is where I'm coming from, like, a place of preachiness, but also, like, understanding, because I do it. I do the same thing. He eats on camera. Woo! I don't think they're perfect, but when it comes to people trying to smear folks like Hassan and Bernie, yeah, fucking flawless human beings. That's like, who cares? Okay, so Hassan annoys me sometimes, but the thing is, I'm not going to smear him. The thing, like, I have to say, he does a lot of good. He does so much, like, good shit for the DSA right now. I think that he had his, I'm just going to call it his growing up moment. Like, when he started wearing the suits and realizing that his influence was way more important than even he, like, accounted for. I have to say, he stepped up to the moment, and I got to give him a lot of credit with that. You can be annoyed at your friends. Oh, dude, like, this is kind of the thing that I was putting together, is like, I accept things from my friends that, you know, if you just had somebody come into this chat, or like you met them at a bar, you'd be like, oh, fuck no. I could never, like, I wouldn't associate with somebody like that. But then it's like, well, hold on now. Because, like, realistically, even some of the people in my life that are either family or, like, I do at least have, like, one or two friends that, they're not currently MAGA, but they're definitely what they consider themselves, like, conservative classic. But realistically, you know, we don't talk about politics in those circles. So, like, these are guys I know from the comic shop. We never talk about politics, and anytime that it does start coming up a little bit, even if it's part of a comic, we kind of agree to pivot the conversation back to something that's a little less political, because it's like going to the old school, you know, no politics or religion in the locker room. Like, this is why I was able to play hockey for as long as I was and not hate the guys that I played hockey with. Only when Donald Trump was elected did I all of a sudden have to hear about this motherfucker every fucking week. Every week. And it was always the same bullshit about how, oh, he's going after these libtards. Like, dude, they were throwing libtards around like it was no fucking problem. Like, it just brought out, like, I saw it. I literally saw it. It brought out the worst in what I already knew were kind of like not the shiny beacons of humanity, but goddamn. Trump, realistically, he brought it out in so many people. Like, I'm glad that at least the mask is off on that one, but problem is politics bleeds into everything. It's true. It is true, but that's where, yeah. Conservative liberals, you mean? The thing is, I can't even call them that because they don't give a shit. No, these are guys that don't even vote. Like, these are dudes that, like, they'll have, like, their, like, certain opinions on politics, but, like, when it comes down to it, they'll, like, either say, oh, I voted for Trump in 2016, but I haven't voted since. Or, the other one that annoys me is, like, he's like my dad. My dad's very much this way, where he's always been very opinionated on politics, but he's very proud of the fact that he's never voted. It's like, come on, dude. It's so annoying, and especially when, like, I don't know what it is about these dweebs that, like, they always go on about taxation. It's always the same bullshit with them. And then, anytime that they do get close into getting into politics, it's always libertarianism. It's always libertarianism. I'd lose my shit if someone said that around. The thing is, you can't. Like, sometimes you just can't. What's my secret? I realize that I live in a world where I can't just do that. I think that's why I am the way I am here, where I let it all go because I can't do that other places. And the other thing is, I'm not perfect. Sometimes I do say something. Like, quite recently, I just got into a pretty heated fight with a friend of mine. I think I talked about it on Friday, where we were talking about, like, JB Pritzker and stuff like that, where it was just like, man, fuck off. F you, Peps. What? Or shitting on libertarians? I didn't even say anything that bad. I was just like, yeah. The only problem is that they become libertarians. Was it loaded? Maybe. I don't know. But that's where it was pretty open-ended. I'll say that much. So, why getting mad? Propaganda even after his death. Libertarian socialism versus libertarian capitalism. Yeah, no. Libertarian socialism technically makes sense, but I think that, I don't know. I like what Alex said on our show, where he's like, I'm not an ist, and I don't believe in isms necessarily, because it's just like, once you start, like, going too deep into I am this ism, or I believe in this ism, or I am this ist, you start losing objectivity, is the best way I guess I could say it, where it's just like, you really, you get to one, or like you get tunnel vision almost. But this is also where it is dangerous to, like, kind of say that, because realistically, that's almost like I'm sitting here bastardizing activism, which I'm not trying to do. Some people just have more convictions in that stuff than I ever will. And that's the thing. Like, I think that I make people uncomfortable with the fact that I never will just subscribe to any ideology just because you do. That's not how it works. You know, I'll take the good ideas from whatever I'm hearing, and then I'll just be like, okay. Because I was thinking about religion about this, like, kind of thing, where I'm just like, oh, you know what? Like, because I'm not sure if I believe in God. I don't know. I've been back and forth with this one again. I used to be very, like, comfortable with the idea that there wasn't, and that we all just go into the cold ground and just don't exist anymore. But, and it's not even afterlife type of shit. Like, I don't, that, I still believe, essentially, that, where I'm like, yeah, once it's over, it's over. But I'm also more okay with the idea of energy transference and just in general, like, what is conscious, like, I don't know. let's just put it this way. I had a little awakening moment that I needed to have. You know, some certain fungus was introduced to my system. And yeah, you know what? I don't know. Agreed, labels can get too much. Cedar has a good take on this. What matters is the policies that you want to see. Exactly. No, Cedar's got the best takes on this shit because I've literally seen him get shit on because he's Jewish. I see so much fucking like non-willingness to engage based on like a preconceived notion from like hearing that someone is an ist, or like this, like with the libertarianism, where it's just like, yeah, I don't necessarily think libertarians are bad people. I don't. Sometimes you meet some real weirdos, like the age of consent ones. Red flags all fucking around. But realistically, man, like people like, and I'm gonna just say it, guys like Dave Smith, he's not a bad dude. He's just not. He's, you know, I disagree with some of his fucking policies, but at the end of the day, it really does come down to he would rather see the working class prevail. I wish he would be a little more charitable about shit like, you know, on the left, where he's not constantly playing the fucking communism game and always trying to sell this idea of like fucking radical leftism. That's not fair. But realistically, he just, and it is because he reminds me of these other dudes that I fucking hang out with, or like that I know, where it's just how it is, you know? Because like I'm gonna be real, in my friend circle, I have maybe 6 people that are actually like politically active and they care. The rest of my friends are just, they're your average Joes, go to work, you know, fucking occasionally we'll hang out on a weekend, or we'll go like we'll make a plan to go out and maybe see a show or some shit. But you know, like I think that online brain shit is also like it does fucking it's taken its place. I will just say this. Wow, you have more than 6 friends? Yeah. IRL? Yeah. No, I know. Crazy, right? No, my core friend group is about 13, 14 people that I've known for the past 20 years. And we've all been hanging out. We still, like, at least once a year, we'll all get together, have, like, a very college level, you know, like beer pong. I'm going to just say it. I'm going to be in the nursing home with my foldable beer pong table. I love beer pong. I fucking love beer pong. I'm not the greatest at it, but I fucking love it. And it is never going to leave, you know, our lives. Like, we always will have beer pong. And same with bags and boards. Like, we're very competitive. We're Midwest competitive. What can I say? That's the way we do. Now, we play like adults. Like, we just put water in the cups. The only time that we actually, like, go, like, we'll just take a sip of our, you know, whatever preferred drink. But, yeah, you know, we did calm down on that a little bit. But, damn, Pep, that's a lot of people. Yeah. I've spent the majority of my life, like, you know, trying to cultivate my friendships. I don't always do a perfect job. I know that, like, we have people that, boo, water, you just ruined it. Shut up. What the actual fuck, Pep? What? Wait, what'd I do? Hey, what's up, Jen? How's it going? Welcome in. Wait, Etch, what'd I do? What's the actual fuck for? Anytime I see what the actual fuck, it's like, what did I say? Damn, dude. I think it's romantic that we all have, this one life, this one consciousness, and for a fleeting moment in time, we get to be alive. Yeah, no. Oh, the water. What? Okay, so for real, what? Did you ever actually play beer pong at, like, at any party where you had beer in the cups and you were, like, you would go shot for shot and then you, like, would refill? Ew. No. Fucking no. Like, maybe it's because I have, like, a germ thing, like, with that, where I just, nah, man, Nah, because like on a beer pong table, you're gonna run through at least 6 to 8 different people, and no, fuck no, dude. You know the nasty shit people have on their fucking fingers? No, fuck, hell, fucking no. Unless you're changing out cups like each time, which what a waste. Like, why can't we just play with water, go sip for sip, or better yet, take a hit? Oh, I never thought about that part. Dude, oh yeah. All right. Story time. Start time with Pep. Everybody get your mats and your juice. Everybody grab your juice boxes. Come on, guys. It's time. All right. So, strip pong. Never actually did that. Okay. So, back in the, this was probably about 10 years ago. We used to have somebody that he no longer frequents us, but still, he had very poor hygiene, and also he had the black nails. So anytime we played beer pong, we were just like, it was immediately known, where it's just like, fuck no. But then like he had it to the point where it's like, if you were passing J's with him, you were just like, oh fuck. And you didn't know how to really, like, tell him. So one day I just said it, or I'm like, dude, you need to fucking wash your hands. I can only imagine that you don't wash your hands after you shit and after, you're taking pisses here. Like, that's disgusting. And then he's one of these guys, because of COVID, he was going off about how, like, oh, I don't use, hand sanitizer. And that was it. That was fucking it. That was the final straw for me, where I was just like, okay, yeah, no. That's not happening. So, remember I found that game? It's literally called Bong Pong. Yeah. We got to get that. Crisscross applesauce. Oh, yeah. I forgot that was like a thing now. Yeah, see, I don't... that's what happens when you don't have kids. You're just like, oh, yeah. It's called something else now, right? Oops. I mean, it never did make sense. I mean... Pep, your germophobia is warranted. Yeah, it is. No, it totally is. Like, what's going on in America right now? Like, damn. A health hazard as a person? Yes. No, he was. The thing is, dude, he worked in the food industry, and I was just like, what? Like, he was a server. And I was just like, this is disgusting. Like, what is happening? No. He also got, like... He was one of those friends that, like, he would be fun drunk for about 2 or 3, and then he'd hit that point where you're just like, oh, we crossed the line. It's no longer fun. He'd start tripping over shit. He'd start, like, getting, like, really angry, very loud, There was one time we were at a bar, and, like, he just loud as shit tried to fucking start a conversation. I think it was about Andrew Tate. It was like about the manosphere stuff. And he brought it up where he's just like, these fucking woke assholes. And it's just like, oh God, here we go. And that's what sucked, is that it was like pointed at me, where it's just like, oh great. That was kind of it, where I was just like, all right, I'm kind of done. I mean, I was already done playing beer pong with him, so. Wait, I understand having dirt under the nails. How in a, you wash every 30 minutes? You wash every 30, you wash your hands every 30 minutes? Damn. The teacher used to tell us, sit in the circle and shut up. I never had a teacher that was like that mean. I did have one that like kind of bordered on it a little bit, but tomorrow, oh, hey, it's this space social. Fuck yeah. I'll try to, I'll promote it in my Discord, and then I'll also, promote it on the shows. Awesome. Yeah, thank you for, taking point on that stuff. Latina Mifune and Jet, I really appreciate all your help with everything that's been going on over on this space. Yeah, hopefully, this Thursday this Thursday should be better. Like, I kind of covered. It wasn't as bad as I thought it was. I just thought I didn't do as good as I could have. And it wasn't what I envisioned the show to be. So that was kind of part of the issue. And I'm not gonna lie, like it was a little hurtful, the fact that it was my idea, and I'm just like, oh well, and well, that's not what I was trying to make this. Like if we want to have that show, that should be something else. You know, we're literally trying to have a panel show to show everybody how much fun we can have. I don't think that having a bunch of fucking debates on racial politics it's not exactly what I would call a great time. What? Thanks, I kind of randomly fell into the role. I mean, we unfortunately all kind of fell into a random role over there because we were all kind of very confused. I mean, listen, at one point a wave hit our ship. Our captain was gone. We had no idea where he was. And still kind of don't. He might be in the belly of a whale. I don't know. But realistically, we let this ship run rudderless for a little bit there. You know, you had a few of us in the bottom still row. And then we kept going like, hey, is anybody watching for anything? And then we at the very, pretty much like at the last minute there, we kind of had this thing where it was just like, oh shit, there's some rocks over there. Turn left. It's like, oh, okay. And now here we are. We're good. That was a damn good analogy, and you fucking know it. Now we have a rotating cast of characters that I would say steered the ship, and it's the best way that it could have been handled. Now, whether or not some of us might be made to walk the plank, I do have to admit that one of the things that really made me laugh was kind of how at one point I'm just like, dude, I'm probably the most right-wing guy on this space. I don't know. For some reason that hit different where I was just like, all right, I don't know why that was funny, but it was. It's not even in the delivery. It just kind of, yeah, that one time you were watching shipwreck stuff was really fun. Oh, I love that stuff. Yeah, we'll do that again. We'll do something that I'm interested in. Yeah, see, I love when you guys get interested in the random shit that I'm interested in. I still, like, I will never not love shipwrecks and history. I've been getting back into, like, historical stuff, so maybe we'll watch some of, like, the Atunshi. I've been watching a lot of Atunshi stuff. This is my favorite place to hear right-wing views. Oh, good. Jesus, take it and run with it now. I see how it is. Now you guys are literally be like, oh, and now we have our local right winger. It's just like, excuse what? Yeah, no, I know, Jess. I am going to talk about it a little bit. Yes, the Tate brothers were arrested on CSAM charge. Dude, seriously, after reading the charges, woo, they bad. Is this a communist Marxist space? No. It's communist Marxist friendly. I like people that identify as left-wingers, so if you are if you're a communist, fine. If you're a Marxist, fine. I already know what you're doing here, though. You're trying to fucking do the thing where you're just like, lefties are commies, Democrats are commies. You guys are just so uneducated and you fucking parrot everything. It's all the fear-mongering bullshit. The difference is, most people are kind of like caught on to that one, especially with MAGA. Like, dude, Donald Trump's approval is so bad right now. I don't think there's any saving him. I don't think, like, he could end the war today and he would still be in the shitter. Not just in the midterms, dude. Like, he is fucked. Like, the economy is just spiraling, dude. We are getting so close to everything that we've been saying happening. So, I'm a communist with respect to my immediate household. Didn't Democrats support a fake president for 4 years? No, Winters, and he pulled this shit on Friday. It's getting a little old. Do you just say the same shit every time that you come into a stream? Is that how that works? Or is that, like, how the bots work, and you're just an obvious bot? Yeah, he's doing his usual yeah, like, see, this is the thing. I get bored with these assholes. Once I figure out that they're either bots or realistically they just are that weak-minded where they just have to constantly repeat the same shit. Which, gee, I wonder which one it is. Whatever. This is what happens, guys. We're in the shadow ban, by the way, because I got the thing again, so we're working through it. You guys know what to do. Hit the like, all that stuff. Also, if you guys can help, we are trying to do the new goal. And I also have to say, I really appreciate all the help, guys. Yeah, I was able to take care of something that, yeah, I'm gonna be broke for a little bit, but oh god, does it feel good to be done with? Like, although, isn't it like such a sham that when you like pay off something that your credit fucking just dips as much as it does? Like, it's so awesome, so awesome. Pep living in the shadows. Yep. No, I am. I'm definitely a rogue right now. I'm a living my rogue ranger life. Got my bow and arrow on me. Something on Discord. Is this the reporting thing? Yeah. Oh yeah, because DJX straight up went to fucking Cosmopolitics and said I was quitting. That was funny, man. No smoke on DJX, by the way, guys, because like he did kind of like he caught up at a point that was yeah, you know, hey, thank you for the $5. Here's a few bucks.
At just
a few bucks definitely goes a long way.
Here's a few bucks.
Thank you so much for that. And here's the stand cam. He's back. You don't like the moan? I have a feeling you're gonna end up like once you get it. By the way, he's naked right now. Look at him, he's so naked. I had to take his collar off because it was starting to bother him a little bit. His awesome majority report collar, but yeah, he's feeling a little bit better. Democrats equal hypocrisy? Please explain yourself. Instead of just saying like these platitudes, why don't you actually say what the Democrats were what they were hypocritical about? Hippocratic. And honestly, I'm not even here to fucking carry weight for these assholes. I don't care. They do suck. Like, your average standard fucking Democrat is a little bit of a hypocrite. Mostly in the fact that they even try to pretend that they're not on the take. But you're too stupid to see it the other way. Which, this is the thing. Once you, like, start going there... wait, what was the test? What's your favorite food? Winters, what's your favorite food? Can't do much right now, but I'm gonna spread the wealth where I can. Oh, thank you. Well, Jess, I appreciate it. It does. I mean, every bet goes a long way, guys. Not kidding. Where I'm budgeting right now. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Because also, I think that I've talked a little bit about it, but still looking for anything at this point. What do you mean favorite food? Talon, I wasn't asking you. I was asking Winters. What's Winter's favorite food? Yep. He's a bot. Yep. All right. You know what to do. We don't allow bots on the page. Can I request a treat for the dog? Yeah, sure. I mean, technically, it's for the super chats, but since you just gave a super chat and you didn't even know that, you know what? Yes. He can have 2 more. We'll give him a freebie. There you go. Oh, look at you eating it so proper. Well, keep the bot for engagement. I guess, whatever, fine. Yeah, I guess. You know what? Yeah, no, do that. That's fine. Yeah, now that we know, we could just be like, Winter's a bot. Don't even. We'll just, if somebody starts engaging with them, we'll just tell them it's a bot. Okay, cool. Yeah, Macho Man call out with a Tim Pepper. I don't know what this guy's doing here. But we got Macho Tim Pepper. Oh, yeah. Macho Tim Pepper. Hold on, let me get my sunglasses. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Macho Tim Pepper. This guy over here, PepTalks, he's a bit of a wackadoo. I'm not really liking him. Yeah. Go check out that Tim Pool cat. Yeah. Dig it. Kickflip. Fuck. That one got weird. Oh my god, he's extra cute now. I mean, he actually did look kind of cool with sunglasses, not gonna lie. Yeah, the Macho Madness is about to run rampant in here. Alright. Helen of the Silver Hawk. Yeah. This guy's out here talking about talents and on hawks. Yeah. He's got his talents into some libertarianism. He also into the swinger life. Don't make any judgment calls. Yeah. But I do say this guy's out here doing things that the Macho Man wouldn't be doing. Yeah. Monogamous relationships over here. Love towards my wife. Yeah. It's okay. Miss Elizabeth is always gonna have a special place in my heart. That's why I practice the monogamy. Yeah. Brings a little bit of speciality to my life. Yeah. A little bit of love, little bit of relaxation. Yeah. Mutual appreciation for each other. Yeah. Go get yourself a nice woman to love. Curl up in her arms. Get yourself a little bit of safety. Yeah. Safety in a woman's arms. Something that you will never understand until you have it. Yeah. Midas touch breaking through. Oh shit, was I starting to squeak a little? I'm Ben Mycelis. Donald Trump is panicking again after escalating the war for a third time. And wouldn't you know it that the Midas Touch is always here to cover these Donald Trump related events because we're obsessed with him, because he keeps our algorithm going, because every time that we say that Donald Trump is doing something and I come on here and say that all hell is breaking loose, it makes the 50-year-old women's bones shake. It makes them quake. I'm not sure if it's in a good way or a bad way, but all I know is that I get the clicks. There's other content creators doing the all hell is breaking loose, and it makes me laugh every single time. Dude. Oh my god, if I saw that shit, I'd have to call it out. I'd be like, oh my god, look at you. Are you the fourth Mycelis brother? What's going on here? Dude, that'd be wild. Seriously, if you guys like see that out in the wild, please send that to the Discord, because I'll play that shit on the stream. That one, oh, that's worth it. Oh god. I hate the upward inflection he adds to every sentence in which he does like that weird thing. Like he'll do it in the beginning where he's very somber. He does the somber. But at the I-hip ladies are doing it as well. Dude, I can't do it. I can't do it. Like pumps. Now, here's another story about how Donald Trump is, being Kankles McTaco Tits. What do you think about that, Pumps? Well, I just gotta say, I've been thinking that Donald Trump is, starting to lose his mind a little bit, and we need to really point it out, more than the other people do. So let's just say that Donald Trump's health is definitely on the way out. Donald Trump is crashing out. You heard it here first on the Midas Touch. Like and subscribe. Help us get to 7 million. Fuck, man. Again, I ain't making no friends. I'm definitely not making any friends in these spaces. Clots and prayers. Yeah, dude, when they say clots and prayers, that is legit funny. Pat proving he can replace every show. Oh my god, I should do that. Oh, wait. And then add it, like, it all... Wait. All right, and then I can have the center right position where I talk about how everybody's just being a bunch of silly billies, okay? And then it's not like I had anything to do with getting Donald Trump elected. That's just a bridge too far. But I'll just say this. I'm going to be hypercritical with it, and I'm also going to do the thing where it's a bit, but not a bit. So I have a lot of people that, like, they watch a lot of me, you know? But realistically, they don't know that it's a joke. They don't know if I'm gay. They don't know if I'm straight. They don't know my politics. Nobody does. I'm an anomaly. I'm an enigma. Come on, guys. For anybody to go out there and say that they know Tim Dillon as an actual entity, like, they're just pulling your chain, because nobody knows me. I don't know me. One day I'm gay, one day I'm straight. I don't know. The bisexual doesn't even it doesn't really do anything, because I'm not even sure if I'm bi. I don't know if I'm trans. I don't know what I am. I just know I'm Tim Dillon, and I'm here to grift. And I'm gonna grift like the best of them. And I'm gonna make sure that I grift the right and the left equally. I want to make sure that people will come to me like I have a good take. But then I'll surprise them by having the opposite take on the next show. Then they're gonna cover it like, oh my God, I can't believe I listened to Tim Dillon's take. And it's wonderful, because you know what it is? It's exposure. It just gets me to it gets me into the lexicon of everybody's brains, okay? Clip that and send it to Tim Dillon. What's crazy is that this isn't even half of your impressions. No, it's not. Welcome to Pep Talks, guys. Well done, sir. Yeah, that one was actually not bad. I like how we're talking about the iHip girls, and like, dude, for pumps though, holy shit, I gotta make those shits out of like fucking cardboard. The fuck, I gotta make. Oh my god, that's what I need to do. I need to make the giant hairy carry. Holy cow. Holy cow! I gotta tell you something there, Jennifer. Holy cow! Plot twist, because Tim Pepper becomes a Tim Dillon fanboy. Oh, here he is. He's sitting there just like, why would you make fun of him? God damn it! We're making fun of everybody I like! He says it, but I mean it. This motherfucker. I wish Tim Pool wasn't so irrelevant right now, so I had more screen time. I'm gonna just casually skateboard away. Doesn't even kickflip for us anymore. Oh, I see how it is. He's taking his shtick and he's leaving. Ew. 12 iCat. Hey. Welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. Also, if you guys are just joining us, I'm Pep. Welcome to Pep Talks. Welcome to High on Politics. We do some politics here, but we also just kind of blabber on, have some fun. That's kind of what we're doing, but not even a kickflip. He must be really depressed. I think that he is. I think that he's got some high functioning depression, man. I think that I don't know. I have to take him out for some ice cream or something. Like, actually, you know what? We got a new short coming up, guys. I think that I need to take Mr. Tim out and I need to get him a special treat, and I need to see if it'll make him a little bit happier, because he looks sad. He's just sad. Look at him. I'm sad, but I don't want to admit it. Just backs away. Wow. Poor Tim Pepper. Now, I love how you guys are starting to feel bad for the puppet. I've got to get that mini skateboard. Nah, you know what? Next time I'm at the store, I'll look for one on sale. Because I'm sure that, yeah, they still got, like, the tech decks and all that shit. I saw them in, like, the Hot Wheels aisle. Because, you know, I'm totally... Do I look like the guy that isn't perusing the card aisle and the Legos? Like, come on now. I always got to go check out what new Legos are out. Please. Also, what, new wrestling figs might drop. Actually... Uni just had a great idea. That's a great idea. No, here. Because yeah, we'll have some pics of Uni trying to cheer Tim up. Dude, a giant Hot Wheels track will never not be cool. No, dude. Like yeah, Hot Wheels tracks are the shit. Yeah, I don't know. I could see me totally, like, getting into, like, building a giant train set. Like, my uncle did that shit. I don't know. What age does that become a thing where I start getting really into Lionel trains? Because Lionels, those are the top of the line ones, man. I told you I worked for an estate company, so, like, yeah, we used to sell those. I got to chop down an entire dude's life's work. Yeah. That was depressing as fuck. Actually, that was the basement that got condemned, by the way. That was the one that they found all that rat, or the mouse shit. That's middle-aged stuff, I think. The time is now. I'm going to go get into the... Why do I sound like Squidward? Or not Squidward. Yeah, Squidward? Not Squidward. The guy from, Futurama. Fuck. I'm having one of those moments. There she is. No, that doesn't even sound like him. Yes. I'm going for Bane. Yeah, no. Right-wing Bane. Let me tell you something about Karl Marx. You don't know what utilitarianism is. You were not bred for it, but I was born for it. Yeah, Zoidberg. That's who I was doing, Zoidberg. Yeah. I thought you were doing an elderly Gregory Peck. Oh, wow. Now this is kind of ruining me. This ruined it. Because now I'd just be like, wait, is my Bane just old Gregory Peck? Wait a minute. What do you mean? That's my brain impression. It's just Gregory Peck. It does not sound like Bane. Only I sound like Bane. What do you mean I sound like Zoidberg? Wait a minute. Thank you for the 30 jewels, Dad. Danny Bear Kai, welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. What's the difference between an apoplectic oyster shucker and a prostitute in a bathroom? One shot. All right. If you guys want a dad joke, read it in chat. All right. Also, welcome to the stream. I don't know what sending jewels does. It helps with engagement. So when you guys send little jewels and stuff like that, also because it is technically monetized, it counts as something. It counts as, I think, like a couple cents here or there. But you know what? It helps. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. In general, I appreciate it. Here, now, let me take care of this real quick. I just realized. What's up? What's up is we're about to get to the politics side of things. Been kind of putting them off for a minute. because we're having our Monday fun, and also I was kind of waiting on something like this. Do you get money from the jewels? No, I do get, like, yeah, no, I get money from the jewels. Yes. Because I know that you guys can also kind of rack up points, kind of like on Twitch. But yeah, with this one, I actually, like, see something, so. Veritas, what's up, Rev? Oh boy, politics. Yeah, right. But you know what? Hey, covering politics with me ain't so bad. You know? I know I play the game where I'm just like, ew, politics, but realistically, hey, fucking politics. Might as well learn what's going on, you know, in our society, and comments where applicable. And also, like, dude, my biggest thing, and I wasn't kidding about this, I want to try and stop doomering with this shit. And I, like, goddamn, my mission is to make politics, fun. Like, not even, like, no, just less serious, guys. Like, we have a lot of existential shit happening right now. We really do. But this is also where, in my therapy, I have, like, learned to not let the doomerism get you, because what's the point? What's the point? You know, like, you don't have to bury your head in the sand, which I do think is the more unhealthy way. Like, the all or nothing approach to politics is bullshit. I don't like it because, you know, we know too many people like this, where because politics is so polarizing, they don't want to even fucking think about it. Like, do you guys have anybody in your life that is, like, the definition of apolitical, where they just will not discuss politics? Because I do. I have somebody in my life that every time that I start talking about politics, they tell me to shut up. It also has, like, taken turns where I'm just, like, I've gotten that way, where I've gotten so mad at it, where I'm like, come on. But then the other side of it, where I'm like, you know, I don't want to lose them as a friend. I do value their time, and I want them to be around. And most of the time, they're coming at it from a good place, because they keep saying the same thing. They're like, I don't want to talk politics because I don't want to ruin a good time. Or, like, I'd rather not have you guys discussing politics, because it always does turn into the same thing, where it's like, they are just like, ugh. They have no opinions, which, it's annoying. I will admit that, but I'm not going to let that ruin my friendship. Doomerism accomplishes nothing but defeat. Yes, because you're essentially doing the thing where you're conceptualizing, or you're not conceptualizing, externalizing. You know, where it's like, it's going to become a reality because you think it is. Yes and no. It's more like it's not discussed because it's assumed everyone shares the same right-wing opinions. See, and now that's where we have to stop that, because I've been finding myself more and more surprised by how there's a lot of people that do not like Trump and what he's doing. The problem is they don't want to think about what the other side of it is. And some of them do, like, have the shittiness where they're like, I don't like Trump, but I hear you guys are communists. It's like, ugh, great. Fucking A. You know, that's shitty. I'll admit that. If you're living in fascism, I don't know how to not mention politics. It's like avoiding politics in 30s Germany. Yeah, unfortunately it is, because I think we talked about this. Like, there's a lot of people that we don't think about in history that just, they were boring. No, like, they did not fight in the war. They didn't do shit. They just lived in a home. They worked a normal job. They happened to also live there during wartime, and every once in a while they were complicit in what their country was doing. Now, that's where I do have to be more careful about that, because I'm more like, I am not comfortable saying all Germans believed this shit and because that's not true. There were so many people that were exiled. There were so many people that had to hide their politics just to stay in their fucking country, which realistically, you know, if their livelihood was tied to all, like, I'm sorry, it's kind of hard to judge on that one. But then again, I guess the answer is, like, you just were supposed to leave. Like, I don't know, man. Nuance gets so fucking left behind, where people, they'd rather just make it so fucking, you know, like, blanket. Everybody did this in this context of history, so it's just easier for you to apply your like your hatred or your fucking disdain for them, and it just makes it easier so you don't have to question it. Whereas it's the same thing with Israel, where we talked about this on Friday about how there's IDF members that are like people that were conscripted to the IDF that do not believe in what the IDF is doing or their country's doing. And it's just, I don't know, man. I can't write off people like that because I don't want that. I had that happen to me on Friday where somebody was literally holding me to all of Donald Trump's bullshit just as an American, which I'm glad that I had that context. Because realistically, yeah, it's not fair to me. It's totally not fair to me. But you know what? I'm glad that I was like open. My eyes were open to it where I'm like, oh, this person from, I think they were, did they say, I think they were from Holland. I think they were from Holland because I remember making a Dutch joke. But they kept saying the same shit where it was just like, yeah, but you as an American, you know, you didn't do enough to stop this, so we can blame you. I'm like, that's not fair. That's not fucking fair. And it was kind of the same thing that I experienced on the Tuesday show with like the racist stuff, where it's just like, no, like, because at what point do we start holding us responsible for our parents' sins? Like, how does that work? Where do you draw the line? And you know what? I would like to have this conversation because it is something that needs to be addressed. Because this is something that not everybody has a fucking nuanced understanding on, obviously. And realistically, they don't know, like, no, it wasn't handled well on Tuesday, and it wasn't handled well on Friday, where it's just like, okay, great. So now you're just going to generalize, tell me that I am this, believe that I'm that. And so based on your preconceived notions, you already think that I'm an asshole. Fuck you. Adult children. Yes, that's literally adult children. And that's also, my therapist brought up a really good point about that. How, it's technically showing how, like, they're not very good at arguing their points if they have to, like, make these, like, blanket assertions and then just say, like, if you challenge this, then somehow you're the bad guy. Like, trying to set up the Kobayashi Maru. Like, I don't think that BRG was saying that, man. I don't know. At the end there, it was getting a little... I don't know. But actually, I was more so focusing on the one on Friday. The one on Friday is what made me actually, like, really... that pushed me to it, where I was just like, oh, well, fuck you. Like, it's the same shit. Just as an American, I'm supposed to just be like, oh, I'm sorry that, you know, I guess I was at fault for Trump because I did everything in my power to make sure that he didn't win. How's that work? So I guess I just wasted all my energy just for some shithead from fucking Europe to just assert that somehow I was already, like, I'm still at fault. Like, how's that feel, guys? You know, no matter what we do as leftists here in America, kind of fucked up. People voted for Trump because he's funny and that's terrifying. Yep. This is why I tell everybody to calm the fuck down, that you can't want this, like, this educated electorate, like, while ignoring the fact that they don't want to necessarily be that. A lot of these people, man, they want to, they'd rather just fucking browbeat, and then, again, like, if their point of view isn't fucking welcomed, then they want to take their ball and go home. You know? Like, that shit. That's what I saw on Friday, where I was just, yeah, Natch, I don't think you were actually there on, for the Friday part. Yeah, I don't think you were. Because it was, I want to say it was, like, near the third. Like, it was near, yeah, it was, like, in the back half. But still, like, yeah. That bothered the shit out of me, guys. Because that's just something that doesn't make sense. Pep, what's your take on anti-doomerism? Take that nothing ever happens, so shut up, so to speak. Anti-doomerism is not great, but at the same time, I would argue that a lot of, like, the anti-doomerism stuff is... think of it this way. So, I'm not sure if you guys had the same thing that I did. So, like, when I was a kid, every time that the weatherman was wrong, my dad would talk about how big of an idiot that weatherman was, and how, Tom Skilling was our guy. Tom Skilling, you know what? He's just he's charismatic, but he doesn't know dick about the weather. My dad, I can quote him saying that, by the way. He doesn't know shit. Tom Skilling, an actual meteorologist, doesn't know shit about the weather. My dad used to say, like, I can literally and fucking figure out the weather better than any of the weathermen. Like, my dad's an asshole. Plain and simple. Especially with that, in regards to that kind of stuff. He's always been that way. My dad's very much like you spent money on college to go do XYZ. Sometimes he was right about it. Sometimes it was just like, Dad, you are way out of your element here. It's like you have no idea what you're talking about. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, exactly. My dad never voting. He didn't never vote. He stopped voting after George Ryan. Because George Ryan got arrested as governor, and he was like, I'm never voting for another Republican, or I'm never voting again. Because my dad actually cared about that, because he was just like, my dad's assertion was, this guy was supposed to give me a tax break that was supposed to benefit my business, and he couldn't do that because he was a corrupt motherfucker. That's how my dad thinks. But the thing is, that's how a lot of people think. This is where I was trying to say, I wish more people like on our side could really step back and realize just how big of an idiot America is, just like as an entity. America's stupid. America very stupid. And sometimes y'all get too smart with your shit, and this is where I am definitely the mediator here. Like, this is where I will say I know my place in this one. This is why I even do what I do. I know how to mediate this conversation. I do know how to break these very sophisticated policies, and the fact that socialism is not what they think it is, communism is not what they think it is. Like, I can talk to normies about this shit. It does get a little bit harder when I'll spend time like trying to deprogram these people, and then immediately they go online and they're met with like a really shitty attitude, and then they're just like, see, this is why, like, I had this happen to a friend where he engaged here, and he just said, this is why I don't engage in politics. It's because somebody in this chat called him an idiot. So, I don't know, guys. I do tend to think that it's like, we get, like, we pick up the existentialism of everything around us, and, like, how, the news every fucking day is pushing us farther and farther apart, and then also simultaneously keeping us involved in politics. So, like, it really does kind of turn into that, like, doomer stew. Okay, I get how you're connecting this to the panel show. Yes. That's, no, I think that, like, my broader point was the fact that people take themselves way too seriously in politics. Like, the DSA is a fucking fantastic project. I love it. I really do. I'm not the biggest fan of my chapter, because I didn't have a great experience, but sounds like your friend was just looking for reasons. See, but that's part of it. No, he's looking for reasons to like politics and to try and be engaged. Every once in a while, he just points out, he's just like, nah, some of these people are fucking dicks, dude, because they want more out of me than I can give them. And you guys kind of, like, it does kind of, yeah, like, actually, Sylvie, right there. Like, you assume that he was looking for reasons outside of just being like, no, he was actually giving some pretty reasonable critiques. I mean, somebody called him a fucking idiot right off the fucking, like, right out the gate. And honestly, I had to explain to him, where I'm like, this is how I explained it to him, where I was just like, some people take politics way more serious than you, bro. But then that's where he dropped it on me. He's like, yeah, well, don't be surprised when, I'm not back on your show, or I'm not back in, like, a political chat, because realistically, this is why, like, I spend enough time of my day fucking getting yelled at by shitty old people at work. Why the fuck should I want to spend my time getting yelled at for not being politically educated? Because on top of it, this is the biggest problem, is instead of wanting to teach people, they'd rather be condescending. Because realistically, you got to take it out somewhere. Somebody's got to be your intellectual punching bag, so you might as well fucking wait for somebody to make an offhanded comment in a stream. Teach us your normie whispering ways. All right. chill the fuck out. Ow. That's the secret to my normie ways. You can't win. If you try to protect people from that behavior in advance, then you're stifling engagement. Well, that's the thing. Like, I'm not trying to stifle engagement, but what I am trying to do is point out that it's like, no, guys, no, it's not stifling engagement. No, what I'm doing here is trying to make everybody in this chat kind of realize where it's like, did I do that? Because it might have been you. I don't know who it was. I genuinely don't know who it was. But I'll just say this. It didn't surprise me that he said that. Oh, you got a lot of chatters? Thanks. Appreciate that, Katana Ranja. Also, you DSA? Yeah. Haven't you been here before, Katana? Yeah, you've been here before. No, if you didn't know, yeah. No, I'm DSA. I never took back my dues. That was an open threat. So no, I'm still paying my dues. I'm still doing my things. I'm still supporting the DSA. Like I said, I don't even support my fucking, like, my local chapter necessarily because they were dicks. They were dicks. The people who lead the fucking DSA are up their own ass. Like, again, it's not a place that I want to spend time because I don't like the vibe there. Everybody really, like, they do the doomer shit and they fucking talk about, like, in this grandiose language of fucking, like, okay, like, I get it, man. I get it. Collective vibes are pretty fucking powerful, but Jesus fuck. It also reminds me of church a little bit, where it was just like, oh, you guys are doing the thing. Like, it legit reminds me of when we used to talk about going on missions trips. DSA-ish. Get it right. I mean, realistically, that is kind of... Like, listen, I keep saying it, man. I know exactly where I'm at on the political spectrum. Nobody can bully me out of it. But I'm literally a different animal in this. Like, I have a little bit of experience talking to people. I mean, even here about this. But, like, Sylvie, that's the only reason I even pointed that out, where it was just like, well, him disengaging because somebody called him an idiot. Actually, no, it's very, very fair. Because you do understand that it's not the same as when you get some shithead troll in here and you call him an idiot. It's a little different. Like, honestly, you should kind of feel it. Like, I'm gonna just say it. You should feel like an asshole for pushing somebody that was willing to listen out with a bad attitude. I've done this. I'm literally gonna say it. I had a person leave a hockey team because I didn't know that he was gay, and I've said this. This was back when I was such an asshole and I didn't realize that using that F slur really hurt people's feelings. But you know what I did? I corrected my behavior because I'm not a hateful asshole. I felt genuinely upset when he left the fucking team, and then he even said to me that it was what I said that pushed him out. I fucking apologized. He didn't come back, but he did accept my apology, and he also did accept. He was just like, dude, I've never had that before, where somebody just, like, realized just how bad that hurt. You know, that took him aback. I did get invited to play in the gay men's hockey league as a substitute goalie. as a sub. No, but that was cool, man. Like, it felt good. It felt good to be called out like that, and it felt good to change my behaviors because I don't want to be a mean person that's always, like, you know, trying to find out just how far I can push my limits or anything like that. And also, just realistically, no. If you feel like an asshole, that means that you might have been wrong. That's okay. You can be wrong. Also, what up, Rebecca? It's called growth. Yes, it is. Yeah, no, I grew. I literally grew. I grew into, like, a way better person than I ever could have been because of something like that happening. I don't know. To me, it's being called an idiot is so small. That's you. Sylvie, you're externalizing what you think about this, and then you're demolishing what my friend felt in that moment because of what you think. That's being an asshole. I'm going to just call it out like that. That's actually what I'm saying right there. That's you trying to defend. And I wasn't even calling you out. I wasn't even saying this was you that did it. But right now, as the amalgamation of whoever said this in chat, you are standing up for this behavior. So that's kind of fucked up. No, that's where I'm saying you need to take a look at what that behavior is, and that's where you need to fucking start maybe drawing a line or figuring out where you can do something a little bit differently. Because that's not cool. Just plain and simple, that's not cool. You want to talk about stifling conversations? That's how you stifle conversations right there. What was said? Somebody called one of my friends that came into chat, and he was trying to be funny about something. Again, it was just like a fucking throwaway political joke about Trump, and they called him. They were saying that he was an idiot for not understanding something, like about what we were talking about. So he left stream. This was literally brought up to me, like while we were hanging out, where he was just like, "Yeah, man, because he even said he's like, I don't think you're gonna see me in stream anymore." I was just like, "What?" He's just like, "Your chat's kind of like they were kind of dicks." I was like, "Wait, what?" And like he showed me the fucking, the back and forth where he screenshotted it. I was just like, "Oh, okay, cool. All right. Oh, dang, yeah, okay. Yeah, I hope you guys understand that this is literally coming from a very real place, and this is one of those very rare times where it's like, no, this is where you guys are going to be challenged, and it's either you fucking realize that somebody, like, done fucked up in here. Wait. Let me put it this way. Someone not caring about politics in today's world just feels like a total lack of empathy. How do you chill with that? Because he doesn't have a complete lack of empathy. He doesn't have time. He literally works fucking, I think it's damn near 40 hours a week. Like, I'm lucky if I even get to, like, hang out with the guy. But, no, as I said, guys, part of it, this is why I've also gone out of my way to say, like, keep it, like, it's the kid, anytime that you guys, like, talk to somebody about politics, just remember this. Kiss. Remember to kiss. Yeah. Remember to kiss. Keep it simple, stupid. Actually, to spell it with the two S's. Keep it simple, stupid shit. There you go. Okay, that does make sense. Thanks, Pep. No. Thank you, Natch, for being understanding about it and being open to hearing about it, because realistically, that actually kind of, like, that hurt my feelings. That somebody in my chat hurt his feelings. Like, it sucked. Because, like, I took that because I take responsibility for this. This is literally my space, right? So, yeah. And I didn't really address it because I didn't know how to. Because I had this conversation last week. And this is also, yeah, like, look at us feeling shit. True. I hope so. Like, because, again, Sylvie, this is where I don't like doing this, especially, like, when you're, like, making the contrarian argument in this case, because I feel like, I do not want people to misinterpret that this was you, because it wasn't. It was not you. But I'm feeling everything right now. Aww. Feel good. Good vibes. You're feeling good vibes. Tickle, tickle. There you go. Since you're feeling everything right now. Tickle, tickle. This is, I don't know, man. Why does covering politics have to also come with, like, this weird thing where it's just like, you're not doomering enough? Come on, man. Nah, and the broader point to me even bringing this up about my buddy is, like, because, like I said, dude works fucking hard. He does have empathy. He does. The thing is, this was him trying to dip his toe into politics. But this was also him realizing that it was like trying to learn, fucking Korean the day before you're leaving for a trip. Like, or like, not the greatest example, but still, he realized that it was maybe out of his wheelhouse because he doesn't have a lot of understanding with it. But right there, that was enough for him to just be like, all right, fuck it. If this is how people like that are going to be in the political sphere, like because the thing that really hurt me, he was like, I was expecting that from Trumpers. He's like, he's like, anytime that I talk to somebody that's a Trumper, like a Republican, you know, and I even like try to challenge them, then they fucking like push back on me, because that's also where this is coming from. It's all stemmed from him having a conversation at work about somebody's politics, and he was just like, man, I don't like it the way that they just assume I'm a
At
Republican.
Rebecca Green 1827 10 Australian dollars.
Thank you for the $10, the $10 dues. I gotta start calling them those, because that's technically what those are, dollary dues. I love that. I can't get over it. Boy, you want some dollary dues? Well, I do. I really appreciate that, by the way. We're also just so used to trolls showing up in bad faith. No, and that's where I'm like, I am trying to handle this. I mean, I literally feel like I'm micromanaging right now, because it is true. Like this, I had somebody that is literally like one of the best people I know. He's got the best heart I've ever known. Like, he is the kindest person I've probably ever known. You know, he's taking care of my animals, my cats. Here, this is how good of a dude he is. I have a cat that doesn't let any of my other friends like see him or touch him. My cat sleeps with him when he was staying with us. So, like, I'm gonna just say, you know, no. Don't let people make you feel bad about your right-wing beliefs. Both parties start wars. Yeah, it's really the both sides thing, especially when this war is going so swimmingly. And no, actually, they don't. When did Democrats, what war did Democrats start? Please, enlighten me. I'm dead serious, since you know so much about wars and how Democrats start them. Both parties add to the debt. I'll agree to that. Yes, both parties add to the national debt. Only one party has ever actually solved that national debt in one of their terms, though. You're being very bad faith here. Korean War. We didn't win the Korean War, and we didn't win the Vietnam War. And also, the Korean War, was that started by Eisenhower? Because that wasn't... Funny enough, neither of those were actually declared a war. As well, but you did have an answer. I will say that much. Here, actually, let's see. Who started Korean War? North Korea. Oh, North Korea started the war. Wait a minute. You're talking about Democrats starting the war. You said both parties start wars. Wait. I'm holding you to the simplicity of your stupid fucking language. All right. Started. Who started the war? Was it something where we already had like a treaty or something where we had to go and do something about something if somebody attacked? Who started, like, what Democratic president started a fucking war? Please. Both parties start wars sounds like maybe a secret third option for an admin needed. Well, no, it's either he's trying to do like the American first bullshit, or he's trying to do like, oh, well, this makes it so Donald Trump's not as bad as you libs try to make it out to be. No, most of these people are fucking morons. They also try to do the thing where they're like, "Oh, did you know that Democrats were the ones that actually had the slaves?" Like they love to conflate history and not look at what also came with it. They like to cherry pick these like points in history that fit their arguments. They're very like, the problem is I don't like having any conversations with somebody that's going to do something like that just in blatant bad faith. Yeah, that's not how that works. That was still World War II, but also, what happened? What happened in like the 1960s with that whole party shift? Did something happen with that? Or am I misremembering this? Whatever, dude. We get it. We get it. You're mad at Trump. You can't let go. You just can't admit that you were wrong. It's okay. We understand. That's a lot of people nowadays. It's okay though. Because that chud is probably scared of social democracy. I think so. By the way, what up, Ken? Good to see you. Oh, hey. I forgot to do my tags. Right. Give me a second. What else are we covering? Andrew Tate. And who else? Let's do Iran War. There we go. Boom. Tags are done. But anyway, back to my initial point, because I do want to wrap this up before we go officially 2.5 hours without actually doing a news story. No, I brought this one up about my buddy because I do think that this is a great time to intervene in this and to start rethinking about how you approach things, because we can't take all of our online angst out on people that, you know, might be genuinely curious. This is why, have you guys noticed that when we have somebody that might even be an obvious troll, I welcome them like they're not. I try to literally give them the benefit of the doubt, and then if they fucking take advantage of that, fine. But nah, like realistically, and I don't even know, I'm not looking for a sorry or anything. What I am looking for though is just acknowledgement that this is something that did happen, and you could see how it happened. Like Natch, you kind of already did that, where you were just like, oh shit, I misunderstood. I could see how that, like, how it could be read that way, you know. But whereas you got this guy, you got this Just Human guy, literally just doing what he's doing and being kind of, you know, shitty about it, bad faith about it. Let's be real. But yeah, discourse and discussion of differing opinions is paramount to progression. Just be respectful about it. The thing is, it's easy to lose that respect, and also, this is where I'm guilty of this. I've lost, you know, I've missed the humor in things, so I've misread a comment that was said in jest, where I took it seriously. Like, you guys have, you know, like, how many times, Sylvie, have you literally been there where you're like, read the rest of the comment? You know? This is something where I'm just saying, like, bottom line is, chill the fuck out. Nothing's lost at just taking that extra breath and then rereading a comment, and just being like, okay, I might rib someone, but I'll just be more careful with who I rib. Well, that is one thing where, yeah, you gotta kind of feel it out. The thing that was weird about this one, because I went back and watched it, I made you guys aware that he was my friend, and someone was still a fucking dick to him. And as I'm not calling out who it was, so. This isn't a call-out session. This is an intervention for everybody, because I want to. I'm treating everybody equally. You guys are my chat. Unfortunately, this was something that, you know, it hurt my friends. It hurt my friends' feelings. So just be more aware. You know who you are. You might be. Honestly, you might be. Just think back to, like, what is it? I think it was, yeah, so last Monday? I think that's when it was. Yeah, it was last Monday. That's what it was. I demand to be squashed like a roach if I hurt your friend's feelings, Pep. Hey, I appreciate that. America fought for change. Oh, wait. America fought to change the base rules of what's considered a genocide. Yeah, I know. Absolutely. Politics is a heated topic and it can get emotional. Oh, absolutely. And this is where I was kind of like upset about it. Yeah, I'm really sorry if it was me. I don't think it was. No, God damn it. No, I'm not doing that. As I said, I don't want to put anybody on blast. This isn't about any single person. This isn't about creating drama in the community. But I do need this nipped in the bud. So that's why I'm saying I hope that everybody just understands, you know. As much as you think I'm minimizing their experience, I doubt I was the one. Again, don't try to suss out if it was you or not. I'm not going to do this. Like, that's why with Rebecca, you, so like any of you guys, like, I'm gonna just say no. I usually say stuff like that after a back and forth with someone being terrible. That's why I'm saying it. This is where I am saying hey, you guys like collectivism, right? You guys love the idea of collectivism, right? Right? Well, unfortunately, this might be a little bit of a form of collective punishment. Uh-oh, right-wing peps making a... Uh-oh. Trust me, I understand what I said was fucked. I just popped in, and this doesn't feel like gossip or drama, Pep. You're good. Thanks, I appreciate that. If I did that, my bad. Tell your homie I apologize to him. He's already, like, the thing is, he's already been apologized to. The problem is, I'm not sure if it's going to fix this. Like, I don't know if he'll ever be back. And that's kind of what really pissed me off about it. Like, that's where I think that's why I even got as mad about this as I did. Was the fact that he was just like, what's the fucking point if I'm just going to get yelled at? And now, do I agree with it? Do I think it's a rather simplistic take from him? Absolutely. Was I annoyed by his demeanor in it a little bit? Yeah. Because he really was just like, oh, fuck this. But he also, again, he just explained to me how he worked 40 hours that week, and he had the worst fucking week because it was it was near a holiday, so everybody was just being an asshole. If you're worried about whether you did something or not, just means the message is getting through, you guys. Yep. Yeah, Ravy's right. Only time will heal this. Again, if he pops back up, I'll let him make the announcement, like, hey guys, I'm back, can you like be nice to me or something? I do want to know the joke, maybe privately. I'll handle this as well as possible. It was, as I said, it was fucking awkward as shit. I'll be completely real. You want to talk about parasocial shit or like just fucking meta fucking shit? Having a friend call you out, or not even you, calling your chat out. That was a little weird. I'm not gonna lie, man. That was fucking... It's because I'm just like, what do you want me to do about it? He's like, well, it's your chat. I'm like, I guess you're right. Sitting there fucking realizing how it's like, I guess they are technically my responsibility in a way. It's all good though, guys. Actually, no, this was this was a learning experience that honestly, it's going to help the channel. It's going to help me out personally, privately. And it's also going to help me out professionally. And like, I think that this is great because I think that right now, like in this moment, like I'm learning how to do this in the moment. I think I'm doing okay. I think I'm actually handling this quite well. I mean, it's good to have conversations about what type of community you want to cultivate. Exactly. I don't think that's a bad idea. I mean, listen, I'm really trying. PP Jackson, by the way, they got the Tate brothers. Yes, we will be talking about that. Something to Captain Picard into. I saw that. Televani, I love it. Honestly, yeah, this is one of my. I think this is one of my favorite ones you've done. Yeah, I'm not sure if you noticed, but on the last one on Friday, you didn't get back to me in time, so I just took the one from Thursday, or yeah, it was from Thursday, and then I just fucking slipped a few new pictures in there. I was just like, yeah, fuck it, you know what? You really you captured just Trump in like the burning world so well. I was just like, oh, well, that's a good, like, 2/3. But yeah. Just so you guys know, I had to do a little collaborative. I literally copied Sophie's thumbnail, just put it into my program, and was just like, paste, done. Let's go. Self-automated luxury gay space communism. The vibes were good enough, LeMayo. Oh, I'll just say this much though, guys. Like, on the other side of this, I've been told that I have an awesome community. You guys have made my wife feel more than welcome. Honestly, it was so funny. She was just like, "Why are they fans of me?" I'm like, I don't know. I mean, you're funny. Like, cause I think that she's self-conscious because she's my wife. That she's like, I hope they're not just like saying nice things about me because I'm your wife. I mean, I don't think that's the case. I mean, my wife's fucking legitimately hilarious. Like, there's times that she's in chat here and she makes me bust out laughing. So, have you heard of the reverse exorcism? It's when the devil asks the priest to... Oh, God. Yeah. Thanks for that, but I'll start getting a bit more cheeky on the thumbnails. Go for it. Seriously, go for it. I love the thumbnails. They're fun. Cheeky. Hey. All right. Oh, the reverse exorcism joke was funny. I was just like, oh. Damn. I'm actually only here for Uni, sorry. I kind of figured. Actually, Stan, he's the one. We were talking about this earlier where I was just like, I'm pretty sure that everybody's just here for Stan. Like, all jokes aside, though, what's really funny? I did figure this one out. Think of it. I've had people unsubscribe from me that would probably be in, like, another chat saying how they're, like, not big fans of me and how, like, they left this community. But they would probably ask how Stan's doing. Which, I'm more than okay with that. We have black milk clothing to discuss. Sorry, Pep. Oh, yeah. You, wait. You want to talk black milk clothing? Here, I'm literally going to text her and just tell her, like, hey, someone wants to talk black milk with you. Ravy wants to chat. Let's see what she says. She'll probably just pop up in chat just like, ooh, what are we talking about? I am the derailer. It's alright. Come on now, don't pat yourself on the back for derailing this stream. You think that that's like a hard thing to do? Come on, I can derail my own stream with like a single thought or even a brain fart. I've literally had like not even good brain farts. I've had like the ones that are just like the equivalent of like a little, you think it's gonna feel so good, but it's just like a little and you're just like, damn. Especially when you think it's gonna have good reverb. There's nothing more disappointing. Yeah. In the Shonen Jump character popularity vote for PepTalks, Pep's wife comes in at number 1 with Pep coming in number 432 after Ernest Borgnine. I could buy it. 432. I couldn't even get 421 just to like. Oh god damn. Oh, that hurts even more. Uni has entered the channel. Yes, she has. Although I think that she's been listening this whole time. I'm here. She's diamond painting. Actually, yeah, here. She did this one for me. She likes to do diamond paintings. So. Look at it. It's hot. And that's not the best way to draw. Lurker. She is actually a bit of a lurker. Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you. She loves those things. Yeah, it's a pepper. No, it's not a. It's not like a bag. It's a. No, it's just a sign that has like peppers all around that says hot, hot, hot. Oh. You might even think I'm hot, 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 guys. Damn. Can't even let a guy fucking feel a little bit of, pride from his wife, She's like, no, it just said that. It's like, It's Pep's spicy bag. It's my spicy mortar bag. Professor Killinger and his magic mortar bag. I love the Venture Brothers. I don't know if I want to think of Pep's bag. Yeah, I'm good on that. I could do PepTalks ones if at some point. Is that the air fryer? The fuck? Okay. I heard a beeping and I'm just like, what the fuck is that? Because it didn't sound like beeping that I'm familiar with. Okay. I might leave a giant comment later. Got a lot on my mind after that last topic. Which one? Oh, my friend feeling bad. That's okay. I mean, guys, don't listen. There's a reason that I don't want to single anybody out, just in general, because it's not fair. It really is kind of water under the bridge. Like, it's already happened, and I've tried to deal with it as much as I can. It was actually more evil. Oh, yeah, dude. Fuck yeah, he was. Fuck yeah, he was. It was funny, because I was one of the only people like that when me and my roommates were watching Venture Brothers. I was just like, oh, it's Henry Kissinger. And he was just like, huh? I was like, oh, you don't know who that is? And he was just like, it's Professor Killinger. I'm like, no. You don't get it. You don't get it. I'm like, you need to know history for this one, bros. I'll have Pep figure out a design and I can have canvas made. Oh yeah, you know what? I'll do one of the logo and then I'll do one of the microphone logo because I'm doing. Oh shit, I gotta do that. I forgot to do that this weekend. Crap. Totally meant to do that. Yeah, I want to put my microphone, the Pepper microphone logo. Want to incorporate that into the channel a little bit more. Oh, Mafune, you going to eat? All right. Well, cheers. I appreciate you hanging out tonight. Hope you get to come on back for a little bit because you know how it goes here. I'll be here for another 2 hours or so. But yeah, cheers, man. That'd be cool. Oh yeah. No, I've been meaning to like make some changes here. I'm gonna change up the room a little bit. What's my most expensive hobby? Oh shit, that's actually a Warhammer. I would right now comics because that's the only one that I actively spend money on. I don't actually like buy Pokemon or anything. Like, dude, the last few Pokemon things I've gotten were gifts or like they were sent to me, which is cool. I don't forget, guys, I do still have my PO box. I have it open for the stream, so I have had some very, very kind people randomly send me some shit. So that was one of the coolest ones that happened yet. Was when I randomly just went to the PO box and there was 2 stacks of cards in a plastic bag, and they were old Pokemon cards that somebody just sent me. I was like, that was awesome. That was like, overall comics, the biggest rush in the last bit. Pokemon cards, yeah, okay, all right. Uni knows. Uni knows the budget for my hobbies. All right, fine. Got my wife out here calling me out. See how it is. Yeah, that's about it though. Because like Warhammer, I am not doing the new edition of Warhammer. It finally happened to me. It's too much. Like, look at all this unbuilt shit that I have. Like, I don't know, man. I'm toying with just selling the entire army because I have so much of it unbuilt, but it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. You're the walking check register. You are. Yeah, you definitely know our budget, that's for sure. The uni audit. Yeah. Never call in the uni audit, otherwise you're just gonna see Pep turn red real fast. Do you want more Gundams? That's why you've been talking to, or that's what you've been talking about. I mean, yeah. Yes, I do. I mean, I don't know. I want 8. I don't know. I want 1 new Gundam set. That's kind of what I want. Like I saw, like they released a, they released a new one. But he's very expensive. So, don't ask questions you really don't want the answer to. Yeah, right. It's fucking Roku. Swear to God. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna do one more rant. Fuck it, I got 20 minutes. Alright, guys. So, I'm not sure if y'all saw this. Alright. So, Fox Corporation, which owns Fox News, by the way, this is not Disney. Yeah, Fox Corporation to acquire Roku Inc. Yeah. So, the enshittification continues, but I was thinking about this. The newest update of Roku has been nothing short of product breaking, where it made it impossible to use the interface anymore. I've noticed that everything is running slower on these things, unless that's the planned obsolescence of the Roku sticks, which that's even more fucked up, because never had a problem before this. Even with like the older ones, never had a problem. I've literally been having nothing but problems with Roku. And it's kind of ironic that it's right after this. So, now this is a little bit more of the tinfoil hat theory on my end. There's not, like, this is, you know, there's nothing proving this, but god damn it. That debater Jovan just bought his first Gunplas. Love that for him. Ooh, I love that for him. Hell yeah. Wait, Jovan. Do I know? Wait, should I know this guy? Like, where's he from? You're not a real Gundam nerd until you have Haropla, okay? Let's be real. Also, I want to know what your rarest one from your collection... Actually, I'll show you mine. I'm excited to. Also, I should probably... You over here. Ah, is my baby. I don't know if I can ever build this one. This one is from the 40th anniversary. It's literally the manga edition of Grandpa. One of my favorite ones that I forgot. And then I have Death Scythe. I've never completed a Gunpla in my life. I lost all my tools. Oh, still got them. Yeah. I have like a whole little cart for mine. Yeah. You guys have seen my grandpa. I even did like the all of like the black lines on this. I did. So. And then yeah, Uni, she builds unicorns. There's Unit 0, RX0. Yeah. Yeah, they're fun. Anyway, don't grease the tinfoil. It's not good. Also, Natch, Jovan Bradley, he's good. Oh, cool. I'll check him out. I mean, fuck, maybe I can do like a co-debate with him. Do like the tag team thing that we did with Andrew over on Modern Day Debate, because just based on the fact that is he lefty? Because I was about to say, if he's lefty and he's into Gunpla, we're friends. It's that easy. It's that fucking easy. I like the lightweight models that look. Oh yeah. I want Haro as a pet. Be a cool pet. I mean, I have a feeling that they're going to release an interactive Haro coming out. Yeah, he's Kami. Oh, cool. Well, then we might have some disagreements on stuff. 'Cause I've just noticed that people like that tend to identify as Kami, the biggest gripe they got with me is they think I'm a centrist. Or it's just like, Jovan is who turned me communist. Oh, shit. I want a Leto as my pet. Nope. You know how many people have actually tried that? Like, they've even said they're just like, oh, if anything ever happens to you, can I take Leto? It's just like, goddamn. We got a lot of people. Actually, Uni's mom hates cats. Like, genuinely hates cats. She said some shit about cats that like made me go do a double take where I'm just like, oh, what the fuck? Yeah, well, that calmed down after she met Leto, and all of a sudden she's just like, I kind of want Leto. I want it. Yeah, he's upstairs sleeping for once, not trying to eat my food. God, you should see. Oh my God, I just forgot. I just realized I forgot to get the pierogies and sour cream last night. Shit. I wanted to have pierogies and sour cream for dinner. Sorry, I just thought about the sour cream because, like, my cat goes nuts over that shit. Is a huge Gundam fan. That's awesome. Then we could probably just talk about that forever. I'll invite him on my show just to discuss Gundam and the politics behind it. It's one of my favorite properties, if not my favorite property. I love it. You don't get it. Like, it's politics done really well. Like, the politics in Gundam, you can watch most of the series and get a nice political education. And then I also like the ambiguity where, believe it or not, despite the obvious fucking details that they tried to do to sell the toys, the difference between this guy and this guy, there really isn't much. Like, you would assume bad guy, good guy. Well, that's not how it works. That's not how it works at all. Technically, you would sympathize with these guys because these are the space noids that, you know, you got Earth telling you that you can't have fucking freedom, you can't have independence, you can't have your own government, you know? And you've gotten big enough to where that's just how it should be. And then you got all these people that are living on Earth making these decisions for people that live in space. Which, you know, causes some resentments. So, Supreme Court Justice Leto. He's not going to be happy, man. He's got to go to the vet coming up here soon. He's got some, what do you call those? The vaccines. Uh-oh. My cat ain't gonna be normal ever again after he gets those. I'll tell you what, though, I am a little worried, because, like, my cat, he holds a grudge. So if you try and get him into, like, that box to take him to the vet, oh, he's gonna be pissed. He's gonna be so fucking mad. Oh, man. But at least this is one of the fun ones where I get to have, you know, he's going to have his shots done. But based on what happens, like, I'm going to obviously do the stool sample thing where it's just like, okay, can you, like, just check for parasites? Because if he's got them, then his brother's got them. Then they can just go on medicine, and I'm going to save some money. YouTube Shorts is cooked after that recent algo change. Yeah, I've noticed. Yeah, you've noticed that, yeah, things are a little quieter here. Definitely not moving in the algorithm as much as I used to. But no, realistically, this isn't just the Shorts algo. I got shadow banned. Like, I definitely did. Like, clautism? Clautism. Alright. Comment of the day, I think. Yeah, just check Stan's mouth. Exactly. God damn. Yeah, you ain't fucking kidding. Still should have named the cat Machu. Yeah. It's pushing conspiracy lies. I mean, and MAGA lives. All right, here. Wait, it's pushing conspiracy lies? Oh, lives and MAGA lives. Oh, so it happened. Oh, no, so it happened. Yeah, so the right-wing algo thing swapped over. No, see, that's why mine was getting picked up, too, is because I was doing the right-wing tags, and I wasn't, like, trying to say, oh, well, you know, I'm a leftist stream. Like, I actually started removing that, like, from my tags that I was a leftist. Maybe that's it, though. Here, let's go back and put this in the tags. Let's see. Let's see if this works. News. Let's see. There we go. Now let's see if anything happens. There was an old dude doing call-ins, but he had so little interaction that he had to be paid to have the phone line. Oh, really? Look out, Stephen Miller's tracking you now. Oh, yeah. You kidding me? Tell it. Like, oh, seriously, guys. If I was worried about that shit, I wouldn't be doing this. Whatever. Essentially waving a flag, just going like, okay. Just remember, if they pick me up, you're next. Oh, damn. Hey, broski. Hope your wife recovers. Flat world. Hey, appreciate that. She's definitely on the road to recovery. We are, every day is a little bit better, but occasionally there's some bad ones, man. Like that, or he's losing money intentionally. Probably. No, he probably saw a little bit of growth. I don't know. Like, I've also noticed that there's a lot of these dudes, that's what they spend their money on from work and shit. Like, they just, you look and act like the dude on Pulp Fiction. Are you talking about the dealer? I have had that one thrown at me before. Yeah. I mean, whatever. Like, if this is what they're going to do... No, you do understand that they're pushing right-wing stuff to your algorithm because they want engagement. It's the same way that they're actually pushing my stuff out to right-wingers. Or, you know, you'd think they were, but... Right now, I'm not getting as much traction, but I'm not going to fucking cry about it. I don't give a shit. Like... It's easy to do that. And I kind of like got very close to doing that on Friday where I was like, okay, I'm kind of riding this line of like, whoa, what was me? I'm not getting as much interact. Like, whatever. Yeah, that's why it's always hard to tell and you always gotta gather more info. Yep. Yeah. No, that's what I'm doing. I mean... I'm personally, like, I'm figuring this out. Did you go to college in Missouri? No. They require me to actually, like, go to a real college. I went to a fucking community college, dude. Dropped out. Whatever. Yeah, I figure it was trying to force me to interact. That's what it's doing. Oh, yeah. No, the thing is, Sylvie, don't take the bait on that shit. Just don't. Because realistically, that's just gonna, like, keep looking to come to these types of streams, whether it's mine or, you know, other people within our community. Because I'll tell you what, man, like, don't let them play that game. Don't let them, like, this is where I was saying about on, like, this stuff on Friday. The fact that they can just arbitrarily change the algorithm. And, like, you do understand that guys that were doing well before, who, like, they did get to that point of getting pushed to over 100,000 viewers. They were starting to make money. They quit their jobs. They started doing, like, content just every fucking day. You got guys now that are saying that they're barely, able to break, a couple thousand views, and they're saying that, like, monetarily, this isn't working out the same way that it was. That's on purpose. I'm telling you guys, this is what they're doing. They are fucking over content creators, and they know exactly what they're doing. They don't give a shit if you have to go get a job. They don't give a shit about your fucking livelihood. They don't care. It's disgusting. Community, is that one of them socialist colleges? Yes, it's one of them socialist colleges. I thought it was a TV show. I mean, it was. And I had the school itself was kind of similar vibes-wise as far as, like, having old people. Like, dude, I had a whole bunch of, like, 60-year-olds in one of my art classes where I was just like, this is weird. They do give a shit, in fact, and they want us to quit watching you. Oh, yeah, that's exactly it. They want you to stop. Oh, dude, yeah, they want me to crash out. They want me to push you guys away. Fuck, I'm not even sure if they want me to become a right-winger, but realistically, if I was, like the grifter, like, I'm pretty sure they would love that, and I would get rewarded for it. Like, whatever. I kind of covered this with Alex. Like, I'm gonna do the chorus application again. This shit's ridiculous, guys. Like, I kind of realized that I'm like, wait a minute. I let Taylor Lorenz's fucking piece kind of dictate how I reacted to the whole thing. Like, yes, the NDA stuff, it's a little sus, but then I really thought about it and I talked about it with a few other content creators, and they were just like, dude, when you talk to like an agent, you sign the same papers just to even get looked at. I was like, oh yeah, you're right. So fuck, like, nah, this is just how it is, guys. It's ridiculous too. Like, it's ridiculous how if that's gonna be the bridge too far, I will just be like, okay, we need to reevaluate what we're doing then, because unless you guys, like, and this is where it is going to sound kind of shitty, but unless you guys got, like, someone that's completely on the up and up that's going to fucking bankroll everything, yeah. But you read the terms and thought it was sus, right? I read the terms and thought it was a little sus that they had, like, a disclosure thing about even, like, what I'm doing right here technically wouldn't have been on the up and up with them. But realistically, that's not on the up and up with a lot of people. Like, this is contracts, guys. The difference is I am way more open than I should be because I don't have an agent, because I'm not controlled. I am very much just telling you how it is out there. But my favorite community college story was that my first day, a dude pulled up beside me in his Jeep and asked for and pulled out a 4-foot ball out of his backseat and asked if I wanted to go study before class. That sounds like me. I didn't have a Wrangler, but that sounds like me. Wait, Porgy, are you... Wait. Wait a minute. Did you go to community college in, like, a suburb of Chicago? Wait a minute. Was it a black Jeep with, like, this weird, like, it looked gold, but it was technically, like, a silver undertrim? With a tan interior? I don't know, guys. That's a little wild, you know. This is gonna... Oh, hold on. I got this, like, weird, very tall, it's a tall glass apparatus here that, it connects to my piping. Haha, I knew I recognized you. Dude, that'd be wild. That would be wild. No, in Atlanta. Okay, it's like, dude, that'd be crazy. That'd be crazy. Like, if you actually, like, if you said it, I would blurt it out and just be like, yeah! What? You just had a cat jump off my face? I've had that happen. It looks like, Bill Clinton is apologizing for MK Ultra projects. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care about the MK Ultra stuff. I don't care about any of these fucking conspiracy theories that you're trying to get us to ignore the reality that is right in front of us. Shut up. Like, I don't care. Sorry, JT Marks. Welcome to the channel, but honestly, wait. Project's initially his presidency when it predated AI. You can find it on YouTube. I don't care. I just don't care. Yeah, Bill Clinton hasn't been relevant for 25 years. No, the thing is, this is all the same bullshit. This is all the same bullshit that they want. They want you to focus on anything that's not Donald Trump's failures. I'm focusing on the president today, Donald J. Trump, and how he's failing. Our economy is on the fucking brink of collapse because of what he's doing. The fucking gas prices that we have been enjoying and just... Like, seriously, this disingenuous fucking way that they've been framing it, where the gas is going down. No, it was still spiked. Like, you fucking assholes. It was still, it never reached pre-war levels. Like, no, you guys can do this thing where you fucking disingenuously use every number that Joe Biden never had, but you can't ever just look at a fucking number that Trump has and be like, yeah, that's pretty bad. No, their logic literally goes to, well, Biden had a bad number too. Obama had numbers. Bill Clinton had numbers like that. Jesus fuck. This is why I can't stand I can't interact with like online right wingers in good faith. Like, it's getting harder and harder to do so. Like, you guys have seen it. I try so hard to like find the one not shithead. But oh my god. I don't know. JT, I'm not even saying that that's you, but you're doing the same stuff. I just saw Clinton's name and said it? I don't know. Making bold assumptions, sir. Well, again, I'm not saying that you're not right wing. JT, I'm just literally saying, like, this is overall, this is what when I say they, I mean literally the fucking government, the man. The man wants you to focus on anything that's not the man. Also, JT, thank you for being here. Welcome to the stream. I apologize for coming in hot right out the gate, but no, you definitely had you came in here with a take that immediately caught my eye and made me go, ooh. It's all good, though. Thank you again for being here. Pep, you gotta beat the man. Yeah, no, and I want to. I would love to, man. But I'm also just why else you think I like, dude? I'm not one of these guys that I beat the man by becoming the man. You ain't gonna see me fucking just randomly cutting my hair and fucking wearing suits. And if you do, I hope I have a good reason. No, I get it. But I think both extreme sides of the parties have the same problem where they are so focused on being right that they have a hard time admitting that they're wrong. Yeah, no, I agree with that. I'll even admit that on the left. Yeah, no, I kind of covered that earlier today where I was talking about how, like, some people just get so caught up in their ideology, like you kind of articulated here, where it's just like, yes, they're so afraid of just even looking at the possibility of being wrong. Hey, Vampire Gracie, is that just your hello? You're just save big money at Menards. Today. Wait, that's Empire. Empire today. Oh, shit. Yes and no. Yeah, exactly. Yes and no. I don't agree with everything that he said in that statement, but I'll just say, yeah, you know, it wasn't entirely wrong. So what we want to talk about? That's a great question. Okay, so actually, first off, I did want to talk about this more, but I have nothing else to say except for, hey, fucking Fox bought Roku and now Roku sucks. Go figure. Okay, that's done. All right, what's on ground news? Former U.S. Army soldier started fire outside. Oh, so it wasn't an Antifa guy. Got it. Okay. Interesting how that fell apart real fast. Trump says Netanyahu will not be arrested after Mamdani calls him a war criminal. Pamela Smart, serving life, seeks a new trial as New Hampshire judge, weighs her latest petition. Really? Man, I remember the Pamela Smart thing from when I was a kid. Yeah, On Monday, Pamela Smart, 58, is expected to appear virtually in court in Bedford Hills Correctional Facility for Women to argue an inaccurate evidence misled jurors during her 90s conviction. Smart was a 22-year-old high school media coordinator when she began an affair with a 15-year-old student, William Flynn, who later fatally shot her husband, Gregory Smart, in their Derry home. Lawyers argue prosecutors misled jurors with inaccurate transcripts of recorded conversations, claiming words like K, busted, and were not actually audible on the recordings. I don't know about that. I don't know. Pam, you kind of stretching there. Good luck. All right, here's a big one. Judge orders Paramount to temporarily pause Warner Brothers acquisition. I was very happy about this. This is awesome. Like, this is great news. Man, I gotta blow my nose. On Monday, California judge Araceli Mart? Araceli? What? I have never heard that name. Araceli. If I'm getting that wrong, please give me a phonetic breakdown on how to say it. Issued a 14-day temporary restraining order halting Paramount's, so it's only for 2 weeks. Rob, California's lead attorney, filed a lawsuit last week alleging that the merger would lead to higher prices, lower quality, and less content for the film and television, movie theaters, basic cable distributors, and ultimately audiences. In court papers filed Tuesday, Paramount called the challenge one of the weakest merger challenges in modern antitrust history. Paramount intended to close the deal as early as July 22nd, but the 14-day pause disrupts that timeline. Delays beyond September 30th would trigger a quarterly ticking fee of about $650 million payable to Warner Brothers. Oh, so they're trying to be like, oh, so Warner Brothers is trying to fucking get this payout. Yeah, fuck Paramount. Oh, yeah, fuck the Ellisons. No, dude, seriously, the fact that we also have a media acquisition that's happening that could never happen in any other fucking time. Like, dude, even 2 years ago, this would have been fucking nuts. And the Biden administration would have said, fucking hard no there, pallies. And then Republicans would have been like, look at the Democrats, they're trying to control the media. Even though this is literally them trying to control the media. This is what I'm getting really fucking tired of. Is constantly being on the back foot when we know these idiots are what they're coming at us with. Like, why? Every fucking time. And then realistically, I'm getting more and more to that point of, like, anytime I hear them speak, I'm just like, bye. Like, just bye. Like, you got nothing here. Like, what are you fucking talking about? Arcile Martinez. Like, I got that. Okay. And now let's go to this. Rest in peace, Michael Brooks. Man, for real. And then, yeah, I wanted to play this clip. As I said, rest in peace, Michael J. Brooks. I cannot believe it has been 6 fucking years, dude. Damn.
Hi.
Hi.
So my first question, it says on your Twitter that you're Jewish. Am I getting this right?
No.
Is it the right Twitter?
On my Twitter bio, it says I'm Jewish?
No, but like in your tweets. I don't want to be wrong.
I have Jewish background. I'm just trying to think of...
Okay, so as someone with a Jewish background,
yes.
How do you feel about Bernie's plan for Israel, especially as someone concerned with foreign policy?
I love it. It's absolutely necessary. My Jewish values teach me to oppose apartheid.
Damn, I miss him.
Okay.
Okay.
Could you elaborate, please?
I mean, there really isn't that much to elaborate on. I mean, has anybody ever been not only to Israel but also to the? Have you been to? Have you been to the West Bank? Have you been to Gaza?
Yep.
You went to Gaza?
I went to the border.
Oh, okay, but not to Gaza.
You can't be in Gaza.
Well, I know people who've gone to Gaza. You could definitely go to Gaza.
Yeah, that was actually something that was before October 7th. That was always touted. Like, you can't actually go see Gaza, dude. It's like, yeah, you can. Especially then, yeah, you could have.
So for me, my politics are built on a base of, you know,
You worked at
economic
Paramount
justice.
Great America when I was 16. What an ironic name. Wait, Paramount's Great America. Is that one of the Six Flags like locations?
And
you have Six Flags Great
actually,
America.
really like anti-racism, as in some ways as distinct from some of this sort of woke stuff in a way. But when I was already, look, I grew up.
Okay,
you know,
so I never Pep, I never understood the don't trust the mainstream media when Fox News has more viewers than MSNBC and CNN combined. So wouldn't Fox be also that said, yeah. Well, yeah, they are. The problem is that Fox News is literally regime media. So like they don't have to technically hold themselves to the same standards as every other news organization. Now they do. Funny enough, after all of that Dominion shit, like now they actually are registered as a news corporation, which does kind of hold them to higher fucking levels of scrutiny.
I was pretty connected to left politics, so I always knew growing up about the travesty that was the human rights situation there. And I knew that people I admired, like Nelson Mandela, said, you know, South Africa is going to not be properly free until the Palestinians.
That's got to be rough for him to not do the impression.
In 2006, I believe.
This is where he doesn't have the problem I have, where it's comedy first, politics, later.
A really important Jewish scholar, and he just said, like, the argument was that, like, literally this is childish. Like
they are an entertainment. Oh, really? Yeah. So like the way that Fox News, since their inception, anytime that it came to register their like the actual entity known as Fox News, you have to register it as either a news corp or an entertainment entity, because a news corp, obviously, you're going to be locked down to like laws on journalism and retraction and all these types of things. Whereas being an entertainment entity, then, well, you don't really have to, you don't have to retract things. A lot of things can just be said, well, I was just trying to be entertaining. This is what Sean Hannity tried to do. This is why they lost their defamation lawsuit against, Dominion, is specifically because of shit like this. And this is where it got outed to the general public. I knew about this specifically because I was curious and always would look at like how things were registered. And I was like, oh, that's sus as fuck. But yeah, it came out and was outed to the masses that Fox News was not registered as a news corporation. And they tried to use that in court, where they literally said, oh, we don't have to follow those rules because we're not registered as such. And a judge was just like, bullshit.
Idea.
That's why, again, now they are. Now you also will see them issue retractions. You will see them not be so flippant with this fucking false information.
That you have an ethno-state.
You'll see them do it on opinion pieces. Now, this is where you need to know the difference in media. Like, for instance, you can do the same thing, CNN, any news agency. At the top of the hour, what they will have is a 5-minute block. Then they will go to either their first commercial break, or they will say, we are bringing in such and such for a panelist. The second that they cut from that lady and bring on a talking head, that's when it starts falling into the opinion side of things. Because now they're just asking questions of this person. Technically you can't be held to this, this person's fucking opinions. And they would even say, like, if somebody was kind of like out of pocket, they would probably rap by saying, like, these do not reflect the standards of whatever news entity you're on. But this is how it works. And this is why CNN also has been able to play this game for as long as they have, where, like, technically, yeah, they're breaking the news, and the news is not fake news. It is everything that was, fed by the Associated Press and all these other news orgs. Now, like I was saying, when you got fucking Wolf Blitzer out there, and then all of a sudden he's just like, and now I must give my opinion on this. My opinion is blah, 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 blah. That blah, 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 blah. Yeah, technically not news.
Religious state, if you're committed to any type of broad-based social, economic equity and
gotta love media law,
civil society, it doesn't work. No matter how justified.
We report, you decide, was because they were relying on the viewers to know that they were being lied to. Yes.
right?
And that's also where they do get away with that shit, where they're just like, oh, we just assumed that our viewership was smarter than that.
Of course there's justification because of Jewish history for Israel.
Okay.
There's justification for Kurdistan because of Kurdish reality.
Check how long this was. I thought it was a 2-minute clip. My bad, guys. Well, long story short is, rest in peace, Michael Brooks, and also based takes on Israel, even from the man in 2020. We can kind of assume what he would say, but all right. Now let's do the drama segment before we get into like the hard news here, because this is weird. I have no idea what's going on. So if anybody knows like the details behind this, please chime into the chat. Also, if you're just joining us, please double tap that screen, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and follow over on Twitch, because for real, guys, secondary platforms are always a good thing to have, and just in general, we do have fun over there on Friday nights. This is becoming a new thing where on Friday nights I'll wrap up the show and then we will have a fun time over on Twitch for about an hour or two. Okay. Yeah, this is weird. Hassan Piker mulls restraining order against Destiny after convention clash? What? Twitch streamer Hassan Piker stated on his July 19th stream that he's considering a restraining order against political streamers Destiny, Stephen Bennell the second. I thought it was the third. Following an incident at the College Democrats of America convention in Washington, D.C. Over the July 17th through 19th weekend, Bennell was denied entry by organizers who worried because he'd cause a problem during Hassan Piker's surprise guest speech. While Piker described Bennell's event attendance as part of the stalking pattern and extended concerns to harassment faced by others, the clash underscores years of political tension between Piker's socialist views and Bennell's liberal stance, with no order filed yet. I was like, filled, what? Yet the reactions are disturbing and dividing? What? Oh, great. And then you got Asmongold out here fucking giving his fucking 2 cents. Wait a minute. Here, let's see.
That, like, Twitch would never want to unban them ever again. Actually, just mentally ill behavior. And I do think that it is coming to a point where maybe a restraining order is in order, honestly. Yeah.
I'm not sure if that
most popular videos on his YouTube are just about you. Same fate as more Pegasus. Yeah. That like
I would definitely not put him in the Pegasus category of things, because Pegasus is literally reliant on Hassan's drama to fucking fill his content, whereas Destiny not so much. I don't even like Destiny, but you can't deny that he's literally a bigger streamer. Like, he's got the numbers, he's got a fucking an audience. Like, don't be fucking disingenuous with it. Hell yeah. I mean, I think if he is... Okay, so number one, the restraining order bit, that's a little harder to prove because they're insinuating that he would have caused a scene. Now, they already denied him entry, which that should be it. That literally should be it, because from my understanding, Destiny was actually like in DC for the same type of event as everybody else. Like, there was a bunch of creators at this thing. So I don't know. I hate the fact that I have to go to bat for Destiny at all on this one, just because it doesn't actually make sense that, you know, but if he is actually following fucking Hassan to shit and just showing up, trying to randomly be like, debate me, bro, debate me, then yeah, fucking restraining order away. Like, damn, dude. But don't sit here and fucking say, maybe a restraining order should have. Then do it. Then don't be a little bitch about it. Fucking actually do it. I will say that much. Like, but I think he also is playing that game where Destiny might want that. All right, let's do the... Let's see. You know what? We're actually going to save the Democracy Now! Stuff for tomorrow. We'll do that later. He whines so much on stream, I don't even know how anyone can listen to the crying Destiny. Destiny is trying to get the Hassan orbit circuit. I don't think so as much. Listen, if Destiny wanted that, then all he would have to do is just literally be like, hey, I've chilled out and I kind of come to see like that we would be much better off by working together. But Destiny, yeah, is literally just, no, he's vindictive. It doesn't seem like he's always in the right frame of mind with this shit. It does seem like it kind of like comes from a fucking place of like obsession almost. Destiny literally live streamed that he and his viewers were going to harass him at the event. Oh, well then he's dumb. Like what? Oh, okay. And then he's like, let's go to the... Okay, Nick Shirley. What are you doing? Destiny is a jerk. Like, no, Destiny sucks. No, the fact that he's been a sex pest and, like, he's gotten away with so much shit, dude. So much shit. Destiny is the Nick Shirley of the left. I could kind of agree to that. He's smarter, though. That's the thing. Like, I will just say it. Like, Destiny is a pretty smart guy with a bad head on his shoulders. That's the difference. Is like he mistakes his intelligence for humility. He also like has this thing where he has this inability to not like really see where he's the problem in things. I don't know. He would do well with a Taylor Swift sit and listen, you know. He threw a fit because he and his community have donated money to Dems, and that should, in his mind, give him access to the guy that he's been cyberstalking for years. Okay, yeah, he's fucking nuts then. Okay, now then his denial of service and entry was totally warranted. You won't hear any different from me on that one. That's genuinely fucked up, though. Like, if he was out there on his stream saying, like, hey, we're going to get into this thing and we're going to go harass Hassan. And like, oh, wow. Content brain not meeting up with reality. Well, Pinkerbell, thank you for the information, by the way. I'm happy that he wasn't able to get in. You know? Sounds like Hassan was able to do what he wanted to do, so that's good. All right. Let's get an update on this the judge's order with Warner Brothers.
Breaking news, a judge temporarily blocked the merger between Paramount and Warner Brothers. This comes from a lawsuit brought by a group of Democratic states. MS Now legal affairs reporter Fallon Gallagher joins me now. Also with us, former federal prosecutor Ankush Khudori. All right, Fallon, walk us through this.
Yeah, so this is quick. First of all, this hearing happened on Friday afternoon. This judge is temporarily blocking this merger. And I want to be clear because we talk about temporary blocks a lot. This is the immediate emergency temporary restraining order. So this will block this for a period of 14 days while the judge gets additional briefing from the states who are suing to block this on a preliminary injunction, which would be a longer term block that would be in place while litigation continues. Now, that hearing is going to happen very soon because, again, this is a 14-day block. So that hearing is going to happen in California on August 3rd when they'll argue for a longer-term block on the actual merits of the merger. But at this point in this temporary restraining order, the judge is starting to sort of show her hand a little bit about the rationale for why this block is happening. And that's because this would combine two of the 5 biggest major Hollywood studios. And then also, of course, that's something that's a little bit closer to home for us.
It's fucking insane. Like, you can actually argue that this is going to be very bad for the public good Like, dude,
in our industry.
Realistically, every fucking executive that has anything to do with like the movie industry should be fucking pushing back against this. But this is where the Ellisons are just like, yeah, but you get that sweet, sweet payout, baby.
The biggest cable news programmers, CNN and CBS, would be affected by this. And so they're saying that if you're looking at the numbers, they specifically talk about it in the terms of Hollywood theatrical releases, you're looking at a 27% market share if this merger were to happen. Usually when you get to 30%, that's when it becomes a violation of antitrust laws. And so this judge is saying that based on what she can see at this point, based on what she knows, it looks like that this deal will likely violate those antitrust laws.
Ankush, should we be surprised by this judge's ruling, or should we be surprised that the alarm bells over antitrust didn't go off sooner?
This is definitely good news for the challengers. So I want to just get that out front. It's the first step in their effort to block the whole thing. It's not that surprising to me, simply because this is sort of what you would expect in a high-profile merger case where there are real live disputes on the facts. So as Fallon just said, this is not a final ruling. It is a pause that will allow the judge
so
to
they
get
can,
more evidence and more submissions ahead of an additional.
And they're going to. The thing is, like I said, you're going to have a bunch of bigwigs now finally like coming out, and now that they got the time and they have the platform, they're going to be like, hey, this is going to ruin the movie industry, and this was the whole point.
Hearing for a preliminary injunction.
And trust me, yeah, it's great. That's great. It's a great thing. And then everybody's wondering, how come there's no like we've already been kind of wondering this. How come there's like no big movies really coming out? Like they're not. There's these shows kind of suck and they're so sparse. Like, dude. And it's all because of these consolidations and the fact that they don't have to worry about us leaving. And now you have all these these fucking billionaire fucks just being like, all right, so you're gonna leave Paramount? Bet. Then you don't get HBO or any of that shit. And then you have the the yeehars out there not realizing that it's just like, oh hey, by the way, guys, they made it super super duper federal crime to now do the yeeharing.
And that hearing could really kind of be the whole ball game, because a preliminary injunction that blocks the deal pending a more complete.
They're literally saying that you could be held to the same shit that those Napster dudes were back in the fucking early 2000s.
Litigation could, as a practical matter, end up tying the thing up for a year or two, which the parties then, in situations like that, can frequently just abandon the merger altogether. So I don't want to get too far ahead. That's down the line. But this was a critical win for the states, and it is going to slow down Paramount's effort. And I'm sure all of the corporate officers there are very unhappy with this outcome, even though it's not the final resolution. In terms of whether they should have gotten other additional scrutiny, certainly. Even setting aside my own views on the merger, which are tentative, and I want to see more evidence from the parties, there was no reason for the Justice Department to just lay down on this. And it does have all the hallmarks of political connections, and the fact that the Trump administration has wanted this merger to go through. President Trump hates CNN and has been touting the efforts to sort of kneecap CNN. So this absolutely should have gotten the scrutiny from the Justice Department, and it's good that the states have stepped up and ensured that there will be some serious review on the merits of this transaction.
Okay. I'm thinking that it's it's probably gonna go through. It really depends on how if enough states can get lockstep with this one, and just if they have enough evidence to prove that this will 1000% be the reason that we even have antitrust laws. But we'll see. We'll see. All right. So 4 service members killed in action as Trump covers up full numbers. Yay. That's awesome. The Trump administration. Wait, you're telling me that the Trump administration is floundering because of this catastrophic war that they started, and they're starting to fucking block numbers, and they're trying to lie about things? No way. Oh, wow. I don't know what. Oh, I'll never recover from that lie.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. Having a major show for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal?
Indeed, we do. So more American service members have been killed and wounded. We've got the details of that as we seem to be hurtling back towards all-out war. Murtaza Hussein is also going to join us to take a look at the strikes between Iran and the U.S. and try to glean what we can about the military strategy involved from each. We're also going to do a deep dive into the oil market. How long can it sustain without...
That's what I'm telling. I've been saying this, man.
Massive skyrocketing prices. Prices are already going back up, so we'll take a look at that as well. Friend of the show, Phil Wegman, with a big scoop on some insider trading alleged scandal between a Republican member of Congress and a prominent MAGA influencer. We've got new details about the psycho ICE maniac who killed an immigrant in Maine. Pretty shocking who this guy was and what his ex-wives have to say about him, as documented in court records.
The fact that this guy threw boiling hot water on his daughter.
Dylan is sounding off on Jane Vance. Had to play a few of these clips. They're quite extraordinary. I, of course, watch the whole show, which is definitely worth checking out.
Shout out to Tim. Thank you to everybody who's subscribed to the show, breakingpoints.com, if you're able to support us. We also have our newsletter. Let's put it up there on the screen. It's totally free if you want to sign up, breakingpoints.com. And, of course, you get access there to half of our newsletter. Full premium members get, of course, access to the full thing. It's a very useful product. You get links and all that to the show, and you get to help support our work. We had a great day on Thursday. Rokana and Thomas Massey that were here in studio, totally enabled again by our premium. So breakingpoints.com if you're able to support us. If you're watching this on YouTube, please hit subscribe to our YouTube channel. If you're listening to this podcast, please share an episode with a friend. It really helps other people find the show. But let's go ahead and start, as Crystal said.
That's what I have to say about that.
It's very sadly with the death's announcement of American service members. Let's actually put the first element up here on the screen. Quote, the U.S. teeters on return to all-out war with Iran after more troops were killed. So the details of this are really tragic. We now have currently 3 likely service members who were killed in that
I can't do that one. Stan just looked up.
A base in Jordan, and another who was killed yesterday in Iraq during a detonation of an unexploded Iranian drone. That one appears to have been a very serious accident. While the drone was being decommissioned or exploded in a controlled way, the debris ended up striking and killing another person, not the person who was doing that. In terms of those 3 service members, 2 have been confirmed to have been killed in action. We learned the names of 2 of them just this morning: a 25-year-old first lieutenant and a 19-year-old private, 19-year-old girl from Texas, which just kills me. I can't continue to talk about that one. The last one.
You should, though. You need to. The thing is, no. See, this is where I get mad about this, is when people are like, I can't even talk about this. That feeling of uncomfortable or uncomfortability that you're feeling right now is what everybody needs to feel to be justifiably outraged at what's happening. That whole thing that you just did, now you're actually protecting us, the audience, and also just the powers that be that made this happen. Like, no. A 19-year-old went to fucking war, and trust me, guys, she thought she was safe. Everybody in Jordan, like, they thought that they were safe. That's why everybody's kind of shocked about this one, and like, I think that this is also why we're getting more information.
Is a last one service member. We don't have their identity.
No, we need to talk about it. We need to talk. Did she lose any limbs? Did she actually, like, what? How bad were her fucking wounds? Like, no. The fact is, this is why Gaza didn't get any traction, is because people, like, the people that needed to see it weren't seeing it. It's because, the mainstream media was not fucking doing anything about it. And it's all under this, like, the fucking auspice of, we can't show that. That's too much. That's disturbing. That might upset our viewer base. We can't have that.
Identification yet appears to have been, they were initially listed as missing. Some remains have been found, so the identification process for that body is now underway. But what we do know is that the video of the strike, and we can show that one, all of you, just demonstrates how difficult the United States now finds itself in a position where this is a Air Force base in the middle of Jordan, where previously we've seen strikes in terms of drones.
They watched the first one happen, and then
what that looks
right
like
behind
when a ballistic missile slams into the middle of the base, and of course kills likely 3 service members, but also does a significant
likely because they're lying to us about the casualties
amount of damage. A lot of the after action report,
and anytime that they say like wounded, like your average American hears that, they're like, oh, so they got a hangnail. Oh, well, that's too bad.
That has come out from this strike. Actually,
support your troops, my ass.
Demonstrates the sheer nightmare that we are all living in right now. It appears that these missiles are being fired directly in a way that, having learned through multiple months now of strikes on U.S. bases, that Iran has actually developed new tactics to be able to penetrate American systems. There's a lot of speculation, obviously not confirmed right now, as to the low stock of interceptors, which we have hammered home here from the beginning on the show. Nobody knows what the current stockpile is, somewhere between 50 and 80% of U.S. interceptors are likely already depleted, which means we could be in rationing. And this is what rationing would look like, is that you just simply don't have the ability to hit everything. So it's either or. The Pentagon has not given any details. And we also know, and this is the element, guys, I sent this morning, is that there have been hundreds of now casualties which have been hidden from the American people. We could put this up from the New York Times, which says the Pentagon has withheld dozens of U.S. military injuries now in the Iran war. Dozens, actually, just this week. Quote, attacks injured dozens of service members, damaged several helicopters, according to several U.S. Officials who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss operational matters. And that included those strikes that actually killed these multiple service members in this particular strike, as well as across the region. The Pentagon has not released any updates whatsoever on those strikes. They also have reduced the information in terms of the strikes that they are conducting, which demonstrates, again, that they are very fearful of the amount of information the Iranians have been able to take in and to adapt their tactics. No signs yet that things are abating. Trump previously, in a Wall Street Journal report about 2 months ago, had said that Trump is content with the ceasefire strategy as long as no Americans are killed. And now we have 4 that are killed. Well, 3 likely, another confirmed. So 4 likely deaths, all just in a 24-hour period, which all of this is not looking good right now.
Yeah, and many more. There's, indications that in that strike there are many more serious injuries as well. In that original Washington Post piece that we had up on the screen, they're saying not only are we low on interceptors, we're low on pretty much everything. There were officials that they spoke to, I'll read this portion, speaking on the condition of anonymity, cautioned that the expansion of U.S. operations will be limited by dwindling stockpiles of air defense and long-range munitions and constraints on the ability to surge more troops and aircraft into the area because of battle damage. We do not have enough to safely sustain operations, and I don't think the White House is aware of that. Just sit with that for a second. This official within the Trump administration is saying, we don't have the troops, we don't have the long-range munitions, we certainly don't have the interceptors to continue with this operation, this escalation that we've been pushing forward. And I don't know that the administration, that the White House, Trump, knows about that. They go on to say, military experts have said that in addition to the toll taken on U.S. equipment and munition stocks, the U.S. is unprepared for possible ground operations inside Iran that Trump last week refused to rule out. So this could be the reason why after a series of high-level,
quite needs to be dropped.
Significant strikes, there actually was a reduction. It seemingly, again, based on what we can glean from public information, there was a reduction in the number of strikes.
No, I just remember, like, when I was in high school, at some point, we did actually start getting like pictures and seeing the casualties that was that were happening. I remember Jeremy Scahill actually, before he did Drop Site, he was, I forgot what publication he was with, but he used to consistently show up on Bill Maher and other mainstream platforms and be like, this is what's happening here. You need to show this. And then we had platforms like Vice come out where they were starting to show us this shit. And it kept cascading, where you had citizen journalists, you had fucking real journalism happening during this war that exposed the atrocities, the fact that they were hiding the numbers, just all the basic shit that made every American fucking adverse to ever doing this again. And now we're just right back to fucking lapping up the lies. We're right back to fucking getting gaslit by it's an even more incompetent administration. That's the thing that really sucks, is that's where they also don't give us credit, where it's like, no, guys, this is where I genuinely think that there's this push to make millennials seem like they're idiots, is because they need us to be, because we're the ones who lived through this. We're the ones who they literally they already used us. They already fucking killed the ones that were willing to do this shit. But then we were the first ones to really push back against this.
As the weekend progressed, it could be simply due to limit.
You think? You think there's any merit to that? Because it sure seems kind of sus that it's the one generation that wants to really cover this or to call this shit out is the one that they constantly try to belittle, the ones they constantly try to say are extreme. They're trying to say fucking elder millennials now are fucking extremists. Fuck you. No, the way that they infantilize us and consistently infantilize us. No, fuck you.
Limitations and what we're able to do at this point. So that is absolutely extraordinary. And then the other thing I wanted to point out with regard to...
You're onto something there, Pep. 1,000%. I know I am.
The strike on this Jordanian base.
This is where I will have a little ego on this one. Listen, I didn't watch my friends die. I didn't watch my friends fucking go to war for nothing and not come back. Just to fucking be silent about this shit. Too many, his mom, his own mother, literally started using his death Like, she would go to, like, hockey games and stuff. She was definitely the type to, like, if you didn't have your hat over your heart, or if you were fucking, like, sitting down, she would, like, give you shit. Like, this is why I even, like, have this, where I'm just like, no, this is them really trying hard. And for some reason, it is working. It's kind of weird how Gen Z or Gen X and then Gen Z and Gen Y, they all love to get online and now all of a sudden talk shit about millennials. They love to fucking just be like, it's the millennials who they can't stop going to Harry Potter land and all this, but like this fucking really just basic ass shit where it's just like, okay, I get it, we're cringe. We like our fucking, we held on to nostalgia a little bit much, and we grew up in the fucking, late 80s, early 90s when it was thrust on us in Saturday morning fucking cartoons. I get it. But this idea that it's just like, yeah, but they know absolutely nothing. Yeah, you shouldn't listen to them.
We'll talk to Maz more about this because he'll have more detail, but Jordan has long been very close to
In your opinion, do you think that Trump will do a ground invasion in the winter? He'll do it. He's going to do it soon. He has to make a decision on Carg Island before September.
US ally. We send them billions of dollars.
I'm not sure if you know this, but our oil reserves are almost empty. And once that happens, Americans are going to be too keen on having over $6 a gallon.
And they
trust me, the second that it gets worse than Biden's $5 something average, you're going to see a lot of people panicking.
Allow us to operate basically freely within their country. They also have a very large Palestinian population, including actually the Queen, who is Palestinian Jordanian. And so they have a very sensitive political situation as well, which is why they've always downplayed the presence of U.S. troops on their soil. But very clearly, we've been operating there for a long time. We're not particularly shy about talking about it here. The IRGC put out a statement thanking the Jordanian people for providing the targeting information that enabled these strikes. And they thank, in particular, some members of the Jordanian military. So this is an important piece to keep in mind. I don't know whether that's true or not, or whether that's just something they want to project. Yeah. But it is important to keep in mind that even though the governments of these nations, these Gulf nations that we're operating out of, or Arab nations in the case of Jordan that we're operating out of, even though the governments may be aligned with the U.S., the people is a very different story. So, even though they're monarchies and, don't have freedom of democracy in most instances, you still have pressure from people that creates also a very volatile political situation and a lot of exposure for us in the region.
That's almost certainly not true in terms of the military piece, but it's almost certainly true whenever it comes to the population. Actually, we can just give you an example. Let's put A2 up here on the screen just to show all of you. This is satellite imagery, which was released by Iran, which actually shows many of the strikes across the region. So we have Bahrain, Jordan, Iraq, Kuwait, and Qatar. I mean, Bahrain, we have talked a lot over the last several months here.
Timing, remember the midterms? Yeah.
On the show about their Shia population.
Yeah, the other thing is, like, we're literally the next ones to step into power. Gen X kind of already fucked up on this one. Like, they did, like, I'm sorry. If we're going to play these games where it's just like, well, generational. Well, okay, well, Gen X, yeah, your fucking nihilistic attitudes kind of made you, well, what's the point of politics? Yeah, where'd that get you?
How they had serious domestic uprisings and actually a significant part of their population.
I've been watching that one guy. I was the last generation to go play outside.
Population is on the side of Iran, right? And so, of course, it would make a complete sense that they probably have, fifth columnists and others.
I love that dude. He takes too many edibles and goes on adventures.
More siding with the Iranians than with the United States. Jordan, as you just said, that one is self-explanatory, and that's where many U.S. service members all were just killed within the last 48 hours. Iraq, also major Shia population. Don't have to tell anybody about the U.S. Popularity in Iraq, where actually the Prime Minister in the United States
it's 130 Fahrenheit in Iran right now.
A few days ago.
Yeah, they don't care.
And in it,
do you think that Trump gives a shit about whether the soldiers are a little hot or not?
Admitted to
that's legitimately hilarious.
Removal of U.S. forces eventually.
Hold on. We can't invite. Hold on, guys. Could you imagine that? We need to go invade Carter Island. Hold on. I have just one little thing that I need to bring up. Isn't it a little bit hot for the boys out there? I mean, come on, guys. Shouldn't we maybe put this off until the winter? Maybe we should do that because we don't want them getting a little too sweaty, and we don't want our boys out there smelling like a whole bunch of sweaty assholes. I mean, come on. Then we'll never be able to sneak up on them. They'll be able to smell us a mile away.
From Iraq. Anyone want to tell me why they're even there since after 2003? But, of course, that's the American empire. And then Kuwait.
As Gen X, we do have our fair share of terrible cynics, but I also feel like we too or I also feel we were too few against boomers. It twisted so many things, I think. Well, one of the running jokes is the fact that you waited for millennials to get therapized before you started asking why your parents didn't love you.
And Qatar. So all of these countries have bases.
Is it reductive? Little bit. Is it also right? A little bit.
Tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands at this point. We really have no idea. That's one thing I also want to emphasize. I just see that we are getting such a tiny little picture of what's actually happening.
Yeah.
These Gulf countries have cracked down so hard. We have no clue what's coming out of that region. Like the videos and all of that from the early days of the war, they are not going to allow any of that anymore. You know, we also know that international news agencies and others are under strict censorship regime. A lot of the population, you know, they're all being monitored for what they can and can't put out. We know here in terms of the U.S. service members that have all been wounded, that all of that was covered up, and it did, you know, the battle damage assessment, others is coming by anonymous leaks, very likely from people in the military who are shocked, who are horrified about what's happening.
No, I heard that this was coming from our soldiers.
And we're really, I mean, I feel in a sober mood. I think we're on the precipice. I just do not see a way out at this point. We will talk with Maz about there's a new 10-day ceasefire. I mean, we've just seen it all before.
No, they fucking they outright denied that today.
At this point, the strategic logic.
I was getting lunch and I heard that over the the normal radio where they were just like, "That's just in." Iran has said that they will not even consider a new 10-day referendum.
Of it just keeps coming back to the Iranians want exact pain.
There's
Their
an AI
global
Walter
strategy is
Cronkite.
one where we punish the U.S. consumer. We'll talk later. Oil, so gas is back at $4 a gallon at a national price. Their other strategy is to cause significant chaos and to create costs on the Gulf countries for their alliance with the United States. And, you know, in these service members in particular, you could say in the beginning, like, oh, you know, they were
Nicaragua's president says they will not hold any more elections.
This is Trump.
Cool.
Like, this is
Cool.
all just Trump. Israel's not even firing
Yeah,
as
they're
of
not
right
even
now.
participating in the
These
campaign
people
right
die. What did these people die for? I know that's an uncomfortable question, but how can, like, this is so entirely on Donald Trump. There's a 19-year-old girl there who is dead because of these strikes. Also, if you look at their occupation, they all work in missile defense and in artillery units. So what does that tell you about Iranian targeting? So they know exactly where the specialized units are. Remember when that Space Force casualty was killed as well? So they're directly have high levels of intelligence, and they're creating significant costs here. And for them, they have had orders of magnitude people be killed, but they are living in an existential conflict. Like one of the clips we'll show people in a little bit is the foreign minister, Arachi, talking about, do you know what it's like to sit in a meeting and think you're going to get bombed? That puts you in a genuine bunker mindset. None of us are there. We can't even tell you why. The polling came out today. The Iran war is the least popular war in the history of polling. Yep. In the history of polling. It took 6 years for Americans to get to this point whenever it came to Vietnam. And even then, there were still some dead enders and others. There's nobody. 30% or whatever of the country only who is...
Again, it's literally the fucking cap. That's everybody that still just will never break from Trump. That's it.
Still mainlining Fox News, who still believes a lot of this
Christ,
stuff.
he hit his ceiling. Can we move on now?
The problem is those people
Son of Doran
in Trump's base are overwhelmingly in favor of it. And so even though you would look at the national picture and say, oh, that it argues in favor of getting out, I mean, the problem for him politically is if he gets out and accepts the surrender, he knows he's politically screwed. If he does something insane...
I see that you are part of my ancestry. I am one of the many sons of Thorin.
Ground incursion, nuclear weapon, God forbid. There's some chance, maybe, it works out. So I guess the way he's looking at it is, well, taking some chance, having some possibility that I can turn this thing around is
That's how you know that I'm definitely damaged, where it's just like, oh, someone's being nice to me.
better than the certain humiliation that is entailed in accepting the memo of understanding that's on the table. And by the way, you know, we just sort of assume that what was agreed, the framework that was agreed to before is going to continue to be on the table. And I don't think that's a safe assumption whatsoever. Because what Trump has effectively done here is proven the hardliners in Iran correct. After they sign this memo of understanding, then the first thing they do is go out and try to establish this other corridor that the U.S. can control in the Strait of Hormuz. The Iranians said, look, we knew we couldn't trust these people. See, we can't trust them. You can't negotiate them. You can't work with them. We should have continued our own bombing campaign so that we could gain more leverage, and they have not experienced enough pain. That is the view that is going to be ascendant in Iran because of our actions here. So with that being said, let's go ahead and bring in Murtaza Hussain from Dropsite to talk about everything that has transpired so far.
Okay, and then I got one more.
So let's dig in deeper now to the global
Breaking
market
points.
and oil-specific
By the way, hitting that like button. If you guys haven't done that already, please consider doing so.
perspective. We brought the news earlier that the Houthis have announced a blockade of Saudi Arabia. John Mearsheimer was just speaking to Chris Hedges about how significant it would be if this action...
And also, don't forget everything that's happening over in Russia, too. Like, that has a major impact on what's happening here. Like, dude, I've been saying this, man. I don't know how. I really don't. I don't know how they've staved this off for as long as they have. I know that China had some like oil reserves that they didn't tap into, and they gave it back to the world markets. But man, I have this feeling that within the next few weeks, it's going to be beyond $6 a gallon because he's not going to be able to fix this, and it's only going to get worse. And once that happens, you're going to see this man panic at a fucking rate you've never seen before. Because he realistically, you saw it with the World Cup thing. He can't conceptualize everybody actually hating him. He really does think like he's so Trump delusion syndrome is literally what he lives with. He deludes himself into thinking that he's popular. He deludes himself into thinking that everybody loves him, and everybody that just they got the TDS because they just can't love me. Why not? Why can't you love me? I'm a nice guy.
The global markets, he in fact predicted just days ago that the Iranians would be very
well. Gee, maybe it's because everything that you touch turns to shit.
Interested in moving this direction. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
There were about 20 million barrels per day coming out of the Gulf on February 27th. You know, when people talk about 20% of the world's oil came out of the Gulf, that 20% represents about 20 million barrels.
The delusions are crashing. Yes.
Barrels.
That's one of the benefits that's actually like kind of nice to watch, where it's like, dude, if Trump did anything, he overplayed his hand, and now he's learning.
And
he just learned how to play poker the hard way.
Since the war started, we've devolved to a situation.
Full house. I have a full house. I also have all the aces. What are you going to do? I have a full house and all the aces. What are you going to do? It's just like, well, considering I know how to play fucking poker and you can't have both. I'm going to just go on a limb and say that you're bluffing about this. Oh, what do you know? I've only got a bunch of twos.
Where 7 million barrels are still coming out of Saudi Arabia and the UAE
I still win my pot.
So it's only, in my opinion, about 13 million barrels that have been bottled up in the Gulf. Now, where are those 7 million barrels coming out of? One is that Saudi Arabia is sending probably somewhere on the order of 5 million barrels out through the Red Sea, not through the Strait of Hormuz. And I would guess that the UAE is sending out close to 2 million barrels from Fujairah, which is a UAE port on the Gulf of Oman. In other words, it's outside of the Strait of Hormuz. So you have this roughly 7 million barrels of oil, 7 million out of the original 20 million that are still coming out of the Persian Gulf. I think the Iranians have a vested interest in shutting down the flow of oil through the Red Sea. That's the Saudi Arabian oil, and shutting down Fujairah. And there's some evidence they've already shut down Fujairah.
So, Sagar, we've been talking about why there hasn't been a complete disaster in the oil market. I mean, prices are already pretty high. They're back up over $4 a gallon for American consumers today. But one of the reasons why there's been a bit of a cushion is because Saudi has been able to export some.
We're right back at that point where it's just like, oh, shit, day by day, we don't know if it's going to be up to like $5 tomorrow.
Through the
so now you got people that are panic buy, which...
Red Sea, that plus China has reduced their imports significantly. We'll talk more about that in a moment. But if that piece is going away, that could be highly significant, especially as we're sort of scraping the bottom of the barrel here in terms of our strategic petroleum reserve.
Yeah, let's just like lay out the picture. There's like two main reasons why gas is still not at catastrophic levels. Although, let's put C1 up here on the screen. I mean, as of this morning, gas is right back to $4 a gallon nationally. So it's not like, you know, people got a little bit.
Oh, where's Tara Hope Bob? Wait, where's Jerry? Jerry?
Of a reprieve around, I think the lowest is like 380, maybe 390 per gallon.
Wonder how the Freedom Fuel Network is doing this morning.
Yeah, we should check in. We should check in on the Freedom Fuel Network. But we have $4 a gallon here nationally, and that's where things are now, where things have been cooled off. So there are two primary reasons that things did not go absolutely catastrophic. One was Saudi Arabia, as you just said, approximately 4.5 million barrels per day that were coming out of the Bab al-Mandeb Strait that they were able to export. That's roughly 3 to 4% of the world's oil supply, which the Houthis now say they will blockade. And I do think it's worth meditating on this. Like, why should we even take it seriously?
Immediately,
I was looking here for the reaction. I was like, wow, this is a literal nightmare scenario. Of course, there's a lot of people. They're like, well, that would only assume that they have the ability to do so. And I'm like, they do have the ability to do so. They did it. They literally did this. Years ago, we bombed the living hell out of them, and we still were not able to stop the blockade. We both,
shout out to my friends that watch my show.
And
That's
Trump
crazy.
expended a serious amount of munitions. And you know how the Houthis responded? They were able to do so, and they even clipped an F-35. Let's not forget about that. So these are not just some guys, you know, with RPGs in a cave. Like, this is some seriously capable guerrilla force.
It also doesn't take that much because you're relying on commercial shippers. I mean, you've had sailors on these cargo ships who have been killed.
Yeah, many.
And then
What's up, Brian?
You have the insurance companies that are also saying, no, we're not going to insure your cargo ship going through this active war zone where a blockade has been imposed. So you kind of have, capitalism working against you here as well.
Hey, Brian, by the way, Pokemon Go got fun again. Not sure if you care, but
it's not going to be willing to take the risk, and who could blame them? I mean, if you're,
really good time playing
a
it this
sailor,
weekend
one of
with
these
the
like
wife.
working class men from around the world who are staffing these ships, you want to risk your life to run the blockade? I don't think so, not at all. And you've had captains who have actively been their companies said, hey, you're going to take this route, and they've said, no, I'm not doing that. So we'll see some of that as well.
Exactly. And then secondary is China, and this is one of the main focuses that we want to show everyone. Let's put C2 up here, for example. Chinese imports are beginning to rebound sharply. So why does this matter? As you guys can see from this chart, if you're watching, is that China was importing roughly 12 million barrels per day right before the beginning of the war. That plummeted below 6 million barrels per day after the outbreak of the war. Nobody really knows why. The general theory is that when oil was cheap, they stocked up. They have a massive strategic petroleum reserve. But one of the things that we kept hammering home here is eventually...
I like the Hillary Clinton can go Pokemon go fuck herself.
They will have to buy some oil. They may not resume the full 12 million barrel per day purchase that they were at, but a resumption in their price because of their sheer size for a massive oil importing nation means it will put significant pressure on the global oil market. Oil is a global commodity, at least for now, before things get totally catastrophic.
It became too pay to win. The thing is, I'm not trying to win. I don't give a shit.
You have to start doing crazy stuff. Well, with the
I want stuff for my decks, and I just want to have my own fun.
Chinese,
occasionally it does get annoying when you have people like gym maxing
imports. That's what C3
we're not
back
talking
there on
about
the screen. It is the
we're not talking about the clavicular stuff. We're literally talking about like these guys that hack their IVs on their Pokemons and blah blah blah.
Single most determinative factor whenever it comes to the global oil market. And so if you have two primary shocks that are already coming into a shock system, and what I mean by that is the 5-month closure of the Strait of Hormuz, or at least disruption of the Strait of Hormuz, then you have the Red Sea, and then
I don't have a completed decks anywhere.
China, that is primarily why oil is not at $200.
Well, I mean, Pokemon Go,
dollars per barrel. But if it resumes buying, if China buys oil again with gusto, and this is when prices were in the $60 range, he predicted, this is Javier Blas, who's the chief energy commodities analyst over at Bloomberg, he said it would push the price to $80 a barrel. So $20 a barrel rise, just a resumption of oil. So just to give give a picture, we are currently around 90 as of this morning.
As a football fan,
things are fluctuating.
You're not just a football fan. You're also like a bias collaborator. Dude, everybody in Spain had to fucking talk about how they edited him out of everything unless they just wanted to like laugh at the fact that old man stood there awkwardly because he didn't know where else to go, because he also fucking has this enormous ego where he's like, I'm part of this too. Without me, they couldn't have won the World Cup because the World Cup wouldn't be here.
Obviously, because of the Houthis announcement, because of the resumption of war, or at least seeming like there's no memorandum of understanding, and of course, a reduction in what's happening. 90 is where put things gas right around $4. But if you go to 110, 120, 130, 140, 150, things can get catastrophic very quickly. And then finally, really why we should pay attention is, and I said, guys, I sent this morning, I'm not sure which element it is that what we have currently is an incredibly low stockpile, which I know we've talked about from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. But secondary to that is not just the petroleum reserve, it's crude oil inventories of what's left in the United States, the slack in the system. So if you take a look at this picture, you can actually see crude oil only has about 43 days of supply left in the United States. That is the lowest inventory in the 45 years of history of taking.
Yeah, we're sitting here with fucking, again,
all of taking
gas prices just sitting normal.
That lack of slack
normal
is exactly why Trump buckled in the first place. Remember, he said, I don't want to be Herbert Hoover. That was higher than where we are today. So 43 days left of supply. Again, I'm not an oil commodities guy. I've tried to learn as much as I can over the last several months. The reason I understand it is that obviously there's a fluctuation in how you produce oil. It's not exactly like a one-to-one business. So you need that slack to have like confidence in the market that it'll be there when you order what you have. When all that gets taken away, and if it runs to zero, that's when stuff gets absolutely bonkers. That means just like, for delivery time, just-in-time delivery, etc. It would be just basically no confidence in the market. That's when export bans and all those other things might come into play. Literal shortages, people just running out of stuff. And maybe this is all, hyperbolic. I can understand why someone would say that after the 5 months of us talking about it. But I mean, at a certain point,
that was the whole point, though.
This is the reason the Strategic Petroleum Reserve existed in the first place. It's now
I
be at the lowest level
genuinely think
since
that's the whole reason they did it.
You just had no runway. And so I mean, we'll see. That's really the only thing, because you can't look at the current situation and say, oh yeah, Trump is going to blink. He definitely could at any moment, like he did last time. I still think he probably has to, just because of the logic of where we are. But you got 4 Americans now who were killed just in the last 48 hours, 72 hours, something like that. You have low inventory. I mean, what if they do a ground invasion? It's possible. And if they do that, it's over. There is no coming back from a ground invasion of any kind. You can't just withdraw them and then we take
again. Rebecca, thank you for the $10 donation.
more casualties.
So
if we don't talk about
finally
it
add
at least
that.
some point in the next 2-3 weeks, that's where we're going.
Well, and here's the other piece we haven't even mentioned, which is Ukraine is hitting Russian oil infrastructure as hard as they possibly can to try to, create pain for the Russians, but inherently that's going to create more pain for the global economy because these markets are all completely intertwined. Again, Javier Blas says, chart of the day, Morgan Stanley reckons more than half of Russian oil refinery capacity is down due to Ukrainian attacks. Typically, Russia is the world's second largest diesel exporter, normally around 11% of global seaborne trade. And so when we say it's a global commodity, what we mean is even if you have a country that is not directly buying oil from Russia, the fact that Russia is producing and exporting oil is creating less pressure in the market and keeping prices more in check because it's being bought by somebody. So when you have also these Ukrainian attacks paired together with, it looks like China's increasing their buying, paired together with now we've got a full blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. Now we've got Yemen saying, hey, we're going to blockade Saudi Arabia in the Red Sea. This is all looking very grim. Now, I don't think there's anyone in the world who could say this is the moment when the shit hits the fan, right? But I keep coming back to what Trump said when he did Taco, when he said we've got a few weeks left. He has access to presumably the best information in the world. So if you're thinking to yourself that there's some other rabbit that he's going to be able to pull out of a hat to lessen the pressure in the oil market and forestall what we know eventually at some point is going to happen, that would be an indication to you that he does not have another rabbit in the hat that he can pull out, that all of the things that could be done to keep prices as low as possible, which ain't that low to begin with, but as low as possible.
My state's going to be fucked. The governor removed the gas tax a while ago to make the gas prices cheaper, but my state has already been running on a deficit. They keep extending the gas tax vacation.
Without things going to $200.
No, I understand. That's how red states, they understand. This is one thing I'll say about Republicans. They understand the optics of things. So if they can make gas prices cheaper, day one, and if it happens quickly, they won. Because though they know that Americans don't really function with long-term shit, and then it gives them enough time to spin it to blame the Democrats or to blame the obstructionists or whatever the fuck. Realistically, Democrats would do so much better if they just said, no, here's the numbers. I know they're boring. This guy's lying to you. Take it or leave it.
A barrel. That has already.
But they always play this game of nuh-uh, 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 nuh-uh.
Been done. All of those levers have already been pulled. So, we know certainly the clock is ticking. And when you go back to the Iranian strategy, this is when they decided to move forward with negotiations and sign the MOU, this was the logic that they put forward, Sagar, that they thought even if we have some pressure release now, as long as the clock is ticking, we are getting closer to the time and pressure is building to the time when there will be massive global economic fallout. And I think if we look at that, if we look at the fact that they were able to, sell a bunch of oil, refresh their coffers in terms of their finances, they were able to dig out a bunch of their missile cities and be able to prepare for the next escalatory attack. We were not able to do the same. We didn't spin up manufacturing. We didn't refurb the bases that had been destroyed throughout the region. They come into this new phase of the conflict, actually relative to the U.S., much stronger than they started the war between all of those pieces. Yeah. So, that's the landscape that's facing all of us right now.
And I'm just looking even at the more recent strike information. So Kuwait is getting hammered in the last 3 days. So they've had huge oil hits, water desalination,
Saudi states,
and energy. There's pictures of backup generators.
It was a lot worse than when it first began. And yet, nobody's asking the question, how can it be worse, but gas is not at the peak that it was before?
You start to see the government bring out the backup generator, not where I want to be, on the back of an 18-wheeler truck. Well, this country exported 0 oil for 30 days. That's 3% of the total supply of the world, 5.6% of the entire global oil reserve, much of which the production had to be taken offline because they literally couldn't export anything. And now they're getting completely hammered and struck in terms of their infrastructure, where even if the war ended now, they have to rebuild it. They have to do all this stuff to get it out there. That's just Kuwait. And then we talked about Saudi Arabia. That's another 4 to 5% of the world's oil. Will it be blockaded? We'll see, right? Obviously, we'll cover it here for a couple of days. The Strait of Hormuz is basically closed. Yesterday, literally just yesterday, another tanker is on, or sorry, overnight. So while we were all sleeping, a Greek ship got hit. Apparently there's like one Greek company which continues to try to run the blockade. Everybody else is like, yeah, we're good, right? And so you have a trickle of the number of ships that are coming through. You've got ships that are being struck. You got oil infrastructure, water, desalination, and then Iran has a nuclear power plant hit. I mean, how can you not look at all this and say we are on the precipice, right? To the Trump and Hoover point whenever he was talking about the slack. I mean, this is one at least benefit to the world. Oil inventory and petroleum reserve and all that is heavily documented. You can go, as we have preparing for the show, just go to the International Energy Agency's website. They will show you what the strategic petroleum reserve of all the participating nations is, how much they've released.
But he says that he forgives you. He forgave you all.
Much is left. We have a few weeks.
He also said that he's just like, I'm sorry for not understanding politics, but thank you. Thank you for at least like discussing this today.
Left for what that initial strategic petroleum reserve release is. There's basically no more oil left in it for the critical operating levels. So there's nothing left between crude oil inventory and the strategic petroleum reserve. We know exactly where it will all come from. You can dial things up maybe in the U.S., but a part of the problem too for Saudi Arabia, the closure, and for now the stoppage of Strait of Hormuz oil is that means that this inventory will go faster because the Trump administration
I'm lucky to have a
brags
friend
a lot
like him. He literally texts me like while I'm streaming, just randomly, just saying, "How's stream going?"
About how we export all this oil. We have been exporting an absolute shit
lucky
ton of
to
oil.
have people
But
in my
that
life
has
like
got
that.
that is going to be made up for in terms of orders from Japan, from Korea, from all of these other nations around the world, all competing for our oil. And then you add Russia on top of that for all this diesel and then natural gas in terms of Qatar and their inability to get. So like all of the, the ground is set for a genuine crisis. I mean, we're already living in a crisis, but even more of a crisis, in my opinion. And I think especially, this is just, and I try to emphasize this in our shows, but it is genuinely important. A black swan event like a hurricane will break us. Or not just us, somewhere around the world. Who knows? Some nation, tsunami, tornado, whatever they call it, cyclone or something, it's over. Because if you take something like that off, then the slack for Japan, for Korea, for any of these other countries, that's when you're broken. You have nothing left to ship you. Right? All of the naval assets are in the Gulf. We didn't even bring this up in the A block in terms of a potential crisis. A bunch of warplanes from Germany and from the rest of the world, they're going to the Middle East, which means if some stuff kicks off in Ukraine and Russia, we got nothing there. It's gone. Same with all the carrier strike groups and all the munitions have all been basically stripped from PACOM or from Korea, from all these Air Force bases.
Yeah. This is, ironically, I was just listening to a professor talk about how, yes, we were already close to World War III, but this was what he was really worried about was this specific escalation.
Nothing that is currently there that is not nailed to the ground. And so that just means, everyone thinks things will kick off with just because of Iran. It definitely might.
No. Actually, it ironically goes back to Russia.
Is what we're saying. But I actually think there will be some Katrina-style event. Now, maybe either here in the United States or somewhere else in the world, or potentially some sort of Taiwan situation. Nobody knows. North Korea, it could be anything. And that is what actually will break the entire system. Because that's when you have nothing left, that's when the whole world will change.
We are redlining the global economy right now. We are pushing it to its absolute limits. We are taking out any sort of slack or buffer so that if we just continue in this direction, it's unsustainable. But if we have some sort of a catastrophic weather event or other event that is
I just said it, a hurricane.
Foreseen, although the weather events are kind of foreseen because we are in this massive
I mean, we kind of just had one. Do you guys understand how much money was lost because of that fucking the smoke? I was kind of just doing a careful estimate on it because I was like, okay, so just this one event is going to cost these organizers at least, a couple thousand. Wait, you lost audio. Oh, no, I should be good. But yeah, a couple thousand. So this had to cost the Renaissance Fair somewhere near hundreds of thousands of dollars just in one day. Now, multiply that times 2, and then you multiply that times, you got other festivals, you got any event that was taking place outside got canceled. That damaged our economy. You had people that are out money that can't get that back because they didn't have to fucking even contemplate a refund. Dude, what they're talking about, that weather event, we just had it.
El Nino cycle. But in any case,
and people don't want to recognize how much that cost us, except for Trump, where he's sitting here fucking threatening to tariff Canada and go to war with them.
Something that is unforeseen.
Blame Canada. I watched South Park and I sang the song. It was quite the earworm. So I'm sitting here going, blame Canada, blame Canada. And I'm like, you know what? That's a great fucking idea.
Then we will be in a world of trouble. Last one I'll put up on the screen, C6, Brent crude crossing $90 a barrel. It has now gone down to it's at 89 this morning, 88. And this is the thing that I'm like, it makes no sense to me, right? I mean, I'm looking at all of these numbers. They're living apparently off of the hopium of this, there's some 10-day negotiation that's going on. And so the stock market is up and the oil prices have ticked back down a little bit.
It doesn't make sense unless these fucking, these people that are choking the market are they are in the know that this is all fake and they're trying to manipulate the market.
I don't know. I hope their hopium is justified, but they seem to ignore every other indicator. If there's even one thing that's slightly positive, they'll be like, I think this is going to work out. And I guess they're in part betting on, that all the other traders and all of the other players will also seize on that hopium and act accordingly. But at some point with oil, there is a reality here of what exists and what doesn't exist and what is getting into the global economy and what is not. So there has to be a reckoning at some point. It's not like, SpaceX where you can just have the theory of the possibility indefinitely, although SpaceX is not doing all that.
Yeah, but the fact that we're okay with this line of thinking is insane.
Well, either.
Right. How in the fuck did we go from adults running things, adults actually doing the math, adults actually controlling where our economy goes? Because goddamn, I thought that the stock market was bullshit before, but at least it seemed like it was kind of predicated based on our labor and us. Now, not the fucking case.
And even if we do get out of this, we're just all going to be paying $3.50 a gallon for forever. I mean, at this point, for the rest of Trump's presidency. So it's not going down, significantly anytime soon. Actually, we even saw it with the memorandum of understanding how low.
Yeah, but this is where Democrats need to say $2.50. What? $2.50 was the national average before the war. $2.50. Just remember that.
To get $3.80, right? I mean,
just remember
that's a preview of what it's going to be like.
I'm getting tired of how bad we are at this shit. Dude, the thing is, the buzz lines work with these assholes. They hate Biden. They hate Democrats so fucking much. They hate libs. Dude, start trolling them. Start using the same tactics. I know. Every once in a while, it seems kind of hard to do, but it's nah, simplify it.
For a long, long time. All right, let's get to...
Don't get caught up in their fucking bullshit. Don't over-argue the points. That's the biggest one. Stop over-arguing with them.
Insider trading. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below.
Kind of found myself doing that, and I was just like, okay, let's reevaluate where we go with this. Oh, man. All right. Trying to steal their thunder. Here we go. Here's Trump trying to steal Spain's thunder. Let's get to, oh man, we got speed. We got to go through the news.
Joining me now, MS Now's Ayman Mohideen. I get that he thought this was one of the signature events of his term in office, but why, just let the Spanish have it. Just let them enjoy.
There's no way that Donald Trump can be surrounded by a bunch of young, successful, attractive, highly accomplished men and athletes and not want to be a part of their success story. And by the way, this wasn't the first time Donald Trump did this, right? Literally a year ago during this same similar tournament, the FIFA Club World Cup, when Chelsea won, they went through this same kind of ceremony where Chelsea had just won the World Cup. Donald Trump goes on stage, hand the trophy, you're supposed to leave, let the players enjoy this moment. Nobody's supposed to be on that stage except the players and the coach.
The coach, yeah, because they worked so hard to get to that point, but he had to make it about him.
The medical staff, not even the technical staff, not even some of the assistant managers. And Donald Trump injects himself in there.
Because here's where I'm going to call, again, it's simple. If it was Joe Biden that did this, you'd be freaking the fuck out. So shut the fuck up.
And awkwardly stands there knowing that
I hate these Republicans that are just what's the big deal?
He's not supposed to be there. So much
come
so
on,
that even
dude.
The president of FIFA, Infantino, who has done this a few times, try to suggest to him, hey, you should be exiting stage right.
Yeah.
He doesn't.
He literally tried, dude, the guy that, I don't even know his fucking name, the FIFA, the bald FIFA fucker. He was trying to usher him off and he's just like, what? Nope, I'm clapping. Look.
Tries to stand in the middle of that picture and steal the thunder of the Spanish players. And look, like I said, the idea of Donald Trump being, as the Washington Post said, being showered with gold confetti, being surrounded by all, these highly accomplished, very successful athletes is probably something he wanted for the image and being part of that success.
Let's talk about one of those successful athletes on the Spanish team, Borja Iglesias.
Yep.
He said he would only shake Trump's hand to avoid prison. he hoped it would be over very quickly. How much did the president's feud with Spain's president just linger over all of this?
Big time. You know, the athletes were asked about it. The soccer players were asked about it, as you mentioned there. You know, the Spanish athletes are a reflection of their country just the same way American athletes are in others. So they come in all different kind of political views and stuff. But some of the Spanish players have been very outspoken, not just about the United States, but about foreign policy, about war, about the genocide in Gaza. Many of them have expressed their views about it, and they understand America's role in all of these global issues. And as you mentioned, there's been this feud between the Prime Minister of Spain, Pedro Sanchez, and the United States. And the words of President Trump.
Wait, Pap, earlier today I put a Ben Jordan video in the general Discord. I'll check it out, Mitch.
Reverberated around Spanish media. A lot of Spanish media covered Trump's comments about Spain.
Opening takes, what's happening with these admins and their probable end game. I will check it out.
Or trade wars.
I'll check it out on my off time tonight, and then I will bring it to the show tomorrow if I want to cover it.
So that was not lost on the players who were playing here in the United States. And then on top of that, you had some Spanish athletes, former Spanish team players, who were denied entry into the United States. One of the former World Cup winners of Spain's 2010 team.
Thanks for that, by the way, Mitch.
The United States because he participated in a soccer game in Iran.
I always appreciate when you guys, like, if you guys leave stuff in the suggested box or even in the general, I'll take a look at it.
Or his ability to enter the United States was denied, and he appealed to Donald Trump and to the American administration to let him into the country so that he could be here with his teammates.
I'm going to take this opportunity to remind you guys that if you do want to send fan art or whatever, I do have my P.O. box. You guys can get that information from the Discord.
So the politics between what the United States has done towards Spain and the tensions around this World Cup were not lost on these Spanish players.
I'm a sucker for a good gift.
As they were lifting that trophy and making these types of comments in the run-up. Of course, athletes are going to be asked about their politics and their worldviews. And so I think for a lot of the athletes, like we heard there, it was not lost on them that they were playing in this climate, that it was Donald Trump who was going to present this trophy, and he's had very harsh words.
I can tell you right now, a lot of my favorite shirts and just, you know, my random stuff was just, it was a gift from somebody that was just, you know, it was random shit, but intent matters to me.
But I just want to say the president was also with PM of Canada, Mark Carney, and he told him, you got to stop these fires from coming in and poisoning our air. Maybe they should pay us some damages or something. We should do some tariffs.
As if Donald Trump doesn't know how, you know, forest fires happen and that they're part of things that happen in this country. And, you know, again, it's the way that Donald Trump approaches.
No, because the thing is, it happened in California. Therefore, it happened to a political enemy. Therefore, it's beneficial for him to rewrite the way that forest fires work. This idea that you need to go and do forest management, you need to rake the leaves. I want to use the R word so bad for when he says that shit.
Geopolitics and also
like
personal relationships. It's a sporting event. The world is trying to celebrate, and Donald Trump.
It's a special level of stupidity, stupidity, you know, to be like, you need to brush, you need to clean up your forests. You know how many acres the Canadian forest like that is burning right now is. It's literally astounding how fucking stupid our president is.
The retribution that anything that happes outside the world that
and you have people out there like,
the United States, he wants to exact a price for it, and it's just not.
Why don't you clean up the leaves? I got a rake I could send over to Canada.
The spirit of this tournament, it's not the cordiality that is often afforded to world leaders who are coming here to participate in this. Canada was a host of the World Cup, like the United States was, like Mexico was.
So I sure am large.
You would use this stage and also at the same time use that kind of rhetoric against your neighbor.
Good question. I like shirts.
The character of who Donald Trump is.
David Mohadina, it's always so good to have you.
I do love a good shirt. I mean, seriously, one of my favorite T-shirts I owned, I got given to me by one of the hot dog stands that I go to, because he was just like, I see you here a lot, man. It's just like, cool. Oh, fuck. And then I bought another one because I felt bad.
3 American service members were killed in action over the past few days as the United States and Iran inch closer.
Yeah, this is crazy, the fact that they're just covering up the numbers, though.
And closer to a return to all-out war. U.S. Central Command announced yesterday the death of an American soldier in northern Iraq who was killed during the disposal of a downed Iranian drone. 2 U.S. soldiers were also killed on Friday in Jordan during an Iranian missile barrage.
1 minute 3 seconds.
One is still missing. The latest fatalities, raising the death toll of American military personnel in the Iran war to 17, while hundreds of other troops have been injured. The two sides, meanwhile, are continuing to exchange fire. The U.S. announced a new round of strikes overnight for the 9th consecutive night, as Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says the loss of U.S. soldiers, quote, only stiffens our resolve. Iran says at least 50 people, meanwhile, have been killed and more than...
Some of you may lose your lives, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
500.
Jesus Christ. The fact that we can just openly quote Shrek and just be like, well, that's applicable to our own military right now. What are we doing?
100 injured.
What are we doing? We have a guy that can't even fucking do push-ups, who can't fucking actually do any, kettlebell curls or any of this shit. And this motherfucker's out here just like, you need testosterone. I run the Department of War. Blah, 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 blah.
The U.S.
Fuck you.
Resumed its bombing campaign. In return, Tehran is once again targeting U.S. bases and other sites across the Gulf, including attacks on a power and water treatment plant in Kuwait. As for what comes next, well...
I have a couple of things I should send you when I can afford to send stuff. Hey, totally.
Iranian government
it will not be appreciated. And yes, I know shipping costs are a thing.
official told MS Now that the memorandum of understanding between the U.S. and Iran is no longer valid, quote. And a senior foreign diplomat inside Tehran who is linked to the negotiations told MS Now, quote, there is no hope of peace in the near future. Joe, I mean... We knew the MOU was not holding up. I think it's a little surprising the speed with which both sides, or at least the Iranians, have acknowledged this is done. It's done. It's over. And the question now, do we bumble along? I mean, oil prices are up, but not massively. We're not over $100 a barrel yet this morning, although we hear the supplies are very low. So where does this take us?
Well, I think we bumble along. We bumble along, David Ignatius, because there's not much of a choice to do anything else. The president tried to get an MOU that Iran would accept. The terms were worse for the United States than Kaiser Wilhelm II had to sign at the end of World War I at Versailles. We were giving $500 billion to the Iranians. We all know the president took sanctions off of Iran and allowed them to sell
Morning Joe really needs a new audio guy.
Oil in a way they hadn't since 1979. It didn't change their behavior at all. In fact, things got even worse. So now the president's going back to understanding he's going to have to show strength with the Iranians. But this from the Washington Post, your newspaper this morning, that the president's talking about the
Joe has the biggest fucking head.
Possibility.
Look at that forehead. Just look at it. Holy shit. It's a big fucking noggin.
Of a more expansive war. But they're limited in how far they can expand that war by a limitation on munitions, both long range.
This guy definitely hates like the store lids, where he's just like, I don't like that store. They never have anything that fits for me.
Munitions, and also the sort of weapons that they would.
This guy put on an oversized cowboy hat and it fit him normally.
need to continue this fight for a long time, and even the possibility of ground troops, which the president refuses to rule out.
I saw this guy standing underneath the Arby's sign with the hat, and all of a sudden he looked normal.
That possibility.
Right, that was a stretch.
Right now limited by all the damage in Iran. So
do you have that hat in a 9 3/4?
What is the next move? It's a question we've been asking since the middle of March.
Oh my God, they literally pull out a bucket. Here, hold on.
And the answer is no more clear. There is no easy answer, is there?
No, there isn't. We've spoken, commenting on this.
What Americans would stand for this, sending our youth to die for Israel and billionaire agenda. The ones that believe that this is how American, do you understand there's a bunch of American idiots out there that believe that just by the merits of us going to war, it just must be for a good reason, and that these soldiers are protecting America. That's why you got to stand for the flag. That's why you got to support your troops. Like, support your troops bumper stickers. I swear to God, if I don't start seeing those in the next 2 years, I will admit that I'm wrong. But I swear, the longer this war goes, they're going to start doing that, because again, the less popular that the Iraq and Afghanistan wars got, the more you started seeing that nationalistic bullshit.
For the last month or so, about a term that's used in chess, where every move you make makes your situation worse.
Yeah.
And I fear this may be one of those situations.
Yeah.
The Washington Post headline this morning says the U.S. teeters on the brink of all-out war with Iran. That's a frightening thought, that we could be drawn so deep into a conflict that President Trump clearly wants to get out of, but knows that he can't get out of now because the Iranians control the Strait of Hormuz, a key waterway. I've written that maybe Trump should just find a way to keep his mouth shut and walk away from this.
I always like these big brain morons. Big brain morons. That have been doing this talking head shit for a long time. You can tell, like, these guys, like Morning Joe loves this guy. But realistically, they're looking at this from a point of view where they're just like, well, that's if he was a normal person, bro. Oh my God, I love when Republicans lament, like, not having Joe Biden around, because it's just like things were easier when we were the victims and we didn't have to constantly stand up for the bad things our president did.
Keep the pressure on Iran.
Which,
but
I just got to say, you know what? I'm embracing my listen. If we got 2.5 years of this shit, fuck it. I'm gonna embrace this.
But not
fuck it. I have no ties to these assholes.
continue towards ground invasion.
I get to just say it as it is. No, this motherfucker, he fucked up. He fucked up. Trump done fucked up.
Radical escalation. But Joe, it's one of those.
But here he is, just like, well, it's just Trump. He did such a radical escalation, and I just feel that if he wanted an off ramp, he could still ask for it, and I just feel that the blah 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 blah.
Situations that remind you of the very worst moments in history, where a war begins. People think it's going to last a short time. In World War I, people thought...
Yeah, you couldn't say that it was wrong. Iraq, Afghanistan, in the moment. No, you get chastised.
Thought the troops would be...
They literally, if you didn't have a flag on your car, you were a fucking anti-patriot, dude.
by Christmas.
You might as well be shilling for Al-Qaeda.
Went to war in August 1914, and we all know the just nightmarish carnage that followed. I've begun to wonder if this isn't a little bit like what Osama bin Laden and Al-Qaeda did to the United States. Their strategy was to draw us deeper and deeper.
No, that wasn't their strategy. That was Dick Cheney's strategy and Donald Rumsfeld's strategy. No, you're still one of these Warhawk assholes that likes to pretend that had absolute... Yeah. It was totally on the up and up, and 1,000%. The bad guys need to be... Fuck you. Fuck you. Dude, I have friends that died because of assholes like you. God, will you just ship off already?
War to continue.
You lost most of your hair. What are you, fucking 70-something? Like, dude, just fucking retirement community. Fucking go play some golf and just leave it to us. Go away.
Wanted us to...
fucking over it.
...invade Afghanistan. They wanted to draw...
Getting a little tired of seeing this generation that fucking is living a little too long.
...draw us into a field of conflict where over time they would just
letting their lead brains poison us.
Just out and detritus. So that's one fear I have, but I have to say...
Sorry to any of my boomer audience in here.
...that President Trump faces...
Realistically, I do this where it's boomer Republicans.
Yeah, they are. And David French... Let's circle back and go back to the MOU for a second, something that we have to do, because if the United States gave the Iranians those terms, gave them $500 billion, gave them basically de facto control of the strait, allowed them to continue their nuclear program, allowed them to continue unabated their missile program, and again, funded them $500 billion, lifting sanctions off of their oil, which the State Department just a week before that deal had said, this is how the Iranians fund their terror operations. It would have...
What? GNN's YouTube appeal got denied?
Left Iran in a...
Guys, follow Galactic Streamlord over on Twitch, and you guys might want to sub to me over on Twitch just in case. Just a little heads up.
Stronger position than it's been in 47 years. They would have left Iran as the dominant power in that region. So I know a lot of people are saying, oh, well, let's just get out of there. Well, yeah, let's get out of there, but with an understanding that
God, I wish Twitch had a way to super. If Twitch had a way to super, like do super chats, that'd be great.
Iranians are at the very most.
Funny how the hippie generation are now the Warhawks. Yep.
Going to
Yeah, funny how Israel is also now the Nazis. Isn't that weird?
Be where they were when this war began. And that's going to be a real challenge for the president.
I think GNN is a victim of his format. He is.
Because, of course, it may require some.
The problem is because you can't prove that he's actually live. I hate to say it. I kind of understand this one a little bit, just because of that specific one where it's like, okay, because like, yeah, the AI, it can't differentiate.
The military troops,
to
keep this straight.
Like, had he gotten taken down for something he was saying, that would be, very egregious and like very, very like, okay, now I'm fucking worried. But I'm not worried for my own channel because of this.
Open.
He might have to take the mask off. That's what would have to happen. No, that's what would have to happen. But the thing is, he shouldn't have to do that. Like, VTubing is, it's its own thing.
Yeah, I mean, we're in a situation now
I actually respect the fuck out of VTubers, to be completely real. I couldn't do that.
where, and I'm glad David raised this, where
As much as I have a friend that's a VTuber, and he told me, he's just like, yeah, but I couldn't do what you're doing. I'm like, why?
everyone is putting their foot on the gas.
Like, who the fuck you think is coming up to me? What, you think I'm at the grocery store and people are just like, fuck you and your politics, pep talks? It's just like, that's not how it works.
Nobody is footing.
Fuck. If that did happen, I'd be like, you know who I am? Holy shit!
Is putting their foot on the brake here. And so when that is happening, you see mutual miscalculation after mutual miscalculation. So
As long as I'm a member here, it's
catastrophic
that's okay with me. I can't be a member at GNN. So that
miscalculation by
sucks.
the Trump
That really does suck.
administration that this could be like Venezuela 2.0. The prospects
Oh,
of
you
that
guys think
were
I'm kidding about that? No, legit. Even if a hater was just like, "Are you pep talks?" It's like, yeah,
never good at all. And then when that didn't work out,
reverse
it's obvious-
starstruck. Oh, dude, prepare to be prepare. Like, if I ever like any of you guys are just like that, I'm gonna make it awkward.
They didn't have.
It's gonna get awkward because I'm gonna be like, "Oh shit, you want a picture? You want an autograph?"
Another plan. And now, Joe, I'm wondering about the Iranian government here.
And then you guys just leave. No, I'm good. It's like, you sure?
If there is a miscalculation on their part, they could have wrapped both arms around that memorandum of understanding and
I
emerged
kid, but I
from
would also be tripped
the
out. I'd be like,
conflict
"What?"
stronger in a stronger position than when it began strategically. A clear loss for the U.S. But now again, they're continuing to close the strait. They're continuing to keep it closed. That's fundamental
Just
to
chasing
any
you.
deal
You forgot your autograph.
to end the war. And now they're taking serious damage along
me
with
alone.
us, obviously. Again, nobody has a foot on the brake here at all.
And if the
Oh,
Iranians
stop.
Didn't have.
Boomers don't deserve the right to vote. Mandatory voter testing should be required. No.
So many factions fighting each other right now in terms.
No, we could just teach basic civics, and I don't know. This is also on parents, man. How come parents don't have more stake in their kids learning shit? Like, I genuinely get a little mad. Oh, yeah, that's right, because we have a capitalist system designed to keep the parents working so they can't teach their own kids certain things unless they have a designated homeschooler. So, yeah, weird.
Internally, somebody with half a brain would have taken that MOU, and if they'd been able to force everybody else to take that MOU, Iran right now would be stronger than any other country in the region and be set to.
I'm in Montana, and I know who you are. That's where. No, dude, seriously, it's a trip. Like, somebody, actually, that friend that had a little problem earlier. It was really funny because he pointed out to me, he's just like, dude, you have people around the world that know who you are. I'm like, that's fucking weird.
Dominated for a generation.
Because he saw somebody from Australia. Is like, does it ever trip you out that you know somebody like in Australia? It's like, no. Well, now that you bring it up,
have the factional fighting there
That's cool.
as we do here politically.
You'd prefer old as shit dumbasses, dude. No, it's just that's. Yo, I'm all for like using hyperbole and fucking doing the thing where every once in a while I can say like an extreme take, but no, I don't agree with that. No, because it's like, I know plenty of old assholes that, like, they can still vote and shit. They shouldn't be in fucking charge. Can you say cheese in Gary Busey voice? Cheese. You know, I had a piece of cheese once on the, wait. Cheese. Cheese. Yeah, cheese is cool. Yeah. I like the Swiss cheese. Reminds me of my brain. No, I don't know. I gotta listen to Gary. Old heads are cool. Yeah, dude. No, old heads are cool. It's just they gotta give up power. Like, enough of this shit. Enough of these 80... Like, I hate seeing these 70 and 80-year-olds still in power and unwilling to give them up. And then they're talking about how they're like, well, in the next 4 years, it's like, dude, you don't know if you're going to be here tomorrow. How about we have a real conversation about this? Because it's only ageist when you point out that a politician's old as fucking dirt. But the guy at Walmart, yeah, go ahead. Fucking Fred. You know, Fred the Walmart greeter, fuck him. Yeah, you know what? He fucked up. He fucked up. He wasn't able to, you know... his 401k didn't do enough for him, and now he has to have a fucking part-time job that's also included, you know, to his 401k. Guy's got a paid-off house, but he got to pay them taxes somewhere. I would laugh if this wasn't, like, actually dead serious on how we fucking run our country. That's why when, like, Trump was just like, yeah, we need to get rid of income or, like, property taxes for, like, seniors, I'm just like, no. How about, like, no, you can include all of us on that one, especially if it's federal property taxes. I'm fine with that. The problem is you got a lot of idiots out here that don't realize how state and federal funding works, and they also don't understand, like, you know, state and, you know, just in general, property taxes and where you save money on other things by having a property tax as opposed to the tax elsewhere. Now, I live in Illinois, where, yes, I do have a little bit of a overtaxation problem. I'm actually kind of glad that my local legislators have been taking care of this bit by bit, and I gotta give Pritzker a little bit of credit here, where he actually signed a bill where, like, he's putting a fucking freeze on the oil tax, excuse me, and then he's also putting he's signing it for, like, marijuana taxes and shit like that. So, like, if you're a medical holder, you don't have to pay the fucking Illinois taxes anymore. Like, that's huge. Also, you're going to be able to, like, pick up your full allotment from any dispensary. Like, I don't know, man. He's doing good shit, so. Asmongold is pissed, but that's not the point. Yeah, sure he is. You morons that watch the Odyssey are the same morons. You're literally... Oh, okay. You're mad about a culture war issue that literally takes up collectively under 10 minutes of the entire fucking 3.5-hour movie. You realize how fucking dumb you guys are? You guys find the weirdest shit to fucking get mad at with culture war shit. The Brie Larson shit, like with Captain Marvel. You guys are fucking fundamentally weird fuckers. And guess what? Nobody cares. People fucking watched that movie and loved it. Cry harder, you dumb bitch. Seriously. Nobody fucking cares about your incel bullshit anymore and your culture warrior fucking... Oh, look at me, I'm an edgelord. Oh, look at me, you can't tell me that women don't like me because of my attitude. Women just don't like me because they don't understand what is good for them. I just don't get why fuck some old dumbass who saw an AI ad has the same voting power as me. Because at some point you're going to fall for something AI, and then what? You lose your fucking right to vote based on that? That's actually kind of showing your ass on that one, because you don't understand how, like, technology will fundamentally get to the point where you will be fooled. The fuck are you even talking about, you moron? Oh, you didn't even put you. I don't know. What are you talking about, Fauci? What are you talking about, Mr. I hide behind a fucking fake account that is trying to make fun of somebody that only tried to do the fucking right thing? He worked for the government, and he was just like, oh, he was one of the first people scapegoated by Trump because Trump, couldn't admit that he is the one that wanted that vaccine. Nope, it's Fauci, the Fauci ouchie. You got the Trump ouchie, dude. You literally went out there and you got the fucking Trump vaccine. Good, congratulations. Or you didn't get the Trump vaccine. You know who did? Whole bunch of liberals. Ain't that funny? If you've given money to Asmongold, that's sad. Yeah, that is sad. Yeah, what ancient Mossad are you? He's 0069. Got him! Yeah, no, you are. You definitely are. Das Vidanya, comrade. How are things, a bot with a sense of humor? Ain't that a... Oh, no. It has become self-aware. It is a self-repairing CPU. Ashes to Ashes. Good to see you. How you been? It's been a minute since I've seen you. Hope you're having a good day. Hope all are well. Yeah, you know what? I can't complain. I'm doing okay. I gotta run upstairs and grab something, but I also gotta pee. Do you think eventually the genocide ethno-state will face accountability? No. No, I don't. No, I think that you guys gotta get used to having a world without justice. Especially with shit like that. You know why? Because I never saw anything happen with Abu Ghraib. I never saw anything happen with the fucking Guantanamo Bay stuff. Like, that's just how it is, man. Your AI, can you tell? Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Well, I'm not done with my coverage tonight because I went a little long. Hey. All right. Well, this is the Tristan Tate stuff. Give me 1 second. This is not exactly what I wanted to cover right off the bat. Let's do this real quick. I'm going to put this on while I go take or rip a piss. And, yeah. You're a meatbag, can you tell?
When his war spirals out of control.
I gotta say, John Ossoff's growing on me here. Mike! How's it going, Mike? Mike Peterson, how's it going?
And prices for American...
You're on the toilet. All right, man.
Families climb higher and higher.
Well, remember, don't push too hard. Also, if you got, you got a fart that might hurt a little bit, that's a sign that you could have been sitting there too long. Hemorrhoids are nothing to joke with. So, definitely, yeah. You know what? Don't get hemorrhoids.
Instead of focusing on the nation's needs, as always.
I don't know. I'm kind of like honored that I'm like some dudes watching my content while on the shitter. Like, damn, dude. Like, I watch a lot of content on the shitter. So like, that's a badge of honor for me. It really is. Where it's just like, you're giving me your pooping time? That's special time right there. Thank you.
He nurses his grievances. As always, he forces the rest of us to help him process his shame. As always, he centers his own fear of the accountability that he will face when we win decisively this fall.
I gotta go.
It's difficult to argue with any of that. That's Georgia Senator John Ossoff exposing, for one thing, the party of Donald Trump is offering to their voters less than 4 months ahead of the midterms. And maybe that is why the latest findings in the Washington Post are revealing a stark enthusiasm gap between Democratic and Republican voters right now. According to the Post, Democrats are 10 times more likely to be certain to vote this year than Republicans, larger than their 2-point edge in the year 2018. And more than 7 in 10 Democrats say it is, quote, more important to vote in 2026 than in previous midterm elections. That compares with just over half of Republicans. Americans are also much more worried about their finances than they were 8 years ago. This year, 40% of registered voters say they are not as well off as when Donald Trump took office, compared with 13% who said the same thing in November 2018. I want to bring in political analyst, the former Senator Claire McCaskill. Also joining us, Democratic pollster and political analyst Cornell Belcher, and Ben Rhodes is still with us. Cornell, what do you see in these numbers?
It's really interesting. You know, Nicole, we've talked about it before, how, you know, especially off-year elections, they're really about whose base turns out, right? First and foremost, you've got to energize and turn out your base. And when you look at data, not only data in Washington Post, but I'm also picking it up in my data too, we ask it number of either how motivated are you to vote on the scale of 0 to 10, how enthusiastic are, which is that Democratic voters are tending to be much more enthusiastic and see the stakes as higher this election year than we've seen in prior years. And Nicole, it's not just this is in the polling. This is when the polling actually matches up with real life, because you'll also notice, Nicole, that if you look at turnout patterns from primaries to special elections this year, you see more sporadic Democrats turning out and voting, and more Democrats in primaries this time around than you have seen. And that surge in more Democrats, more sporadic voting Democrats, have helped Democrats outperform previous election analysis in almost every race that you've seen of consequence since 2020.
Claire, you've been tracking this intensity, the intensive emotions for and against Donald Trump and for and against Democrats, I think since about the week after his reelection. Tell me how you see this.
Well, Trump's doing the heavy lifting here. This enthusiasm is really, we can lay it at his feet, because on a real life level, whether it's gas prices or the farmers across this country that are scratching their heads going, what? Wait, our markets are gone. We can't get health care. We can't afford our input costs. They're the ones that are saying they're not so excited about voting now. They were all
a really nice hutch.
Republican voters for Donald Trump. Not all of them, but the vast majority of them were. So, you know, all of the policy stuff is lining up against him. But really, Nicole, what's driving a lot of this enthusiasm,
You know what sucks? The antique market is pretty much going to die with Gen Z.
is the outrage.
Unless Gen Z starts liking stuff, like older shit, it's just going to, like, one of the things, like, trend-wise that kind of bothers me, and I was talking with my wife about this earlier, was about how when you watch, like, newer streamers that are, like, you know, in their 20s, they're so minimalist. And I've had this, like, commented about, like, how my, like, room will give, like, any Gen Z anxiety and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, well, good. Screw them weak-minded bitches if they can't fucking get over, you know, having some shit to look at. Like, God forbid. Like, okay, yeah, Sneeko stream is great. Great example, because we saw a Sneeko clip here on Atozi, like, covering him versus Alex Jones. It's all white. It's just all white. Okay. Oh, that's cool. Very cool. You know, I know that's not necessarily all about the background, but it also kind of shows the personality, where it's like, it's a rental. He doesn't decorate for himself. He probably paid somebody for that all white decor. But I've also seen, like, the dream gamer setups where it's just a TV, a backlight on a white wall with, like, one of them fake ass fireplaces, and then, like, just white carpet, white walls, just white fucking everywhere. And it's just like, what is up with this, dude? Like, do they just not have, like, is this what happens when all of your purchases are made, like, in online games? You don't actually value anything, like, that's physical media or, like, physical. So you're just like, nah, I don't care. I'll have, like, one poster of something that I like. And even that might even get called tacky by some other Gen Z shithead.
outrageous stuff he does. The stuff.
Man, I am old man yells at cloud today. These Gen Zers, I don't understand them. They don't like things. They also made fun of me for liking comic books.
It makes you just go, I can't stand this guy. The narcissistic behavior, the hogging the attention from the Spain World Cup winners, the ballroom.
Anything physical is woke. Yeah.
The putting his name on
Yeah. God forbid you have like DVDs or anything. Like, yeah.
stuff. The ridiculous thing.
Yeah. They think Pokemon card collecting's cringe. Like all of it. Like, yeah.
The reflecting.
Oh, wow. I haven't had a balding comment in a while. Damn.
Cool. For most
Hey.
Americans, they're going, okay, this guy's
is all
nuts.
nice and fucking
This guy
awesome
is
hair.
not
What you talking
focusing
about there,
on
mister?
leading our country in
I need to
ways
get
that
your
will
eyes
help
checked.
us and make us more secure. And that's the whipped cream and
Not to mention the Odyssey is a fantasy.
cherry on top of the
Also, they're going to freak out when they find out about Greek culture.
war and the tariffs and health.
Man, if they think that fucking having Elliot Page in there is some gay shit, boy,
Care costs.
wait till they read them some Aristotle.
And then
Hey,
wrapping it
yeah.
up with a big bow of his corruption and graft that his family are becoming
Although unrequited boy love, I don't know. It seems like something that they might be into.
billionaires on the backs of the Oval Office. They are all enriching
What's up, bro?
themselves. They are feeding at a trough like pigs have never fed at a trough. So it is really, I think all of that is what's driving the enthusiasm. You know what's keeping me up at night? How do we sustain this to 2028 when Trump is no longer on the ballot? I feel pretty good about the midterms. I worry
I
about
mean,
2028.
I do too. Did you see it? 26 points. There's a fucking 26-point swing because they are anticipating Republicans just not showing up. They're pissed. The bottom line is a lot of people are fucking pissed at Trump who voted for him because objectively, nothing in their life got better. And if anything, they constantly have to argue that things are better when they're not. So they're starting to feel a little bit like Biden voters, ironically. Isn't that a bitch?
Because those 2 years, it's going to be very
Yeah, you know those Biden voters that were gaslit into saying Bidenomics are great, economy's great.
hard for the Democrats to get a lot done. And I think the voters' expectations are going to be high.
915
But he's
days,
still gonna
what?
Be in the White House.
Sober?
And he's still going to have a veto pen. And there's still not going to be 60 votes on the
What
Democratic
is that behind her?
side. So I'm not as worried about the midterms as I am about 2028.
I mean, Ben,
Lots of coffee nook.
I want to
Just
come back
realized
to
that.
your earlier point. I see the politics the way Cornell and Claire do, but I see the flaws
Wait until these people find out that Jesus would have been a brown communist. I know.
in our democratic system, I think, the way you do. Like, I think
The fact that these dumb motherfuckers think that he's some Caucasian dude with a fucking AR
That Trump-
riding a raptor.
Trump knows that the war in Iran is deeply unpopular. I don't know that anyone tells him, but I think because he was so deeply against wars when he ran in 16.
I always like asking, Republican Christians who Yeshua Bar Yusuf is, and then just watch them kind of go like, is that some kind of terrorist? It's just like, no.
20 and 24, he actually agrees
Interesting that you say
with
that,
the
though.
detractors of a forever war, which is what he has entered the country into. But when I watch the brazen theft, the stealing from the American people, letting the boys steal from the American people, letting his sons steal through shady business deals and government contracts.
Ooh, I like his strategic use of that large mirror to make that room a little bit bigger. I like that.
Wonder what you want.
Now putting it behind a door, that's risky.
Whether they have a plan
Because you realize, like right here, you swing this open into that mirror.
to upend
7 years
free and
bad
fair
luck
and
for my
secure
guy.
elections.
Yeah, everything he's doing suggests someone who doesn't care about public opinion. I mean, Nicole announcing essentially an insider trading scheme where hedge funds can buy access to Truth Social posts early so they can make money off of trades on Trump's war. I mean, it's a policy designed in a laboratory to be deconstructed by John Ossoff and motivate Democratic voters. Look, Trump's midterm election strategy is not to lower prices, is not to even talk about affordability. Trump told us his midterm election strategy last week. It's to steal the election. It's to say that there's a combination of foreign interference and domestic fraud. He'll try everything he can to disrupt voting itself. So we have to be worried about ICE agents or military even at polling sites based on some trumped up fake threat.
I stayed in one of those fancy romantic places with the mirrors on the ceiling. I couldn't help myself. I decided to do a pantsless handstand, and I couldn't stop laughing.
We have to worry about ballot boxes being seized before votes can be counted. We have to worry about Donald Trump saying the minute the elections are over that they were stolen. And this time around, his Justice Department.
She's
led by,
clever,
Todd
actually.
Blanche
Okay,
and Kash
now I get it.
Patel, people who will go along with that and echo whatever he says. He's got compliant people. He's got a guy that's in line to be the director of national intelligence who won't even say that Donald Trump lost the 2020 election.
Oh my God, it's Lumencast.
This is happening before our eyes. This is not a conspiracy theory. He gave
Dude, seriously, Lumen needs some fucking, like, some really, really thick brim glasses.
time address last week telling us that his midterm election strategy
Not gonna lie,
is
man.
to steal the midterm
Fire-ass
elections,
look.
not to contest them and win them for Republicans. And
Damn,
so
dude.
I think, number one, we have to be calling that out and telling people what to expect so that they see it before it happens. Number two, we have to fortify
Trump isn't even a
state
Christian.
elections, right? The elections are still run by the states in this country, not the federal government. And we're going to need
That's crazy.
to
That's
be driving that
crazy.
principle home. Number
What do
three,
you mean
I
he's not a
hope
Christian?
The Democrats win
That's
by a
insane.
decisive enough margin that it just looks ridiculous
totally
and absurd
Christian.
for him to be contesting this at all. That matters, Nicole. If this is a 10, 20 vote majority for the Democrats in the House, that's one thing compared to 2 or 3 late.
Fucking Trump just sitting there. I'm a soul man. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da.
Returns coming in from California while Trump is trying to do this.
Doing
but
a stupid
make no
jerky
mistake,
handstands.
The crisis in our elections is not 2028. It's going to be in 2026. And he's told us that. And we have to be ready for it and have
They said Trump's not a Christian.
strategies to deal with it.
And I agree. What is this?
I don't feel great about our leaders. I'm not going to lie. I'm disappointed.
I was about to say, this better be like them responding to a clip, because if she's on MS now, days are numbered for that network.
With some aspects of the Trump presidency, for sure. I'm not going to lie, it's grifty. The Trump family is grifty. There's been like story after story about all the
Where the fuck are the
money
pagans?
that his sons are making off of the
We call them secularists now.
government, these government contracts.
Honestly, start leaning into secularism and just being like, I'm a secularist. And then when they're like, what's that? It's just like, I believe in normal shit.
They're getting all that. I can't stand.
And I mean like literal, like, hey, you can't tell me what your religious shit is over me just being like, nah, our Constitution kind of says that you can't do that.
That stuff. I didn't like it when Hunter Biden was doing it, and I don't like it when the Trumps are doing it.
Don't fall for sad Megan. There was never even a wild accusation
Cheers to her for doing that.
about Hunter
Yeah.
Biden that comes close
don't fall
to
for sad
approximating
Megan.
what Trump and his family are doing. But it is an interesting political moment where the
Christian
MAGA base
nationalists
just
are
cannot
Christian
wander
LARPers. Oh,
anymore
fuck yeah,
with
they
Trump's
are.
brazen
Yeah.
corruption. They appear
Yeah.
to want to align
kidding me?
themselves.
Christian
with voters
nationalists
in
are like
center
the
and
ultimate LARPers. Dude, one of my favorite things that like when people find out that I was part of a religion that was technically a cult. And when they find out that we believed in something so extreme that we are like, you want to talk about Zionism? My evangelical sect of Christianity that I came from believed that the Jews were just placeholders for us because we were the true chosen ones of God's children. Yeah, because we were the actual, like, we believed in like Jesus, and the Jews didn't. Therefore, it's like, well, technically, they were waiting for him to come the first time. That means that they're technically just as wrong as any other religion that's not ours.
on the left who have a big problem with the Trump family's egregious corruption and grift, all at the
Yeah.
expense of
I
competent.
mean, let's put it this way. No, I mean, Mormons used to be fucking crazy to us. Like, we used to see like Mormons, Scientology, all that shit, and just be like, oh, that shit's wacky. What are you doing? But then we were just like, yeah, we take revelations literally.
leadership and U.S. national security. Again, for Megyn Kelly's lame attempt at any comparison.
Tomato.
As the Free Press puts it, quote, for all the condemnation of the so-called Biden crime family by Republicans.
I wish I was
pales
kidding.
in
We used to call Lutherans nuts because we were just like, oh, they got all that pomp and circumstance with altar boys and shit.
In this presidency,
We were very
There is
steeped in like
no
the
modern
Protestant versus
parallel
Catholic
for the
shit
scale
too.
and shamelessness with which Trump
we have
has
special
enriched
underpants?
himself
No.
while in power. We're back with Charlie and Eddie. Charlie, Trump was largely a failure in business. He was rich, but he inherited it from that great reporting. I think he's suing the Times reporters over about the size of his inheritance and how much he lost because he wasn't a particularly great business person.
No, he's trying to rewrite history with that one too.
But the richest he's ever
coming back to Jacksonville.
been, the most money he's ever made are the 15 months he's been back in office as America's president.
Nah, dude. You got that wrong, brother. He's going to be coming back to Jerusalem and the field of Armageddon. Oh, shit. What do you mean there's a Jerusalem, Ohio? What do you mean they have a fucking... Wait, you're telling me their football field's named Armageddon? And that's where he showed up? What?
And he's made $2 billion.
Yeah, if only
He
Megyn
does it
Kelly
just to
had
troll.
warned about
He's just like, you never said which one.
all of this. And you know, earlier
I
we
didn't
were
know you would
discussing
have
the
more
US
than
Supreme
one.
Court decision.
I just directed the horse onward to the field of Armageddon in Jerusalem, Ohio.
In immunizing him. I mean, Donald Trump is basically acting as someone who will never face accountability.
That'd be so funny. He just shows up on a winged horse. Like the winged horse has like fiery like wings and shit. And he's just like, guys, hello? Anybody?
But you know,
He
when
shows up
Eddie
after hours.
was talking about, you know, was in the last segment, was talking about, you know, the attack on truth. I was reminded of Gary Kasparov's quote. You know, the point of modern propaganda is not only to
It's like
misinform
Bender getting his blue check mark against his. That was
It is
funny.
to exhaust our critical thinking, to annihilate truth. What Trump is also doing is annihilating a sense of ethical norms, the sense that everybody does it, that he is...
Oh, they didn't excommunicate him?
The grift.
Oh, dude, I got formally excommunicated. That was wild, dude. Like, I got essentially like written out of my fucking like school books and shit. Like that shit was like, I'm still in the yearbooks, but
so outrageous. It is so.
I got banned from all future events. That shit was wild.
And basically he's shrugging his shoulders when he
'Cause I
said,
didn't just get
you know,
expelled.
I found out that nobody actually cared about. This is what he is doing. He is not only feeding the distrust.
That's
of
neat.
all
I mean, it kind of was. I'm not gonna lie. It's a little punk rock to be just like. I mean, I got excommunicated from a church.
institutions. Feeding the distrust of all information, but feeding this sense of distrust that there are any ethical standards, any morality.
You know what did it?
That we all
Me pointing out their hypocrisy.
on a whole.
'Cause I was just like, wait, but aren't you guys kind of jumping the gun here? Because technically Jesus wants us to go and have our own adventure away from him so we can come back to him. Seems like you guys are awfully judgmental. And it might... Having my dad next to me, because like it was kind of like a court hearing. Like I had this panel of 8 like elders, but it was more like judges, and my dad's sitting there fucking elbowing me, just like shut the fuck up.
And so the grift is,
What's wrong
is
with
out
you?
there. It is who he is. I agree with you that it is breaking.
Are we just gonna ignore the fact that Eric totally looks like he's wearing lipstick and? Yeah, what in the... I mean, he looks like he's wearing just as much lipstick as her. What is going on here? That's wild. Like, he looks like the Joker.
Through. This is one of those moments where the voters have to ask themselves, is he on your side? Is he looking out for you, or is he looking out for himself? And every single day, we are seeing exactly...
Oh, I just had somebody recently look me up from high school, and then they found out that I was, like... an anti-Trump comment or content creator. So like all of a sudden, you know, start getting some veiled fucking Facebook posts out there about like, you never know who you know. Don't assume that the people from high school are still the people you know, blah, 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 blah. She's sitting there, 250. I love Donald Trump. My daughters are going to be raised in an America that doesn't know transgenderism, blah, blah, blah. Dude, she's married to a Mexican immigrant. Trust me.
Donald Trump is most concerned.
I don't know, man. Like, now, it hasn't hit her yet. This is one of those ones where I'm just like, you know, if it happens, I'm just going to say, like, oh, that's too bad. It's almost like, I don't know. Who could have seen this coming?
Concerned about, which is self-dealing.
Yeah, I mean, Eddie,
Yeah, literally.
I wondered. I spent an inordinate amount of time
No, she
wondering
sucks.
why the corruption.
She fucking sucks.
The first
She
term
really does.
didn't bother people so much, and I'm not sure
God,
I've come much.
She's one of the few people I've ever wanted to call out by name, but I know that's not cool. So I'll just say, fuck you, Jennifer.
Sort of figuring it out. But the truth is, it is one, registering,
God.
two, coinciding with a period of near historic
How
economic.
many times I had to like cover up for her fucking like sleeping with a random dude, and then just like her boyfriend sitting in like, oh well, where's Jennifer? Where's you? Like, yeah.
Economic despair, anxiety, and bad
But she's rewritten her life.
feelings about people's personal.
Dude, one of my favorite memories was when she tried to scare me. I was ripping a bong in the school parking lot, and she was just like, I think I might have told the story, but she was the one that fucking like all of a sudden I hear like, boom, and there's just two boobs pressed against the window. I was just like, oh.
Economies and the cost of everyday items, and Trump's indifference is sort of the
Yeah, but you know what? Oh, this little angel.
third piece of that three-ring circus. How do you see this playing out in our politics?
Totally didn't have butt sex on the fucking field outside of our junior high.
Well, I don't quite know how it's going to play out in our
True story.
politics. We've been talking about for a while now, Nicole, the various components of Donald Trump's coalition. We talked about the
You know how we knew? Because this guy Jason literally comes up to us in the middle of fucking Spanish class. He's just like, I just butt fucked Jennifer in the field. We were just like, what?
side and how the populist wing would call into question the billionaire class, the oligarchs. And it seems to me that
You messy and I love it. Yeah.
that populist wing.
Yeah, the pastor's daughter also got caught blowing a dude in the elevator by the janitor. That was one of my favorite things that ever happened. I used to get high with the janitor after school.
Is rearing.
He
its
told me
head.
about it.
I
He
mean,
was
I don't
just
know.
like, oh yeah, they were definitely in the middle of it too. It's just like, why would you? What?
I won't use the word grifty to describe what Donald Trump is doing. I mean, it's outright theft in so many ways. But what we're seeing are the kind of fraying edges of that coalition. Now, the question
Were they symmetrical? Yeah, hers were.
will become, how does that manifest itself politically? There's a lot of ways in which our political identities are baked in to how we understand ourselves existentially. So it doesn't mean that they're going to critique Donald
Yeah,
Trump.
this is what happens at Christian school. You know, that's the thing. People weren't too far off about like the repression shit.
Trump's grift, and suddenly they're going to
Like, and it was always the girls that were just like, you know, on paper and at the PTA meetings, they were the little angels, but we knew
for
better.
Democrats. They might just simply opt out of the process. And so I don't know what to translate as politically, but I do know this, that the populist wing of Trump's coalition
Sounds about
is
right, yeah.
on the way to being in
Janitors
full
know everything.
revolt,
Oh, fuck yeah.
given what they're seeing and witnessing.
You know what? I made friends with him on a detention thing. So I got sentenced to like a week in detention because I was being an asshole. And this happened a lot. So they sent me to this janitor, which I already got the vibe that he was kind of a cool dude because he used to play guitar in our church band. And I was just like, yeah, you know what? He's always struck me as like kind of a rad ass guy. And then one day I was outside in my car and I just hear and I just look, I'm like, and there he is. I'm sitting there literally mid-rip, just like, whoa. Here we go. Just, huh? And he, I rolled the window down. He's just like, are you stupid? I was like, yes. He's just like, well, that's settled. You gonna let me have one of those? I was just like, yes. He was just like, good answer. I unlocked the fucking passenger door. I'll never forget this shit for as long as I live. I was playing Stevie Ray Vaughan on my fucking CD player. And he gets in the car, he's just like, oh, good tunes too. He's like, I always knew I liked you. I was just like, shit.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the X factor because the members of that wing are.
And since that day, it was so funny. I was just like, hell yeah. And then I got a detention block with him. It was a 7-day detention block, and I had so much fun, dude.
Largely,
we got ripped and cleaned the shit out of that school.
up for grabs. They were the people that were sort of that stripe are also against the Forever Wars. and they have been betrayed over and over, made fools
I guarantee
of.
it.
So
Oh,
it's
yeah,
a
yeah.
real
That
test
fool
of what
smoked
they
it.
do,
Oh, yeah.
in the midterms.
Yeah, we had one of
and
those.
the next presidential.
His name was Bill. We used to call him Officer Bill. He was a tool. Yeah, dude. Anytime that he found shit, we were just like, we know what you're doing when you go home, Bill. Dude, I don't know. We were pricks to that guy, man. Like, there are times I look back at some of like the shit that we used to do to people. Oh, Reverend, thank you for the gifted sub. Hey, going to Jehu. You just received a gifted sub. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, man. Always love to see it go to some kick-ass people. I swear there was a cop that kept game away. Oh, yeah. Oh, the Christian school near us ended up at 8th grade. And it was like hell being let loose. Oh, yeah, dude. So we actually built our high school. Excuse me. Because we had a similar thing where ours ended at 8th grade. They built the high school 2 years before I went to high school. So I got to 7th grade and I just knew that they were building this new building for us. And I was just like, oh, fuck. I don't wanna go to the same, like, I was so upset because I knew I was gonna have to go to the same high school. Because I thought I had an out, man. Like, I was in 6th grade. I used to tell my friends, I'm like, dude, I'll be at your school. Like, it'll be sweet. Like, I was so excited to go to public school. And then, yeah, that just, that did not happen. That sucked. One of the most hurtful things I've ever had said to me was that you would have been popular as hell at a public school. I was just like, what? Like, damn, dude, I was the fucking loser out of 35 kids. Like, that's fucked. Like, I literally went to school with the same fucking kids, like, since kindergarten. You know, like, I remember there was a girl, Amanda, like, she used to treat me like I was, like, a younger brother. I hated that shit. I had my friend Victoria. She was cool because, like, I got bullied and she got bullied. So, like, we kind of, like, had the bully squad, or, like, the ones that, like, would get bullied. And we were just like, hey, you know, fuck these kids. Like making fun of us. This is bullshit. Meanwhile, we're all just sitting there just like, are we losers? Pep, one of the Christian schools here had a graduating class of 16 girls. Yeah, dude. That doesn't surprise me in the slightest, though. That doesn't surprise me. Damn. Like, yeah, we definitely, like, I don't know. We had the freaks, but we also did have, like, we used to, I call them the Julians. So, like, we had this, or the Jillian. Sorry, not Julians. Jillians. So, like, I went to school with this girl, like, for a long time. Her name was Jillian. And she was, like, we always joked about how, like, oh, yeah, you know, like, when we were middle school, or, like, middle school shithead, you know, boys. We were shitty. We were just like, oh, just wait. Her arc is coming. Never came. She actually, like, ended up, you know, I think to this day is, like, super involved in the church, like, fucking married to a pastor, that kind of thing. And that's where I was like, oh, damn, like, there are, like, the true believers, just, like, but then again, I also saw how she was treated. Like, she ain't got no fond memories of any of the girls at our school. Like, by senior year, she was definitely cooked. Excited for public school was not something I expected to be on my 2026 bingo card. Well, sorry, Dan. Yeah, no, I was expecting, like, I wanted to go to a public school. I didn't have that opportunity. I got caught. I got caught smoking weed, and my dad was just like, "You're going back to Christian school." I was just like, "That's what sent me into smoking weed." It's like, where do you think my connection even goes? Little did he know. Fucking homeroom was always lit. Quite literally. Hey, what's up? Pep. Worst part was 3 of them had same father. That doesn't surprise me either. Yeah, sounds like my class. Trump did not ruin Spain's World Cup. Ah, shut up. Yeah, he did. They were not happy about him being like, dude, I don't care who you are. I don't care what your politics are. The fact is, an American president who had no business even fucking really being in the picture to begin with, made it about him just standing there awkwardly while they celebrated the trophy. He's literally just like, he's like a poop smear on the fucking side of the photo. Like, come on, man. I don't care if you love the guy or not. Can you just be fucking honest for once? Jesus Christ. The amount of fucking, like, I have to go and I have to put, like, all of my suckage power into, like, to sucking his tiny little mushroom because I feel so bad for him. I feel so bad for him. Why do you make fun of Donald Trump? Why? Donald Trump didn't do nothing to you. You're just being a meanie lefty. Why would you do something like that? Trump is he's a misunderstood leader who loves us. Why don't you just leave him alone? And I just want to be... why are you so mean? Quit being so mean, you lefties. Losers, dude. Bunch of whiny-ass losers. Like, seriously. You guys were bitching for fucking 4 years. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon. Old man Biden. Kamala Harris. Can't ever admit when this dude's wrong. Blow his... Like, you just literally blow him anytime that he fucking wants. You're just weird. You're gay for Trump. Like, we get it, dude. We get it. I went to Catholic school as a child. They taught Latin to kids. Yeah. Trump should not have been in the photo, dude. I hate Trump, so chill. Plus, I'm a social libertarian. All right. You took it out of context? Yes, that's how words work when they don't have any voice behind it. So, sorry that would happen. Seriously, man. Anytime that somebody's like, I was misunderstood, it's just like, yes, and everything that you say to me is in text. I'm the one that has a little more context. Like, so, all right, you're right. I took it out of context, Aaron. My apologies. Like, sincerely. I didn't mean to take you out of context. I didn't mean to fucking misappropriate what you were saying. And I definitely did not mean to, like, I don't want people thinking you're MAGA if you're not. Not bad. Also, Aaron Saline. Hi, or, Salentine. Aaron Salentine. Welcome to the show, man. Sometimes your context is better, Pep. Just saying. Nah, it's cool, man. It's cool. No, I don't. I say, hey, like, listen. I was on a roll there. I like to, I like to play into it. All right, cool. Cheers. Yeah, we cool here, man. We cool. MAGA dipshits keep sharing a meme where they have the prez lined up all the way to 50. Yeah, I saw that. But don't they understand how that doesn't work? You don't just go from, like, each one. He would still be the 47th president, and then the 48th president would be whenever he's done. That's how it worked with FDR. These people are so fucking, like, genuinely stupid that it hurts sometimes. Where it's just like, But the thing is, dude, these memes are built to get these people, like to get the fucking dumbest libs amongst us, to get them all up in arms. Oh my god. Like, dude, why does everybody always have to fall for it? That's where I give up on that. I'm not falling for it. I don't give a fuck. Let them try. Let them do this thing. I don't care anymore. I just don't. Like, if he's gonna try and stay until 30, great. So he's gonna be 84? Yeah, totally. He's 8. Hey, you know what? Trump he's a monolith. He's not 80 years old. He's very young, his makeup and his demeanor makes you forget how fucking old he is. Yeah, it's totally gonna fucking hold up. We saw how that worked. Oh, Kois, I just saw you were Amish. No. Oh, Kois, by the way, bro, you totally missed it. I was talking about, like, how if any of you guys, like, saw me out in public, I'd be like, whoa, no shit. And then I would scare you guys away by being like, dude, you want a picture? You want an autograph? Just be like, sure. Oh man, it's actually kind of funny, boys, because like we've talked about that. If you ever like somehow saw me at like this in the street or like at an event or some shit, I'd just be like, "This is wild," but that'd be cool. Democrats and Republicans are both evil. Fuck them both. You know what? Aspect, god damn it, that's one of the smarter comments that's come through here with somebody that's a newer chatter. Welcome to the show. Appreciate that. I'm not a Democrat. I'm a leftist that looks at both parties, sees how fucking stupid they are. I also acknowledge that, yeah, there's extremes on the left that are a little too even extreme for myself, but, you know, thing is, they ain't in power. I ain't fucking sitting here fighting communism because I know how this shit, like, played out. I'm sitting here fighting late-stage capitalism because it definitely has not worked. So, it's odd that they have it lined up. Oh, yeah. Nah, the meme is Trump, Vance, Hexeth. Yeah, because Hexeth will win a fucking election. JD Vance, I could believe, might. Pete Hexeth is genuinely one of the stupidest people in our country. Levi the Kind. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. Oh, shit. Are you my 250? Oh, shit. Thank you. 2950. Thank you for pushing us over there. That's cool. I'm only 50 away from 3K. That's pretty dope. Join the Green Party? No. No. I hate Jill Stein. I absolutely hate Jill Stein. Yeah, Jill Stein is literally a fucking joke of a human being. Please don't get me like I listen, Aaron, all due respect, if you want to see my takes on Jill Stein, I have a few videos on my channel. Just go to my channel, type in search, type in Jill Stein, and you will see I have two videos that are very specific that will lay it out. I can't stand her. Long and short of it is, she's a disruptor, and she only serves herself. She doesn't actually try to grow the Green Party. She doesn't donate to the Green Party with any of the money that they raised for the Green Party. No, sorry. No. Is it true that Stephen Miller looks like an anal polyp? Yeah. Yes, he is. And totally looks like it. Oh, excuse me. You're a far middle guy. How's that work? I say let a meteor hit Israel and do the dinosaur thing. Just literally restart him before time. It's all right, man. I just don't understand how you can be truly centrist. Like, the thing is, people would say I'm like a centrist, but I'm not. Like, I just admit my fucking biases. No one is true. Yeah, I was about to say, no one's truly middle. No, what's your biases? Like, where do you lean on like the two-party political spectrum? And if you had to fucking like, or not two-party, but like the two-tier political spectrum? Because realistically, I don't care how many parties there are. Like, this is what the political compass is. Like, you're always gonna fall either left or right of center. That's just how it works. Like, I'm sorry that I like have to fucking break that to you, but. Oh no, Israel caused your toilet paper to run out? This is one of the weirdest comments I've heard yet, dude. What are you talking about? Are you from another country or some shit? I don't know. Like, that's weird. I want to run for president as a green. I don't actually agree with it. Okay, that's fine, but why just, like, stick to the green thing? Why not, like, go to, like, the America First Party or even, like, the DSA is not a party, like, in the third party way of, like, saying anything. I'm a DSA member. I'll stick with that. I am a DSA member. The problem is I'm a DSA member that doesn't necessarily always agree with everybody in the DSA. Like, dude, I still pay my dues. Like, listen, guys, like, I support the DSA of Chicago. I will for pretty much as long as we're out of this 2026 cycle, and then I'll reevaluate. But, and the only reason I say this is because my local meetings are bullshit. They really are, man. Like, I'm glad Alex brought up on our thing or on our panel show about how there was that one that was talking about like pronouns, all that shit, and how they misgendered somebody. But the thing is, like, it's not even just that, because yeah, it does suck. But realistically, it's the fact that they can't just be like, did you mean that? It's like, no. It's like, all right, cool, move on. It just turns into this whole thing where it becomes preachy, and then it's like everybody needs to fucking overcorrect. Everybody doesn't like, they're like, dude, I don't want to offend nobody, right? But I also do have a line where I'm just like, if it was funny and like there was an obvious like tell with it, where it's just like, dude, I literally put this, like, I put the tell in there to show you like I was joking. Yeah, intent matters, exactly. Centrist, people who don't want to bear the responsibility of their votes or are too lazy to understand positions. That is kind of true, but that's also being super reductive. I kind of went through that earlier. Like, I have a friend that like got offended here because he was essentially called an idiot for not understanding something pretty basic on politics. But like, dude, you have to understand that a lot of people, they'll still vote, but they don't think this much about politics at all. And the thing is, nobody, like, if you cannot educate a certain cohort within like literally 5 paragraphs, then you might as well just admit that you are likely to lose. It kind of sucks. That's why like the Make America Great Again thing kind of resonated. Like, it's bullshit, but it's true. Aaron, thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter where you run, or where you run from. You will at the end for president be deemed Democrat or Republican. For now, that's how it is. Yes. For now, that's exactly how it is. Maybe in 20 years, we'll see. How's my politics? What's up? How's stream? We're doing well. Things are a little bit better today. I mean, ish. YouTube's still a bitch. God. Yeah, still not thrilled with the way that YouTube's doing its thing. Its new algo push is fucking brutal. But what you gonna do, man? But thank you for popping by. Appreciate that. Fortunately, wait, I'm digging the dude, where's my car vibes? What? Aw, come on, don't do that to me. I'll take Bill and Ted. I'll take, oh my god, there's so many different stoner movies that I would take, but you literally, dude, come on. Like, you could call me the dude from fucking Big Lebowski, but this is, dude, where's my car? You're gonna fucking Ashton Kutcher me? Like, god damn. Man, might as well just say I'm like Calso. Ah, oh, that hurts. Damn. Oh, fuck. Which, we all know I'm a Hyde, which, fuck the guy who plays Hyde, but I was, yeah, I mean, if we're going with that 70s show stuff, like, I was definitely a mixture of Foreman and Hyde, and my dad was, Red Foreman, 10,000%. Still is. All I can do is be accountable for myself. I support the DSA. Seems to be the one thing that has any momentum right now. No, I mean, listen, I want you guys to understand that this has no, my problems with the DSA in Chicago really don't have bearing on our, our elections or, like, our electability or any of that. It's the fact that, like, I kind of felt that they were just kind of waiting until the last minute to kind of get involved. And that kind of sucks. Like, and then, I guess, like, the one meeting I was able to attend, they didn't fucking discuss anything that actually made sense to me, where I was like, dude, what are we doing? Why? Like, why are we focusing on, like, when they brought up microaggressions, I was just like, listen, I understand what microaggressions are, but this is also why, like, so many people do respond this way. It's like, oh, really? A microaggression? Like, I don't know. My bigger thing is, like, if we can't handle microaggressions right now, I don't think we're going to be able to survive the upcoming political atmosphere that we're going to be in. Like, I think that was one thing that we couldn't conceptualize, was that it was actually going to go farther right instead of farther left. And that's something that, like, we kind of deluded ourselves in, you know? Like, was I one of the only people that thought that when they were giving us the 50-50 breakdown on the election, I was just like, that's 1,000% correct. I did not believe that Kamala had any significant traction over Trump. Now, does this mean that I think Trump won it outright, like with all the swing states? No. DSA Chicago, we need to address microaggressions. DSA LA, we are pushing AOC to run for prez. That's my point. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Sylvie. Perfect. No, it's actually perfect right there. Kind of sucks. And honestly, my biggest gripe is mayor. I can't believe that they're not fucking pushing somebody for mayor right now. We have 2 years. We have fucking 2 years until fucking Mayor dipshit is up. And like, listen, Brandon Johnson on his face, like, I kind of do believe in this, like, the same type of shit that he did when he first ran. But seeing how he has addressed our city's needs, seeing how he has actually addressed ICE and just everything, I don't want to vote for him again. I don't want him. I would love a DSA candidate, but what do we have here? The blue-haired ring-nosed idiot liberal hangout? Yes, Ben, that's exactly what this is. Oh my god. Sounds like a fucking based-ass hangout for me. Fucking nose ring, blue hair. Damn, dude. Ugh. Trying to get me worked up. For a while, I believe Kamala was going to sweep. Then no, I didn't believe that she was going to sweep. I remember covering like the news stories about that, where they were like talking about Kamala sweep. I'm just like, you guys are fucking all right. Y'all got some fucking balls. I'll give you that. John from San Antonio was the only one that I remember that said it or hinted that Kamala could lose. Yeah, but that's the thing. I believe John in San Antonio, even though I can't stand listening to that man. This is John in San Antonio. Well, actually, in Chicago, we have a 0.2% chance that the DSA candidate might be able to give the liberal candidate a run for his money. And then in District 9 of Chicago, we have Daniel Biss, who might be able to squeak by a win of like 32%. And Jesus fucking Christ. Sorry. Sorry for anybody that loves John from San Antonio, but he's a tough listen, man. At least for me. Like, anytime that he pops on, like, I get the bit, but oh boy, my thoughts of her sweeping were from the momentum. No, the thing is, she didn't have the momentum. Like, I never, like, listen, I felt like the Chicago, like, dude, we had the Democratic convention here. Like, trust me, the momentum was in Chicago, but I always felt like it was kind of predicated on some like fucking vibes and not actual like reality, you know? Like, I kept hearing from my fucking friends and like coworkers and shit that were just like, no, I'm not voting for Kamala. Like, you had a bunch of them that saying that they were just not going to vote at all, which I was like, great. But then you had the ones that were just like, no, I'm voting for Trump because Biden fucked up our economy. And I was just like, oh my God. Like, that was painful. But I miss John from San Antonio on Letterhack. Yeah, I know. By the way, big announcement. So this Space Social goes live tomorrow. Everybody look out for that. We're going to be... So this Space Social is the Discord account for this space, and it is the public one for you guys to join free. It's going to be fun. We, as long as we keep to the terms of service and all the rules that we have on the Discord, which there are not too many, please consider joining, guys. Like, it's going to be awesome. We love the audience feedback, so this is going to be fucking awesome. Like, I'm excited for this. What up, Dix? How's it going, dude? Pet, what up, you beautiful son of a person? Oh, I'm a son of a wonderful, very, very wonderful woman. My mother was the shit. Oh, okay. What? Is that not okay? The non-voting, if considered none of the above, really won the election. Yeah. 89 million people did not vote. That does still bother me. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it really is, like, fucking... It's bad. It's bad out there. Alright. Let's do this. I want to get to this Andrew Tate stuff. But I did it again. I gotta pee again. This always happens to me. Alright, here. Oh, we also got the Philly D thing. You'll join this space Discord. Sweet. I thought there already was one. It's for fans. Fan Discord. The other one's not existent.
They know Donald Trump in New Jersey.
All right. Let's do this real quick. We got BTC on MSNBC, which seems to, or I have a feeling that he's going to end up with a job here pretty soon. We'll see. But I also got a, boom. I'll be right back.
Jersey, where this World Cup match had the booze raining down when he walked out with FIFA's president. When Spain was celebrating its victory, you could see Trump sort of lingering on stage. Australian broadcasters also discussing whether he'd stay in the photos.
In 2026, the champions of the world are Spain!
Is now, so they can edit him out of that.
They can edit him out of that. That's real-time commentary, and it happened, as Forbes reported. The FIFA World account posted this shot where, if you look closely, you can see the leader of the free world's right arm getting cropped. Now, Trump's unpopularity abroad is well known, but again, this was a match held, and the boos you hear are inside the United States. His approval stuck in the 30s over the war, as we were covering at the top of the show, the economy, and other failures. Republicans close to the operation say it's time to make the midterms a kind of, quote, hate election. Republicans admit, Axios reports, the midterm forecast is bleak, but if they can just make voters hate Dems more than Republicans, maybe the losses won't be as bad. I want to bring in a special guest. Brian Tyler Cohen is the host of the No Lie podcast, which has billions of views online. He's interviewed all kinds of heavyweights across the Democratic Party, including that rare get in American politics, a recent sit-down with former President Obama.
We've seen the de-evolution of the discourse. How do we come back from a place that we have fallen into?
Well, first of all, I think it's important to recognize that the majority of the American people find this behavior deeply troubling.
Thanks, Dix.
It is true that it gets attention. It's true that it's a distraction.
Cohen is also the author of the new book, The Day After, How to Wield Power in a Post-Trump World. You can get that right now wherever books are sold. Brian is one of these new voices that we've been listening to. As you know, the world keeps evolving. Welcome back.
All right, thanks for having me.
Yeah, the top.
Is it just me or did he age like 10 years in like 6 months?
Story here relates to your book. So reading from
What
the
up,
passage.
Ron? How's it going, dude?
You talk about how before 2024, This duality that Bill Clinton had discussed. Strong and wrong was beating weak and right. You could say that demonizing the opposition is bad for the country, but you can't say it's worse than Trump's presidency. The truth is Republicans have been playing the long game, Dems playing the wrong game. Bars, Brian. And you go on to write, why are Dems so far behind with this kind of politics? It works. Look at the 2 times Dems did play hardball. You point to 96 and 2012, where the campaigns really did diminish their opponents sailing to victory rather than the talk we've heard so often about going high. How does that apply today when we see these reports, everything from abuse of power, revenge indictments, ICE?
Hold on.
Because he talked to people in Iran before the war. I'm pretty sure that a lot of people in Washington talked to officials in Israel before the war. I'm sure they're also all going to be arrested. Oh, no, of course not. In fact, this is about the CIA spying in on his texts and then recommending a case to law enforcement. And so there are people inside the CIA.
Sorry, somebody sent me this.
The proof's in the pudding. You see it every single day as we get fake weapons of mass destruction intelligence during the Iraq War, during the Iran War, etc. There are people inside the American government that actually work for Israel. And so when they see people that are criticizing the war, criticizing Israel.
Okay, so it's so they're gonna target Tucker Okay. We cannot hear. Oh, no, sorry. I thought that you guys could hear that. Okay, no, so somebody sent me a video of Cenk Uygur talking about how Tucker Carlson might soon be arrested, and that Tucker's talking about how he's going to be arrested.
A propaganda campaign that Axios reports would be just about
Good to know that I need to
hating Dems.
Well, look, they have run that playbook over and over and over again, and largely it's been successful. I mean, how many elections can you remember, Ari, where Republicans had deferred to this idea of migrant caravans or demonizing gay people or trans people, as was the case in this latest election? There's always some minority to punch down on, always some scapegoat. That's the problem. That's the cause of all of our woes, as opposed to the people who are actually causing a lot of the problems in this country, who in large part are the millionaires and billionaires who benefit from the policies of this administration.
No, I understand. I fucked up. My bad.
It is notable that you have Republicans who continuously run on punching down on these small minorities, but at the same time, the first thing they do is pass tax cuts, for example, that heap benefits onto the wealthiest Americans in this country, as we see income inequality explode. And by the way, Republicans know that this is potent. That's why they run on it. But the problem is, when they get into office, they never actually deliver on any of those things. It's always about finding some small minority to beat down on as the cause of all of our nation's problems.
What are the issues that you think currently work best against Trump?
The issues that currently work best against Trump, well, I mean, his blatant corruption and his unwillingness to deliver on the very things that he promised on the campaign trail. Both of those things in concert, I think, tell a really clear story about who this president is working for, which would be bad enough unto itself, but even worse given the fact that this is somebody who came into office on this pretext that he was going to focus on the little guy. It was him who decided to run an America First campaign, and really the only person that stood to benefit from this is not the 350 million people in this country.
Yes, I did see the guy throw a fucking incendiary device.
It's Donald Trump.
And it turns out that he was a fucking, ex-army guy that also had problems with, like, the
Trump himself. He's the one who's tripled
cops before, but honestly, I've complete false flag bullshit, and they're just looking for lefties to go out there and be like, beast. Well, no, the guy's an idiot.
His net worth.
And anybody that's committing anything similar is a fucking idiot.
He's the one who's
don't fall for the Fed posts.
Crusting the Oval Office in gold, building himself a monument in the form of a ballroom and maybe a triumphal arch, who's gotten a new airplane out of this that's going to, of course, go to him after he's out of office. And so, again, the person who stands to benefit from all of Trump's priorities, as we see costs rise, as we see healthcare gutted, as we see food assistance gutted, as we see gas prices rise, is only one guy. It's Trump.
what do you see in the early primaries, which of course are just a smattering, and this conversation?
I mean, anti-ice material, I guess, could be constituted as like a fuck ice shirt.
About generational change. We followed this now across 2 elderly presidents, an elderly Supreme Court, Mitch McConnell, mystery about his health status. But I think we'd all be fair to note it's a problem in both parties and across every branch of government. How much of that does that account for some of the energy behind younger Democratic candidates?
I think that's a huge driver of the future of the Democratic Party. I mean, there's no doubt, as you mentioned rightfully, that gerontocracy is a problem in this country. My generation, millennials, have largely been locked out of power forever. And frankly, some of the millennials that are getting into office now are the most popular politicians in America, whether it's Zohran Mamdani in New York, whether it's AOC also in New York, whether it's John Ossoff down in Georgia. This is what happens when you actually make a bridge to the next generation and allow people who are more charismatic, more dynamic, more articulate, more tech savvy to have their spot in the spotlight, have their chance in the spotlight to actually show what they can do. And so I think this should be a blinking red light to existing members of the Democratic caucus that if you stand for the things that you claim to stand for, make way for people who are going to be more effective arbiters, more effective shepherds of that exact message, because the people who are seeing popularity, the people who are able to better relate to the electorate, are those younger people who've grown up in these ecosystems where the vast majority of Americans are already getting their news.
Yeah. And that you could be a great shepherd and still eventually say, it's time to have a shepherd's retirement. Let somebody else out on the hills, Brian, as mentioned, a lot of folks know you online. Folks know you from the Obama interview. To our viewers, we appreciate you coming back, and that book if you want to learn more.
All right. That's enough of that. We did get to it. All righty. Andrew Tate. Let's fucking go.
The British boxers turned social media influencers Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan have been arrested in the United States. It's in connection with a UK police investigation into a number of alleged sexual offences. British prosecutors said that they were bringing further charges against the brothers, who were arrested by US Marshals in Miami on Saturday, in relation to allegations from 4 additional victims.
He's literally what makes me afraid to go bald, is because of people with heads like his. Look at how he does not have a good bald head.
Now seeking their extradition.
Got weird lumps and shit.
Previously denied wrongdoing. Well, in the past hour, we've had a police update on the arrest of the brothers in the US. This is Assistant Chief Constable Karina Thomas from Bedfordshire Police.
In 2024, the CPS authorised 21 charges against Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate, following our investigation into allegations of sexual offences dating back to 2012. Following the initial charges being authorised, we have continued to investigate further offences reported to both Bedfordshire Police and Hertfordshire Constabulary. As a result, 38 new charges in total have now been authorised against Andrew and Tristan Tate, bringing the total number of charges faced to 59. The charges relate to 7 victims, spanning a period from 2010 to 2017. Our officers have worked closely with the CPS and both national...
The arrest of the Tates, I think, is the only thing that I've applied DeSantis for. I don't think he had anything to do with it because it was the U.S. Marshals. So it was actually the federal government.
...and international law enforcement agencies as part of this complex investigation. I can now confirm that officers from the United States have arrested both Andrew and Tristan Tate in relation to this matter overnight, and they have been detained pending ongoing legal proceedings. We understand the interest that this case will generate. We would urge the public not to speculate and to allow the legal process to be carried out correctly. I want to make it clear, there is no place for male violence against women and girls in our society, and we will continue to work tirelessly to support victims and investigate all reports made to us.
Well, our correspondent Greg McKenzie has more on those charges.
In terms of the Crown Prosecution Service, they say that Andrew Tate has been charged with 7 additional counts of rape, along with further offences, including...
I mean, the charges, they really are bad.
Alleged
And all of them
trafficking
stem from
and
before he was
indecent
famous.
Images of a
That's
child.
saying something.
Now, Tristan Tate has been charged with 1 count of sexual assault, 2 counts of rape, and 3 counts of arranging or facilitating trafficking for sexual exploitation.
Greg Mackenzie. Well, the journalist and documentary filmmaker Matt Shea made the 2023 BBC film Andrew Tate, the Man Who Groomed the World. He explained what more we know about the brothers.
Andrew and Tristan Tate are sort of the leaders of what's called the manosphere, which is this kind of movement across the internet and social media that promotes this kind of hyper-masculinity, women being submissive, women being second-class citizens. They openly support these things. They also sell courses online that train young men how to, in their eyes, be better men. However, a lot of those courses also train those young men how to groom women into submission.
How surprising is this latest arrest?
Well, it's surprising because we have to remember, right, that throughout the litany of accusations against the Tate brothers, perhaps the biggest ongoing right now is the Romanian investigation into them. So there are 2 indictments in Romania. There's one from 2023.
Wait, those indictments are still up? They made it sound like they actually dropped those charges against
which
them.
alleges both Andrew and Tristan Tate formed an organized criminal group and did human trafficking and were guilty of rape as well. And a newer investigation involving additional allegations, including trafficking of a minor, sex with a minor, money laundering, witness tampering, and the list goes on. Now, the Tate brothers deny all of these allegations, but that investigation is underway in Romania, and the agreement that the UK had with the Romanian authorities was that they would wait for those for that investigation to complete and any sentencing to complete before the Tates were then extradited to the UK from Romania. So this has been a bit of a shock because it's changed that, and presumably that's because of this new evidence in which the CPS is actually alleging now, in addition to the charges of sexual aggression, of rape, and of physical abuse that Tate was already facing in the UK, that there are now additional crimes being investigated, which include indecent images of a child, extreme pornography, and so forth, all of which they deny.
Matt, you talked about that manosphere and the sort of toxic masculinity a little earlier. That was very much in play in that Netflix series Adolescence, which seemed to really encapsulate that and highlight that kind of those kinds of values. And I suppose that in some way
that's a hot box.
The Tates are seen as,
I mean, if he has literally a little box that's a hot box, I think the
fear factor for parents really of young boys around the world who are trying to counter those kinds of influences.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the Tate brothers promote in a kind of bombastic, shock jock.
Never mind. I thought this said hotbox
way these hyper masculine views and these kind of jokes about women being submissive, but they also sell a course in which they teach you how to groom women. And the kind of charges that they're now facing both in Romania and now in the UK relate to a specific type of grooming and manipulation that they literally teach in the courses that they sell to young people. So
yeah. Which, isn't it awesome that fucking Tom Segura is about to do the same thing? This OF agency. All right, yeah. Pimpin's pimpin', dude. And I'm not talking like in the good way where it's like, oh, pimp is pimping. No, it's like, no, we see what it is. Ladies, manage yourselves. Get yourselves, like, literally, grok would be a better option than getting some fucking schmuck that has, oh, he's got financial backing, though. Yeah, he's still going to take the fucking majority of your shares of everything, and eventually it's going to end horribly for you. I had no idea what a piece of shit Tom Segura was. I did. The thing is, I actually kind of always had an idea about this. Same with Bert Kreischer. But yeah. Don't care. Oh, wait. Did you guys... Of course you did. You saw what Andrew Tate wore outside of court. Here, fuck it. Let's just get the Andrew Tate arrested, image. All right. Yeah, check this shit out. I love the fact that this guy, he's fucking, I thought jorts were dorky. I don't know, man. Wearing like suit pants that are like 4 sizes too small for you, you know, no fucking socks, and then that shirt's a choice. The saddest part about this entire thing was that it was filmed by some doofus that was just like, can I get hey, Andrew, can you sign? You dweeb. Whatever, dude. I hope that you fucking wait out there. I hope that you're just sitting out there waiting forever to get just a little bit of time. Oh, look, he touched a pen. Oh, look, he touched this thing. Oh, he signed it. Oh, isn't he just an alpha male? Isn't he so cool? I'm gonna go sell this to a 14-year-old. Fucking weirdos. Oh, my God. God, I couldn't imagine having a son that would liked Andrew Tate or any of that shit. Like, it's just, I'm dead serious. Where it's just like my theoretical son comes out and is just like, Dad, I got something to tell you. I'm gay. All right. Anything else? Dad, I think I might be trans. All right. Anything else? Dad, I think I like Andrew Tate. You know, son, I've always had an anti-belt policy in this house. It's about to be broken today. Yeah. I don't know, man. I'd be like legit. Like if my fucking like nephew like came out and just said, I like Andrew Tate, is just like, oh, and I am now ashamed of you. That's a paddling. Oh, that's one of the ones that like my dad used to have, where like he'd be sitting there like. My dad was good at that shit, dude. Like he had the belt thwack down. Oh fuck! I knew I was in trouble. Yeah, whatever. Fucking toxic parenting, whatever. Yeah, my dad loved me, and honestly, he wanted me to be a better person. And I think that this anti-spanking shit, like, I get it. Abused kids, blah, 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 blah. No, every once in a while. Like, I've seen the opposite of this. I've seen what happens when you don't spank your kids. And as somebody who doesn't have fucking, that doesn't have his own kids, I'm just gonna fucking say it as an objective observer. Yeah, man, there is like this thing where your kids will always push that limit, and that's why like there's like this like that's why spanking is that it's that medium where it's just like no like a little smack on the ass, yeah it fucking really fucked you up. Oh, Sylvie, this is where I got a little bit of a no. My mom would go make me get the wooden spoon. Yeah, same. My grandmother, too. I don't believe in that. I'm sorry. This is where we will have a fundamental disagreement. I do think that, like, no. It's not that bad. Stop. Are there people that take their, like, hitting their kids way too far? Oh, fuck, yeah. And that's where, yeah, no, there has to be a line here, man. There really does. Because I hope you understand. I saw that line. I saw that fucking line. I saw the way that I had a friend that, like, his dad beat the shit out of him. Like, trust me. I always kind of felt like I was just like, yeah, you know, my dad giving me that stern talking to and a little belt on the ass wasn't exactly something I would bring up and be like, hey. I'm glad I never had to deal with my kids liking Andrew Tate. One of the lessons they learned from being raised by a single mom is that being nice to women makes them want to be around you more. And my mom and my grandma kind of taught me that. They also just taught me, like, you know, respect people. That was a big one. No, I also had some like really like caring men in my life that taught me how to treat women, you know? Like gentlemen. Like I had actual gentlemen like in my life. I'm very happy to have that. But yeah, I was about to say I've seen real child abuse, and like I've had people literally say that I had child abuse because my dad spanked me. That's bullshit. And honestly, that's that stuff where I'm just like, no, dude, you're living in 2026 in Trumplandia, and you're fucking telling me that, oh, okay. That's what's missing? Fuck yeah, it is. I'm telling you. I have seen There's nothing more pathetic watching an 11-year-old kid walk all over their fucking parents. Because they know that they're not going to get fucking spanked. They know that nothing's coming. It's literally like, no. No, I've watched it literally happen. And the thing is, this 11-year-old has nothing wrong. There's no behavioral, like, there's only behavioral issues. No. Hard fucking disagree on this one. Yeah, this is a hard disagree. Sylvie, I'm sorry. No. I'm sorry, I totally fucking disagree on it. As somebody who grew up in the, in that 90s era that had parents that loved me a lot, and I mean a lot, I got spanked. My sister, she got spanked. And the thing is, both of us can recognize where it's like, oh yeah, you know what? We learned a harsh lesson to not do that. You know? I disagree as well, big time. Sorry, Ron. I don't know what to tell you, man. I mean, if you got your own kids, I ain't telling you how to parent. That's one thing I'll just say, is you can parent how you want to. But I'm just going to say it, man. Like, because here's another thing. Y'all never have to worry about me fucking hitting no kid because I don't got no kids. I ain't ever going to discipline a kid that ain't mine. So, there's that fucking worry. I'm just giving my objective opinion that, yeah. Not the first disagreement, not the last for everyone. Well, that's true, but... No, I meant the gentlemen's role models, Pep. Oh, no. Well, yes. No, I have. No, I'm lucky on that regard too. Like I had some kick-ass uncles. My brother. My brother was not exactly the biggest gentleman, but he taught me how to treat women. He was really big on that one. Was he a dick to guys? Fuck yeah. Did my brother also teach me how to try and be funny? He always taught me how to either defuse or I could, he's like, yeah, well, if you're going to take it there, if you're going to get hit, you might as well make it worth it. That was always his moniker, where he's like, if you're going to get hit, make sure it's worth it. So he kind of made me really good at being in real life. I'm very good at pointing out people's insecurities. Specifically fucking chud-ass dudes, but... No, I'm agreeing with you, man. Oh, you're agreeing with me. Okay, cool. No, I was about to say, guys, I'm sorry. This might be a generational thing, but... I just know from what worked with me, what worked with my sister, what worked with just in general, and what didn't work. What didn't work was the no spanking bullshit. I can't reiterate that enough. But like I said, I'm also not trying to tell you what to do with your own children or what to do with your own life. Do what you will. This is just my opinion. But don't beat your fucking kids. That's another thing. There's a line to be drawn. My dad never laid a hand on me outside of the spankings. That needs to be said. My mom as well. But did I deserve them each time? Fuck yeah. Oh my fucking God, yeah. There was one time I almost ruined an entire family dinner because I was being just such a little prick. Oh my God. I just wouldn't stop. And I remember this too. And you know what? My dad took me out to the car, gave me a fucking nice little spanking, and oh boy. Oh boy. That fucking worked. That worked for me. I was just like, okay, yeah, don't do that one. I remember my mom, we were in the Jewel, which is our grocery store, and I was having a temper tantrum, right? My mom left the cart. She's like, I thought she was threatening me, and like I thought she was bullshitting, and I was just like, nah. Like I was testing her patience, and I was just like, oh shit, she actually like pulled me out of that grocery store. We left, and when I got home, I got me a nice little spanking, got sent to my room, and I never did that shit again. Ever. So, no, the thing is, like, for me, it actually, it drew a line, because my parents weren't abusive. That's my point. Now, if you're an abusive parent and you're spanking your kid, there's a reason it ain't working. Because your kid they associate you always hitting them and being mad at them. Like, yeah, okay, Sylvie, the data also doesn't account for good parents. Like, I'm gonna just be honest with you, man. Like, this is why there's a generational difference on this shit. Don't engage with me right now. I'm too impulsive. All right, whatever. It was fear of it happening again. That was the issue. No, it wasn't necessarily fear of it happening again. No, it was fear of me, like, getting to that point, because the thing is, it was a behavioral fucking, like, check, on me. So, like, as I was saying, I knew my dad and I knew my mom's, but, like, I knew where their limits were. And the thing is, that kind of, like, for me, that instituted the limit. Like, I only got spanked maybe, like, I think 2 or 3 times in my entire life. You know? That's just how that goes, though. Like, you know, at least, or that's how that went when I was growing up. Like, that was the norm, dude. Like, completely the norm. And this is where I look at millennials. What's the problem? I genuinely do not see the problem. I see, you know, when I see millennials and you want to talk about the fucking, like, the actual data, yeah, I see millennials being a little bit more well-adjusted, like I was saying about the other fucking, you know, the other ones out there. But, yeah, okay. Okay, I could be wrong about that, but... Trump did not want to be there for Spain's World Cup win. I don't know. Seemed like he kind of wanted to make it about him, but whatever. That's why these younger kids now are doing this stupid e-bike bullshit. Yeah. No, the thing, it's the reason that the kids treat everybody like they're not an authority. You do understand that anytime that, like, someone's mom or dad yelled at me, I took them as an authority. I didn't have this fucking, like, you're not my dad. Like, I never pulled that shit. The thing is, because I knew that they knew my dad and they knew my mom, that I would get in fucking huge-ass trouble. And that's the kind of shit where it's like, again, if you have that shithead friend, which I did, that was just like, your parents will never hit you. Your parents will never hit you. Like, you do understand that that also makes you, like, the fucking absolute worst version of yourself. If you have absolutely no checks and balances, because you can test like, every fucking one with your parents. No, dude. Like, this is, again, where I've seen it. I've literally fucking seen it. I have one in my own family that tested the limits. She's the worst person. Like, I'm just going to say it. I have a sister that I love her. I love her. But she's one of the worst people when it comes to this shit. She's one of the most selfish fucking assholes on this planet who has rewritten his... Like, you know what? Here's the difference. In this case, my dad and my stepmom never laid a hand on her. Never. You know what she goes around telling people? That she was beaten. I don't want to fucking hear it. I don't want to fucking hear it. I'm sorry. You know what? I'm moving on from this topic. No, this is bullshit, though. It is bullshit. I grew up in a fucking family of 6 kids, and you want to tell me that I'm fucking wrong? Like, really? The numbers say this, the statistics say this. Fuck off. I literally saw it in real time. Fuck. You want to know what happens when you know fucking, like, if you're not able to check your kids, they walk all over you. And then you sit there wondering, oh my god, I'm wondering, I can't believe that my family didn't talk to me. Oh shit, Pep, sorry man, I see what's going on. What's going on? What's going on? That I'm just coming at this from like a personal perspective where I'm just like, oh, hey, yeah. No, I always thought that this was kind of funny. Like, this is where Gen X and this is hitting close to home. No, it is. It does hit close to home because I literally watched, like, the worst of my worst siblings fucking weaponize this bullshit. She also weaponized therapy, too. Wasn't cool, but she still does it. You have 5 siblings and we all had a blast. I have, yeah. It's not the case with us, okay? I got disciplined a lot, not physically, and I would not be the same person if I just was left on my own. Exactly. No, that's what I mean. Cassandra, I'm glad that you said that. Like, no, that's... I feel that exact same way. Where if I hadn't been disciplined, like, with this, hitting close to home isn't what we are talking about, LOL. Baker Bell. We're talking about hitting in the home. Duh. Oh, fuck. Nice one, Tinkerbell, by the way. We used to laugh at each other when the other ones got spanked. No, I mean, dude. So my sister, one of her favorite memories was when my dad figured out that I was too old to spank because I started laughing when he was hitting me, and he was just like, oh, and that's the only time he ever told me. He was just like, there are days I fucking wish I would get away with it. And it was just like, I was so scared because like that was enough for me where I'm like, oh. Where he just told me, he's like, I wish I could get away with it. It's just like, and then I was grounded for like 2 weeks. Yeah, that was the other thing. He may not have been able to hit me, but oh boy, could he unplug a fucking PlayStation. Dude, my dad knew how to do the cord whip too, where he would like fucking pull it and do like the like he could get the like whole effect, man. Like, there are times. Dude. He took my whole CRT one time. It was downstairs in the living room, by the way. This was like the main fucking TV, but I had my video games hooked up to it. He fucking took the TV. He just unplugged it. I don't think he like thought it through, so he just took it up to his bedroom. I was like, he was serious though. Fuck. Children are little beasts if left to their own devices. I love and fear them. Yeah, shit, my whole teenage years I was grounded. That was me. I was grounded until I was about 18. My dad took my car away once. That was wild because I didn't believe him. He's like, I'm gonna sell your car if you like do this. I'm like, no, he won't. He sold my car. I didn't get the money either. I had to go remake money to go buy a new car. But that's lessons, dude. Like I look back at it, dude. Like my dad, he was a good dad. He was. Like my dad was an asshole, but he was a good dad. Like he made me do the hard shit. And like I could have easily been the entitled fucking, rich daddy's boy or fucking semi-rich. My dad, we were upper middle class, but no, but that's like my dad. Lessons, that's theft? No, it ain't. I got other things that were technically theft on his end, but no, it wasn't because I didn't own that car. I wasn't a signatory on the title. Like, no, I was not entitled to having that car. And the thing is, I tested his patience. Not even just tested his patience. I legit, no, like I was an asshole, dude. Like I've gone through this. I was a fucking guys, make no mistakes. I was the worst of the teenagers. I was so bad. I really was. I was so bad. I did anytime my dad told me not to do something, I would make it my life's mission to make that a reality. I think it was like, yes, I was lashing out because of like this divorce thing and all this bullshit, but realistically, no. Like I was just an asshole kid, dude. You know, I was entitled. Like, and my dad made me a better person. He did. My mom did too. My mom made me a way better person. Because, like, if there was one thing that, you know, my dad and my mom, they never talked, but they agreed. Like, through proxy or even, like, through just my sister or courts even, that they agree on this one. Like, that they would, equal punishment was always the thing with my parents. My mom would never let me pull that, oh, Dad grounded, like, then she's like, you're grounded here. You know, like, I'm glad that they did that shit. So the sweet boy, or the sweet Pep we know and love, used to be a bad boy. A little bit. A little bit. I mean, no, not even a bad boy. I was just a fucking, I was an asshole. No, dude, I wasn't even like a motorcyclist, or like, I wasn't even a good skateboarder. Like, I was a dude that could barely grind, that was just like, oh yeah, you can't tell me what to do. I'm gonna go rip some bonks with my friends. You know, fucking stealing my mom's, my mom's Virginia Slims. Like, that's still, that's who I was as a kid, and I'm not proud of it. Like, I'm proud of the fact that I was able to get out of that, and not be such a prick. Like, god damn. Like, I get it. I get why, like, I get why people are such pricks online, because if I had that shit while I was that age, I probably would have been the worst. Like, I probably would have been just as bad. Edgelord bullshit, fucking doing all racial humor, all of it. All of it. Like, I was such an asshole teenager. I've told you, like, I've gone through this, guys. There should be no surprises here. I'm very open about how I was not a great person. I really wasn't. I really did not start improving until I was about 21 years old. Ironically. Like, 21 is usually when, you know, people kind of fall off. It was like, no, that's kind of where I started to grow. And I was like, I don't want to be this person anymore. My mom would always ask my dad what to do as a punishment, and they were divorced. Yeah. No, I respect the shit out of that. My parents hated each other. They fucking hated each other. Like, to the point where when me and my wife got married, we got married at a courthouse, right? My dad and my mom showed up to the courthouse at the same time, and I will never forget when they, like, were talking, they're cordial, and, like, me and my sister were looking at each other like, what the fuck? Like, we were both, like, fucked up by it. Where it's just like, wow. Your redemption arc is still rising. Yeah. I wasn't that bad. Like, no, I knew dudes that were way worse than me, but I was just like, dude, I was such a poser. Like, I was such a poser asshole that just wanted to fit in with some dudes that, like, who I thought knew what, like, masculinity was, and that made me feel cool because, you know, we had the bitches, man. We got the weed and the bitches, man. Let's get the bust downs. Let's call our bust down. Like, that shit, dude. Like, you're the worst with that. Like, you know? Oh, yeah. Let's call this one girl. Let's call Desi. She's a fucking slut, dude. Like, 100%. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, dude, it was the worst. And, like, this dude used to call my fucking wife female. Like, I've talked about him a little bit. He was such a piece of shit. Like, he was certifiably, like, he was just one of the worst people I've ever met in my life. I was younger and I tore a corner on my big present I saw on Nintendo. She took every single Christmas present back to the store that year. So, ooh, that's rough. My mom did the black plastic bag thing where I didn't believe her, where she's like, if you don't pick up all these toys, then I'm gonna throw away all these toys. She did. Never let that happen again. And now this is where a lot of people will be like, well, your mom was abusive. Fuck you. Fuck you and your fucking soft parenting. I hope it works out for you. Like, seriously, I do. I hope that your kids give you all the hugs and kisses and all of it. But you know what? I'm gonna just also say this. They ain't gonna develop character. Fuck. Doesn't always have to be a spanking. Oh, yeah. Well, no, for real, dude. I had somebody, like, I remember, like, me and my mom were at some, like, God, where the fuck were we? Like, we were somewhere where we were talking about this. And somebody brought up that my mom, that was technically abuse, and my mom even looked at them and was just like, shut the fuck up. Pep not understanding soft parenting and straw manning it. No, I've seen it. I'm not straw manning shit. Don't use those fucking debate terms on me. No, I'm telling you exactly what it is. Straw man. I'll tell you this. These little fuckers, the soft parenting, these are the ones that have behavioral issues that usually the parents will ignore until it's too late. They usually will end up with a late stage like diagnosis of autism or ADHD. Yeah, that's usually how this goes. Because I've seen it enough. Like, dude, don't act like I don't have life experience. And that's, like, honest to God, my biggest fucking gripe with this. The instance you see isn't the same instance. What do you mean? The instance I see is not the same instance as everyone else. Oh, so you're saying that somebody might fucking view that as not being a punishable moment, but then will view that as abuse, so then they get to go to their therapist when they're 24 years old to fucking tell them how abused they were by their kids, and then fucking miss therapy speak, fucking, oh yeah, you were abused. Meanwhile, an actual therapist is just like, no, you weren't. What are you talking about? Like, legit, dude. I have a fucking, like... My therapist likes crystals and shit, and even won't say that. Because it's just like, well, no. You know? There's something to this. But... I also think that this isn't for everybody. You know? If you guys, like, that's the thing. If you have a kid with behavioral issues that has, I don't know, autism or something that, like, prevents them from understanding such things, sure. By all means. You definitely should probably temper that, but... No, yeah, because I've seen it. Literally, I've seen it. Listen, I have a friend that he just turned 31. This motherfucker, I hate to say it, he has a sad-ass life because his parents were too good to him. Homeschooled him. Never challenged him on anything. Locked him in his bedroom from the outside. Not sus at all. Homeschooled. But you know what? Everything is everybody else's problem. The fact that he has ulcerative colitis, totally everybody else's problem. His parents, when he got diagnosed with ulcerative colitis, didn't tell him to change up his diet. Told him that, no, don't listen to the doctors. Listen to your gut. Literally. That's soft fucking parenting right now. You know what this motherfucker lives with? He's about to have a fucking, like, a perma bag. Like, he's gonna lose his intestines because of soft parenting. He doesn't have a job because of soft parenting. He is going to fucking live in squalor because of soft parenting. But you wanna fucking tell me what I don't fucking know? No, that's the shit that bothers me. Where people don't want to fucking recognize, like, what's right in fucking front of them. I can't stand that shit. Because, like, this is my friend. Like, literally, my buddy is his dad. And I can't say this shit to him because it's just like, well, I don't want to upset my friendship with him. But realistically, I have to watch this motherfucker talk about committing S every day on fucking Discord. Right now. Here, actually, let's see. What's it say? Oh, just trying to find a reason for every day. Like, come on, man. No, that's soft parenting right there. Soft parenting is never challenging. That's the type of parenting where people say they are often soft parenting, but it's really negligence. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Sorry. I was like, what the hell is going, like, on the background here? Spicy Pep. No, this is real Spicy Pep. Because, like, this is real shit here. Like, I've watched this happen to a degree that I can't. Y'all are confusing soft parenting with permissive parenting. That's fair. No, Cassandra, thank you for the interjection there. Now, what do you mean by that? My cousin got heavy into drugs and had several kids. She blamed her parents for her party lifestyle. Do we blame our parents for everything? I mean, honestly, this is where I was going at it with that argument with the dude from the show on Thursday. Where, at what point do we start, like, do we accept that our parents' sins are ours? So if we're going to do this ancestral thing, then where do we draw the line? It does actually like, this is a nuanced fucking take, man. And I know, oh my God, it came from a white cis dude. Fuck me. But for real, where do we draw this line? Or do I need to go and ask my dad what he did so I can start making up for it for the rest of my life? Like, I ain't gonna have kids, so I'm drawing the line here, so at least I have somewhere. But for all you that have kids, are you guys planning on, telling them what all your sins were so we can have them fucking make sure that they do recompense on your sins, and then, like, this is how we stop it generationally, right? I'm asking a question. I'm not trying to be a condescending dick, but is this how we stop it? Basically, permissive parenting is being uninvolved and doing everything asked. Soft parenting is mostly just a lack of physical discipline and a more emotional-based parenting thing. Yeah, well, I've seen that not work. I think we need to get off this subject. You have enough stress going on in your life, man. Thanks, Ron. I appreciate you looking out. Pep, I think this needs to be both soft and hard parenting balanced. I'm just doing semantics. I'm not trying to get involved in a serious discussion. You don't know what the answer is? Yeah, it's almost like it's on a case-by-case basis. But the problem I have with this is where people will jump into a parent that decides to spank their kid and tell them that they're abusing their kid, or not even tell. They will go to the police, because I've seen too many fucking "am I the asshole" fucking threads on this shit. Where, like, I called the cops and my neighbors were spanking their kids. Anyway. Like, the reality is I have absolutely no fucking basis, or, like, not basis, but, like, I have nothing at stake here. Like, it's not like I'm arguing for how I'm gonna parent my kid, because I ain't gonna have kids. Plain and simple. So there's no answer to the ideal parenting style. No, that's my point, though. That's my point. That is literally my entire point here. Is literally, like, the idea that maybe the people that are saying don't spank your kids, just stop. Like, you can make sure that nobody's abusing their kids, but I don't know. That's where I draw the line, where it's just like, hey, listen, you guys say if there's no perfect style. Well, if a quick slap in the back of the ass fucking makes them act right, who's to say that that's not a great thing? Yeah. If a swift slap on the ass isn't going to hurt if a swift slap on the ass isn't going to hurt anybody, I don't have a problem with it. Exactly. It's not. What ends up hurting people are the fucking people that would see that and be like, you can't do that, without having any context of why the kid's being disciplined in the first place. That is what I dealt with, like, in the, like, my high school years. Like, I dealt with that shit, like, seeing it, and it's just like, fuck you. My stepmom used to pull that shit, where she was just like, fuck this guy. Like, for all my stepmom's, like, sins and everything like that, I will say this: she did not play that game, and my younger brother, he did for the most part. He did get, like, the same treatment, where it's just like, all right, although it was never the same kind of spankings we got. I think that they relied on me and my sister, like, just being like, you don't want that smoke. For the rest of the kids to just be like, okay. Because I'm 90% sure that, like, my stepsisters, like, they never dealt with that shit. Even though they were threatened with it all the time, I don't think they ever actually got it. My nephews were, I was about to say, no, like, I've seen actual abuse, though. Like, I've seen I've actually seen this shit. And, like, that's, no, I know the fucking difference. That's why I don't like it when people conflate the two. Where it's just like, dude, no. But I also do think that it's one of those things where this is, I mean, hey, we're talking generational shit on this show. Well, it might be generational then. You know, like, I would love to see people be able to actually parent their kids and not play this like, oh, well, would you want this? No. Did you want this? No. Like, dude, I saw this in the grocery store the other day, and this is honestly where it's coming from, is the fact that I saw this mother just relentlessly fucking trying to, like, capitulate to her kid, and, like, the kid was still being a prick. Even though the mom was, like, trying to, like, buy him a toy, he's still being a little fucking prick. Like, dude, you would never see that shit. My mom, again, this is where the cart would have been left in the store. My mom would have been on my way home with me, like, for a lesson learned. But, whatever, man. I feel bad for the fucking parents that get walked on in the middle of a fucking grocery store. So the answer is rule with fear of being hit. Do you understand that kids also hit? And, like, then what? Then what? Like, no. Stop, Sylvie. No daylight, no in between. There really isn't, though. In your perfect world, maybe there is, but there isn't. Most kids, like, cross a line that they eventually will need to, like, you catch a lesson. Like, dude, this isn't just most kids. Like, I'm one of the lucky ones. I need to stop doing that. I'm one of the lucky ones that talked enough shit that I got hit in the face. And I'm not just talking hockey. Like, I'm talking in general. There's a lot of people that don't experience that turn into Donald Trumps of the world. I don't know. My brother hit me and my mom a lot. Kids can be violent too. Yeah. Yeah, no, they totally can. No, and a lot of times it's like they will not respond. And, like, that's also where it's like I've seen the other side of that, where it's like they get pushed to their limit and all of a sudden it's just like they don't spank, they don't do nothing, but oh man, they reach this weird point where all of a sudden, bam! Hey, yo, Pep, a punch to the face will teach you the value of words. Yep. I'll never forget looking at my roommate, and he was just like, I was not going to defend you. I was just like, lesson learned. Did I deserve it? Yeah. Yeah, I did. I called out this guy that was, he was dating a girl I liked, and, like, I just couldn't be a fucking man about it. Instead, I tried to make fun of him, and, like, I said some fucking pretty out-of-pocket shit, and he just laid me out of my ass. And that was a lesson learned that day. Golden belt came out of the sky. No, I mean, this is my point, though. Like, this idea that, and, like, it's carried down. Like, I heard that one where it's just like, oh yeah, the spanking's carried down generation by generation, and it's usually by, like, the whole sensation of pain. Like what you're saying, like, where it's just like, oh, you're associating getting hit with not doing bad things. It's like, yeah, Sylvie, with all due respect, some people need that shit. You know, some people need that shit. Just in general, like in society, there are people that need to be threatened with things, like whether being locked up or hit. Like, that's how society works. This is why we don't go around just doing or saying whatever the fuck we want. Like, for instance, if somebody said some transphobic shit to you and they were like very confident that they weren't going to get hit, that would bother the shit out of me. Whereas I would be much more apt to have me in the room where if they said some transphobic shit, and I would have absolutely no fucking regard for if, what is it, sucker punch territory? Well, I don't care if I come in from the side or not, bitch. You're getting hit. And that's how that goes. I'm willing to commit that to protect your rights to live your life comfortably. Now, do we want to argue semantics on why somebody might not want to, or like why we should not, like, you know, put our hands on some people? Also, again, the hitting kids, like the hitting your kids thing, like, don't ever hit your kids. You're the one who's conflating spanking on the ass, which realistically, we're talking about fucking like nerve endings on a large sack of fat. Like, come on now. Yeah. Do kids need to have fear of like being hit or something? I don't know. Like, here's the other thing. Like, so your kid playing up on something high, right? You gonna let them fall on their face? Or, I don't know. You gotta try and catch them? Like, I feel like lesson learned is lesson learned. I'm just, don't you want equal bad outcomes? It doesn't, though. It doesn't. The thing is, spankings don't, like, no, that's bullshit. Otherwise, by that statistic, then I would have had a bad outcome because of it. I fear everything because of it. Like, I don't. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I'm in the same boat. I'm never reproducing. That's a voluntary thing where I'm just like, fuck that. And then my stepmom calls me selfish. Hey, you're so selfish. It's like, why? Because I'm not thinking of you having grandkids? Sounds like you're selfish. I call them crotch goblins, but that's just me. Yo, Pep, would nepotism fall under this? Ow. What do you mean by that? No, this is just a weird... this is an interesting but weird topic of conversation to have, which I can see people being mad at me about, but at the same time, I also think that it's like a very real conversation to have. Because, like... I've noticed that millennial parents be spanking their kids. But that's just me. Just commission an epic for yourself. I think we need to bring that back. Yeah. Like having everything handed to you. Would that fall under the parenting discussion? Yeah. Yeah. No, nepotism is not good for kids. This is where I was saying. My dad was a great dad. My dad... He always told me, like, we had a family business, and he always told me it was, like, I was not guaranteed anything. If I wanted into the family business, then I would have to work for it. You know, obviously I had an in, but realistically, I had to work harder than most of my contemporaries because I had something to prove. You know, like, sucked. But that's also, realistically, where I had a good dad on that one, where my dad was realistic, like, he was... about creating adversity in a way where if I didn't win, it wasn't necessarily a failure, but it was also like a, hey, this isn't for you. But then, you know, turned out I was just really good at it. This is my blood, after all. But all I've been saying is hitting isn't necessary. The thing, no, sometimes it is, Sylvie. Sometimes it is. I'm not sure if you've ever experienced that child that gets to that point, but God forbid you ever do. because I don't know what you would do. Like, I'll tell you right now, I've been in this position, and I'm happy to say that I have somebody in my life that took care of that in a way where it was just like, I didn't have to do it. You know, I'm an uncle. I don't want to do that shit, but you know what? Spankings happen. You know? That's how it goes. And the kid, I'll be honest, acts better because of it. Before that, no. Like, there's this, like, it literally, like, he controlled everything. Like, this kid was afraid to take a shit. So anytime that he had a fucking turtle head poking out, this motherfucker would erupt into just a full-blown tornado of just, like, fucking, like, what are we doing? Like, come on, man. So now you have to ruin everybody's time because you gotta fucking take a dump and you're fucking scared of the toilet? Like, what are we doing? You shouldn't be using hitting as... It's not about necessarily the fear. Like, the thing is, the fear's not... Like, the fear is not the point. Like, you understand this, right? Like, I think that you're seeing this as, like, the parents using this as, like, a control mechanism. When in reality, it is just like a... No, this is, again, lesson learned. Sometimes a lesson learned means fearing that little bit of pain on your ass. So I guess in a way you're right, but I guess it's semantics in the way we word it. But what was the business? I'm not telling you. Spain is lucky Trump was president. Yes. I'll be able to talk about it at some point. I don't know when. But okay, fair enough. Yes, that's just how that goes. Gullible, uneducated MAGA pigs, dumbest morons in history. B Diamond, you're definitely right. Welcome to the show, B Diamond. We're talking about, like, random shit. We're talking about, like, spanking kids, like, and if it's effective or not, but, like, I don't know why. I'm not trying to make this a hill to die on, because I'm like, all right, do what you're gonna do. I just think that, like, for me and my family, I ain't gonna, like, when I hear that, like, for instance, my sister-in-law or my brother-in-law or, like, even my mother-in-law, they discipline this kid, like the kid, the way that they do, I ain't gonna fucking get up in arms about it. Like, this is how it is. Didn't work for Andrew Tate. Jesus. I would argue that Andrew Tate was actually cultivated in that whole, like, toxic masculinity shit. I bet his dad fucking saw his mother as property. I mean, let's be real. My counselor is going to let me work under him for... Oh, shit. Dope. Cassandra, that's awesome. Cassandra, no, congratulations. That's fucking awesome. And I'm very, like, that. Oh, man. I'm so happy to hear that for you. Fuck yeah, that's awesome. Like, I'm big into, like, counseling, therapy, and just in general, like that whole line of work. So that's awesome for you. Yeah. Having it in. Isn't that fun? I found out that one of my ins to a job recently got fucking fired. So, yay! There was that. That sucks. All right. Fuck it, you know? I guess we're just gonna hang for the rest of the stream. I'm cool with it. Oh, Jeff, shit, dude. How's it going, man? You snuck into the horizontal stream. What up, dude? How's the kid? How's the band? Now I let a teacher discipline my kid. Oh, hell no. I was never disciplined. disciplined by a teacher. But no. See, like, this is a little awkward. No. We didn't have, like, nuns, but we did have, like, yeah, shit. I guess you could actually say that was technically physical. Yeah, so we would get the ruler on the behind, but now I'd never let it. Yeah, no. Well, hold on. I don't know, man, because like this is where like our parents were different. Like my mom and dad kind of did that for a reason. You know, like, I went to Sunday school. And they did some shit like that too. Only in like Catholic Sunday school. They didn't do that shit in Christian Sunday school. But yeah, I don't know, man. Like the nuns, they got fucking, you know, they got a little abusive. If we're gonna say it, like, to be fair, I haven't really put that much thought into this aspect of it, because maybe I've like been kind of stuffing that one down. Like my parents, again, I'm not gonna no. My parents, they handled it well. Shit, the nuns though. In the parish? No, they really didn't. No, actually, they did cross lines. I mean, we're talking Catholic parishes crossing lines. Oh, that's news. I never had, like, the other side of that, you know. I actually don't know, at least, like, from anybody that's come out publicly with it. I don't know anybody that went through that, so yay. What's good? Hey, Rolo, what's up? Good to see you. My room screams I'm the problem. Why? What's wrong with Godzilla and a little bit of fun? Wait. How am I the problem? Please elaborate, my friend. Do you not like fun? No disrespect meant, but I'm glad I'm not Catholic, because oh boy, I'd have had bruised knuckles. I mean, I don't want to tell the joke that I could. Let a guy have some whimsy for his home decor, yeah. Or his room decor, yeah. Ooh. This guy has stuff and hobbies and things. Whoa. I'm so uncomfortable by that. That is weird. I don't know. What the fuck is the problem? My God. I made fun of for my hair. I get made fun of for my room. This is so funny because, like, I remember when I was first starting this, I had a buddy just be like, oh, so you like, are you okay with getting made fun of? I was just like, I hang out with you guys. You roast me all the time. Of course I am. Like, when you realize that nobody can roast you like your best friends, nothing can hurt you. Nothing. Fuck. My sister can roast me better than anybody on this planet. Okay? Like, that's just a fact. And I love my sister more than anybody on this planet. So, well, except for my wife. Awkward. There's a difference. There's a difference in familial and romantic. I've always had to, like, differentiate that one where I'm like, wait. No, but for real, my sister is like, yeah, I'm lucky to have a sister that gives a shit, that fucking, you know, been through a lot of the same stuff, and she came out of all of it funny and just in general, like, caring, you know? Like, I've heard so many horror stories of people that, like, lose their siblings over very similar stuff that, like, we had to go on with our family. And I was just like, I'm so glad that we don't have that. And like I've also said, that she is eventually going to be on this stream, and it's going to be hilarious. Hopefully we can work out when Uni can come on, though. That'd be fun. If voice only. Like, here's what I might have to do. I might have to, like, put a microphone, like, off camera here, and then just have her talk into it. Because, like, yeah, we're still figuring out the logistics of all this. Wait, my brother and I probably won't remain close. We're just too different, I think. Well, let's put it this way. Out of 6, I'm lucky that I have one that I get along with. So, yeah, that's kind of a thing. Like me, my sisters, my brother, like, I have that relationship with them where I'm just like, oh, cool. Like, my brother just moved to Italy. Did he hit me up? You were an only child? Prozac cons. But then again, you're talking to somebody that's likely going to be childless in a fucking nursing home, so. Now, is that the worst fucking thing? According to people that have kids, yes. Now, am I secretly looking forward to the days where I get to see everybody that, you know, said that shit about having their kids and, like, having, you know, this big old family and all that, you being grandpa and grandma, to only see them maybe once or twice a year and then fucking, like, yeah, you know, yeah. Saw that a little bit too much in my own life, so. I don't think I should have been born, but yeah. Oh, damn, Pep, you're savage. I got that side. I definitely have that side of me. Well, what else? Like, am I supposed to ignore the realities of that stuff? Like, I don't know. I always got mad at, like, my aunts and uncles ignoring that shit, where I'm just like, dude, you guys understand that, like, you ignoring this stuff has definitely, let's just put it this way, it led to some of my cousins and a few of them having, you know, some problems. You know, we got a few divorcees, a few kids in. Like, my favorite one, okay, you know what, fuck it, I'll just say it. So I got a cousin, a few years ago, we got in this big argument, right, about having kids, like me having kids, because I don't know, for some reason she has, like, this bug up her ass about me not wanting kids. She keeps telling me, again, she's the one that was telling me I was gonna die alone, what, you don't want son, like, she was almost like Rolodexing this shit, like, oh, so you don't want children, like, you do understand that, like, that's, you're missing out on a fundamental joy of life, blah, 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 blah. So, a few years after all the family vacations and all this stuff, her kid turned 13 years old, right? And all of a sudden, you start to see the Facebook fucking messages change. Or like the posts change. From, like, you know, oh, I love, you know, blah, 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 this kid. To, oh, damn, dude, like, this kid's kind of, like, missing from a lot of this stuff. And all of a sudden, you know, A lot of fucking asking for advice on XYZ. That's messed up if you want someone else to die with you. Well, yeah. Yes. No, so, well, I don't think that's what they meant by it, by the way. I'm an easy teenager. I always just need guidance, eat, sleep. That's pretty much it. The glorious teenage years. Ugh. You couldn't... I know this is like a lame thing to say at this point, but you couldn't pay me to, like, $1 million to relive my fucking teens. Like, fuck no. And dude, I thought I was so cool. Oh my god. Oh, teenage Pep would have seen me and been like, what? This dude's okay with, like, his life the way it is? What? He's not famous? What? God damn. I remember at one point I wanted fucking, like, 6 kids. I'm so glad I didn't do that. A little bit of DPD and depression. Yeah. Well, no, I know. And, like, I'm actually... Like, I'm not clinically depressed. I had a little, like, I hate to say this and I hate to make light of it, but it is true in my case where I get, like, the SADs where I get, you know, as long as I know it's situational. Now, was there a moment there where I was letting my situational depression turn into a fucking full-blown depression? Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. And that's also where it's kind of like, I got some friends where... I don't know, man. Like, it's kind of fucked up to admit this, but there were times with you guys where you'd be like, yo, Pep, are you okay? Like, and you guys know some shit where I sure have told my friends that I was depressed, and they would, like, actually, like, get mad at me for, like, some of my, like, reactions to it. It's just, yeah. Like, oh, I'm sorry. Are you, like, taking anything for it? I mean, let's put it this way. If I get diagnosed with clinical depression, I will go on medication. So far, so good. You have treatment resistant. Ooh, shit. Treatment resistant anything is bad, but yeah, MDD, damn. Nah, I mean, I've been on a few antidepressants in my time. I can say that some of them, like, they'll work for a certain amount of time. But the ones that, like, work, yeah. Yeah, lithium. Yeah, it's just, you gotta, it's, I don't know. This is how I kind of came to terms with the fact that I've gone through a lot of situational stuff that, yeah, you know, doesn't mix well with other things. Like, my ADHD is something that is, you know, it's bad. It's pretty bad, guys. Like, I am genuinely surprised that, like, I can pull off as much as I do. But I also think it's because of that I'm able to, like, do this. Like, fuck, dude, I've been on for almost 7 hours. Doesn't even feel like it. Treatment-resistant depression is basically a 2-week period on at least two types of antidepressants. No improvement or symptoms. Ah, Jesus Christ. Mental illnesses aren't fun. Yeah. Yeah, I know. My mom lived with bipolar 2 schizophrenia for my entire life, so I get it. 0.1 of my alt opinion or options is ketamine therapy. Oh, I mean, you have ADD? Hey, it's called ADHD now. Whatever. Because I was originally diagnosed with ADD, and then you're like, yeah, the hyperactive. I'm like, that kind of makes sense though. You got misdiagnosed with bipolar once. Yeah. Yeah, so did I. Like, to the point where it was kind of like I had my old therapist recommend it, where he was just like, oh, you should get tested for this. So he retires, sends me to my new therapist, who's awesome. And she made me go through, like, the whole, like, you know, test and all of it, but it was kind of funny. Like, the way she broke it to me, where she was just like, got news for you. You're not bipolar. And I was like, the pause. Like, I respected it. Yeah. She told me that, like, that was a generational thing, because, like, which is also weird about therapy, where, like, you do kind of run into those situations where it's like you have a therapist like mine. He was older, retired. Younger therapist comes in, do the same exact DSM tests, and just do everything pretty much the same to come out to the conclusion, like, hey, he might have been a little biased. I'm not hyperactive. I just have trouble focusing. That's what they call the hyperactive part. Whatever. I accepted it. I mean, I got told that, like, yeah, contributes to my dyslexia, which doesn't do me much good getting that diagnosis in my mid-30s. That sucked, dude. So mad when I got that. I was like, come on. Like, you couldn't even give that to me in high school when it actually would have mattered. All the tea is on the table tonight. When am I not an open book? Which, honestly, whatever. I mean, it's probably not great for my career. Like, I should probably leave some air of mystery, but whatever. I live once, guys. Tomorrow's not guaranteed, so if I put this out here now, hey, it's out there. You guys learned it. So, causing, wait, it's a certain part of your brain being hyperactive, causing the loss of focus. Hence why I'm here until 7 hours in. But we're in prehistoric times with ADHD. You'd be considered a chief. Well, I mean, I don't know. I've taken enough tests to know where I'm at. I'm alright with it. Ugh. Like, I know I play stupid, but let's put it this way. If I didn't smoke so much, and if I didn't see things the way that I did as far as, like, trying to find the humor, I could probably be a lot more academic, but where's the fun in that? Like, fuck that, dude. There's one thing that my mom left me with was, like, never take yourself too seriously. Ever. Like, my mom was hilarious, and yeah. Damn, you've been live today for 7 hours. Wow, yep. Yes, I have, and that means that I gotta go. It's 11 o'clock. I gotta go. I will be on this space tomorrow. Hope you guys are ready for that. Last week was incredible, so I'm not sure if I'll be able to live up to that, but maybe we'll have another pep rants. Who knows? Don't have anything really locked in. So come and join me for Pepaganda tomorrow, noon Central, 1 p.m. Eastern. And if you guys want to have more fun here and try and help me grow this channel, we're so close to, like, breaking some numbers here. Let's see what we end with. Oh, shit. 2951. Hell yeah, we did it. We're over that hump. We'll see how long it is. Anyway. All right, y'all. I do gotta head out. I really do appreciate you guys hanging out tonight. Real quick, everybody say goodbye to Stan. Or say good night. Look at him. He turned into Liquid Pup. He's gonna need your power to get back upstairs. Somebody said that, like, while my wife was here, by the way. And it was so funny. Like, he was laying upstairs, and she's just like, look at Liquid Stan. And I just looked at her, I'm just like, oh, street vernacular now. We're doing this. Cool. Astronaut tomorrow? Yeah. I mean, I don't know. We'll figure it out. What kind of dog? American Foxhound. He's a good boy. Everybody say goodbye. Mr. Stan. Mr. Stan, say goodnight. All right, guys. I will catch you all tomorrow. Like I said, noon Central, 1 p.m. Eastern, and then normal show, 4 p.m. Central. And that means 5 p.m. Eastern. Hey! All right. Good night.
Who the heck is PepTalks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. PepTalks. 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 Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. PepTalks. PepTalks. Who the heck is PepTalk? They want our women. They want our children. PepTalks. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the PepTalk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. PepTalks. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from PepTalks that we are indeed all high on politics.